I was caught up in a hero summoning, Lane 5. The 23rd day of the water month. I'm currently in front of a stone gate with a huge magic circle drawn on it. This is the gate that connects the human realm and the demon realm, and it seems that you can use this gate to teleport to the various gates in the demon's realm. Incidentally, in order to go to the demon realm, you need something like a pass, and it seems that it takes at least 10 days for that to be issued. Yes, it's that card that Phantasmal King No-Face gave me the other day. Moreover, it's been thoroughly signed under my name. She probably took my appearance and had it issued. How should I say this? I don't really like how it feels like everything's running at the palm of her hand, but it's certainly, as most people would say, it's good since I didn't have to wait for the permit to be issued. Welcome. I'll be checking your permit here. Yes, everything's fine. Which gate would you like to go to today? That one near Forest City Freezes. Most certainly. This way, please. The attendant led me to stand in the center of a large magic circle. Thereupon, the magic circle began to emit a strong glow, and in an instant, the landscape changed. And when I closed my eyes in front of a stone gate, I opened them in front of a wooden gate, arriving in a place that could be called the center of a large forest. I didn't need to look for my destination, as there's someone waiting for me. Hello there, Kaito-san. Welcome to the demon realm. Welcome to Freezes. Lilywood-san. Hello. I'll be in your care today. Lilywood-san had previously told me that if I were to visit Isis-san, she would show me around, and just as she suggested, she would help guide me today. It's really reassuring that Lilywood-san, one of the peak beings of the demon realm, the 6 kings, and she who seems to have a wealth of knowledge, would be the one guiding me. In the southern mountains of the demon realm, a giant shadow stepped forward along with a thunderous roar. Magnoel-sama, where in the world are you going? What? I don't want to miss this chance. No matter how much I think about all these information I see, in the end, I can't measure his value until I see him with my own eyes. Hearing the words of the high ancient dragon who spoke to him with a startled look, his leader, the Dragon King Magnoel, told him with a voice that seems to reverberate in the earth, saying that if he's going to measure that person's value, he would have to meet him in person. He has already met 5 of the kings, and just the other day, driven away the threat of the War King. Fufafu, interesting. I've not felt my blood boil in a long time. I will be going with you. Do as you please. Well then, I shall be on my way. To see for myself the face of that youngster Mama Kaito, speaking in a calm voice, but held within those words was strong interest. The demon realms. No, the world's largest beast walks forward, shaking the earth with each step. Now, in order to determine the true value of the pole star, he who shines the strongest even among those who came from another world, with his own eyes, after meeting up with Lilywood-san and exchanging some small talks, Lilywood-san spoke with her gentle smile still on her face. Since you're already here, I'd like to take you around Freezes, but I guess that would make Isis angry with me. Isis is really looking forward to your arrival. She insisted that she would be here to pick you up as well, but as expected, there would be lots of commotion if she came near the gate. Come to think of it, Isis-san and the other members of the 6 kings usually use teleportation magic to move around, and they don't pass through the gates. If it's a city ruled by Lilywood-san, like this place, there would be very many people near the gate, so when one of the 6 kings shows up, it would probably cause a commotion. Especially if it's Isis-san, who has her magic power of death, I think it would cause lots of troubles. As I was thinking about that, Lilywood-san leaned her head as if she noticed something. Is that thing in your arm a magic tool, Kaito-san? Yes, it's a teleportation magic tool that Kuro made for me. Currently, on my arm is a bracelet with a white magic crystal inlaid in it. This is the teleportation magic tool made by Kuro. I've been told that it can remember up to 50 teleportation points, can teleport from the human realm to the demon realm, and even if I use it once, it can be reused in about 10 minutes. When I told her that, Lilywood-san looked surprised. I guess that's to be expected from Kuromyu Ineha. It's just as good as one of the 6 kings' teleportation magic, except that it takes time to reuse it. It's just that, I tried using it once before, and it made me feel sick. If you're not used to it, you'll get teleportation sickness. You should be able to get used to it after a few uses. I see. I think we've gotten off track a bit. Since we don't want to keep Isis waiting too long, it's time to go. Yes. Nodding at her words, branches grow out of the tree that Lilywood-san is integrated into, and as if it were being knitted, it turned into a chair. Please sit there. It will take just a moment with teleportation magic, but this is Kaito-san's first time in the demon realm, so let's head over into a demon realm for a bit. Don't worry. I'm sure Isis agrees with me on that. Well, we're in a bit of a rush, so understood. Please excuse me. It seems like we won't be moving directly to Isis-san's castle with teleportation magic, but rather guide me through the demon realm for a bit. I'm certainly grateful for that. I'm curious about what the demon realm is like, and if Isis-san agreed with that, I'd love to ask her for that. From where I stand, I can only feel like I'm inside a forest, and I can't really grasp the sceneries of a demon realm. I had an image that it would be dim and full of wilderness, but imagining all sorts of sceneries I might be able to see in the demon realm, I sat down on the wooden chair that Lilywood-san prepared for me, and the chair floated up and began to move at a considerable speed following Lilywood-san's guidance. I was surprised since it was faster than I imagined, but I didn't feel any wind pressure, perhaps because a barrier was magically put up, making this trip comfortable. Speaking of which, how is Lilywood-san moving around? I'm actually slightly floating up in the air. You really are. I was wondering how Lilywood-san, who is merged with a tree, was moving around, but just as she said, her roots are indeed slightly floating in the air. The sceneries flew by at a high speed for a while. As I proceed through the forest as if I was watching from inside a bullet train, I saw a light in our path and finally seemed to exit the forest. As we went past the forest, we were met by a wilderness filled with rocky surfaces. Isn't what happened, and we actually came out a prairie filled with greenery. Fufafu, was it different from what you had in mind? For some reason, it seems that when otherworlders hear of the demon realm, they would think that it's a place that is dim and rocky. Yep, we certainly had an image that it would be like hell, but it's totally different. How should I say this? I've never been there, but this place makes me think of Africa, as I can see herds of monsters and animals of all sizes in the vast prairie, and huge birds are flying in the sky. It's more like the human realm than I thought. Yes, that is, well, even though we're separated by a dimensional wall, we're still living in the same world. Of course, the creatures living between our realms are quite different, as there are many large monsters and animals here in the demon realm. I see. Even then, each region has its own characteristics. The southern area has many high rocky mountains, and many places over the hidden beneath the shadows, so that area may be closer to the image Kaito-san had. Lilywood-san then began giving me some explanation about the demon realm. The northern area where we are now, there's land covered in ice at the northern end, while the rest of the area is mostly grasslands and forests, and this is the area where Isis-san and Lilywood-san live. In the south, there are many rocky mountains and wildernesses, and many dragons live in that region, along with the one leading them, the Dragon King. It seems that there are many deserts and volcanoes in the west, and the stands the city which Mejido-san rules over. The eastern part is relatively close to the northern area, where there are many grasslands and lakes. This is apparently where Kuro lives, but she doesn't seem to hold possession of any territory. It seems to be an area filled with towns or villages rather than having any big city as its capital. I've been told that the Phantasmal King doesn't have any castle anywhere, and Lilywood-san also doesn't know where she usually lives either. Anyway, it seems that each region has its own characteristics, but to begin with, since the demon realm is so vast, it seems that there are various places in every region with different environments, so what she said is just for reference only. As I listened to Lilywood-san's thorough explanation while looking at the blue skies spreading out above the prairie, the wooden chair that had been moving slowly stops. How unusual. Kaito-san, over there. There's a behemoth. Hey, if it's a behemoth, I've already seen. Whoa, that's large. Hearing Lilywood-san's words, I moved my gaze to where she's pointing at. And there stands a monster with a dark purple body. When she mentioned a behemoth, I thought of Bellbutt. The behemoth over there was so huge that I thought they were about as tall as skyscrapers, and with its red horns. I felt like I was watching a kaiju straight out of a movie. If I had encountered it alone, I would have ran away instantly, but since Lilywood-san is currently in front of me, I can feel as safe as I can be. When the behemoth notices us, it looks at Lilywood-san and after shifting its body, it begins to let out a low growl. How troubling. I was hoping that it would be frightened and run away, but it looks like it's planning to attack us because it thinks it can't escape. Hearing Lilywood-san's words, as she let out a sigh of amazement, I couldn't help but be flustered. Even if Lilywood-san, one of the 6 kings, was here. Because the behemoth's physique is tens of times larger than Lilywood-san, it looks really intimidating. And then, red lightning bolts gushed out from the behemoth's horns and gathered around its mouth. Could that be its flash-like breath? I couldn't help but cower at that thought, but Lilywood-san didn't seem to be shaken at all. After the red light reached a critical point, a flash of light was released and a huge tree root covered my vision. Don't worry, it's easy to clear away that level of sparks. As long as I'm here, I won't let you get hurt, Kaito-san. Easily defending against that flash of lightning emitted from that tremendous giant, Lilywood-san quietly increases the magic power she's clad in. Good grief. I don't like useless fights. I would have to intimidate it a little so that it runs away. Wow. The moment Lilywood-san was about to intimidate the behemoth with the tremendous magic power in her body, the earth greatly shook. An earthquake? For a moment, I thought it was an earthquake, but if so, it was so strange that the earth shook greatly and then stopped, and after a little while, it shook again. It might be impossible, but it was like the earth was shaking due to someone's footsteps. How unusual for him to get out of his home. Lilywood-san, who turned around and said that in surprise, made me look back and made me lost for words. What? That was quite an unbelievable sight. The behemoth I just encountered was far bigger than Megito-san, who was the largest I had seen before coming to the demon realm, and I was already overwhelmed from that being with such size. However, now, even that behemoth seems like a speck of rice compared to that. As I turned my head to look, far over the distance, a mountain was approaching our direction. No, it's not a mountain. Something that's as huge as a mountain is coming towards us. What the heck is that? What the heck is happening? It must still be a considerable distance away from here. And yet, it's huge that I could even see its whole body from here. The fact that it looks that big from this distance means that it's bigger than Mount Fuji. No, it may even be larger than that. What's with that ridiculous size? Is that really a living thing? Don't tell me. Yes, it's as Kaito-san might have guessed, that's the demon realms. No, the world's largest being, the Dragon King Magnoel! That's already like a walking mountain range. A true monster that exceeds 5,000 meters, shaking the earth just by walking. I can't even compare it with other creatures I've ever seen, as it's a gigantic dragon larger than any mountains I've ever seen before. A gigantic dragon taller than the skies had literally appeared. Even from a distance, he looks incredibly large, but when I looked at him close enough, it was already a sight that can be considered as a joke. I mean, are you telling me that the thing I'm looking at now is just his leg? No, it looks like a giant dark brown wall already, and I can't even look up above his feet anymore. Is he one of those so-called earth dragons? Even one of his quadrupedal feet had exceeded through the clouds. Thereupon, the Dragon King came to a stop in front of Lilywood-san and I, along with the shaking earth. If we were close enough, there would apparently be a gale blowing towards every direction by its steps, but Lilywood-san seemed to be defending for that, so I didn't feel anything aside from the earthquakes. The behemoth that had been trying to intimidate Lilywood-san a while ago were also trembling, as if frightened by the Dragon King's tremendous physique. At that moment, the Dragon King slowly brings down his huge face, but like his other body parts, his face alone still has a ridiculous size, as his face alone is about the size of a normal mountain. Even one of its eyeballs is bigger than the behemoth. Its size really far exceeds the realm of common sense. What is it? Is this an ice or rattling out here? He just said it with a carefree tone, but because his size was out of the norm to begin with, just the volume of his voice made the air tremble, as if the heavens were about to descend. And slowly, the Dragon King moved his gaze to the behemoth. Leave, child! Just before he let out that voice, tree roots grew in my vision like the wall, and immediately afterwards, that loudly vibrated. What the heck is with this volume? The wooden walls are shaking like a bomb just exploded. The Dragon King's roar instantly extinguishes the behemoth's fighting spirit, and with a tremendous speed, the behemoth flees far away. After looking at it and moving his face as if to let out a sigh, the Dragon King turns towards us. It's been a while, Lilywood. Yes, it's been a while, Magnoel. It's unusual for you to be out and about outside of the Festival of Heroes. What? I just came here to see the rumored Otherworlder. However, it's really tricky to walk around without stepping on the demon cities. After greeting Lilywood-san with a deep voice that reminds me of someone who lived for a long time, the Dragon King turns his huge eyes towards me. So, you're the Otherworlder I've been hearing of? He's outrageously intimidating. The combination of his voice and the magic power, as well as the visual magnitude, makes my body tremble, as if I'm being crushed. However, even so, it's not as bad as when I first encountered Isis-san. I think it was quite rude to greet him while I'm trembling, so I closed my eyes once, took a deep breath, suppressed the trembling of my body, and looked at the Dragon King straight at his eyes. Nice to meet you, I'm Mama Kaito. It seems that youngsters these days know how to be polite. Good. You introduced yourself, and I will also do so. Magnoel Baskus Lado Kurtzvel. I am called the Dragon King. I'm in your care. I have heard rumors about you from the Phantasmal King, and wondered what kind of youngster you are. And you're even more than I expected. Quite the good expression you have there. Alright, Mama Kaito. I allow you to call me by my name just like the other members of the Six Kings, omitting the honorific titles. Thank you very much. Magnoel-san. He has a dignified way of speaking, a way of speaking that's fit for a king. And that king told me that he's allowing me to call him by his name, just as I call Kuro and the others. I thought it would be rude to call him with Sama by his name here, so I followed what he said and called him Magnoel-san. Thereupon, a huge pterosaur descends near Magnoel-san, flapping its wings. Another huge dragon that was about 100 meters long arrived, but it really does look small in front of Magnoel-san's size. Are you sure you're allowing him to call you that? He spoke. No, Magnoel-san had just talked to, so I guess high-ranking dragons can talk. I can see why the others like this guy. It looks like you don't understand her. Good, Mama Kaito, I'm going to ask you a question. Yes. Just now, you closed your eyes and caught your breath before introducing yourself to me. And why is that? I thought it was rude to greet people while shaking. It's sometimes disrespectful when one shows reverence, especially if it's to someone who's trying to see your true worth. It's only polite to be respectful and speak for yourself. It's easy to put into words, but there aren't many people who can do it in front of me. He has courage, and a good heart. Hearing Magnoel-san's explanation, the pterosaur nodded once as if he was convinced, and then, flapped his wings and disappeared in the skies. Good grief, youngsters these days lack that kind of temperament. All they do before me is tremble and throw out off-handed compliments. Even back in my youth, there are hardly such people too. Magnoel, please cut to the chase. If you keep Kaito-san around too long, it will make Isis angry. What is this? Are both of you heading to Isis? Yes, I'm on my way to visit Isis-san's castle. Visit her castle? To Isis? How unusual. Hearing what I said, Magnoel-san looked a little surprised. However, he quickly regained his expression, and facing towards me, he spoke. Well then, let's talk on the way. Get on, I'll take you there. Phew. I suppose it's certainly easier to see the scenery above your body. Wait. I feel like the situation is turning outrageous, but Lilywood-san doesn't seem to mind either, as she floated me up and above Magnoel-san's head, between where his eyebrows would be if he's human. Thereupon, Magnoel-san slowly raises his face and his gaze switches at once. The view above his head certainly is quite the picturesque scenery. The majestic nature spreading out below me looks as if I was looking down from the top of a mountain, unconsciously making me overwhelmed. I didn't notice it from below, but there was a large number of dragons flying around Magnoel-san, making me see why he was rightly called the King of Dragons. Thereupon, Magnoel-san started walking. His gait looked quite slow, but to begin with his tremendous size, each of his steps is outrageously large, making the scenery quickly pass by. The Demon Realm is a really beautiful place. Is this your first time seeing the Demon Realm? Mama Kaito. Yes, it's amazing. As I unconsciously voiced out my impressions as I looked at the beautiful greenery of this vast prairie, Magnoel-san reacted. That's right, the land around here has changed a lot over the years. About 20,000 years ago, that area used to be. So, he started. Kaito-san. Magnoel's story of the past would take a long time. When Magnoel-san began to speak in a somewhat nostalgic tone, Lilywood-san muttered with a sigh. What is this? I guess he's like those old men who like to tell stories, huh? If that's so, it really might take us a while for him to finish. And so, the beings living in that area have changed. I see, then, the greenery in this area is really influenced by Lilywood-san's presence here. That is so. It is the earth that is. We can finally see it. Whoa. And then, Magnoel-san's stories were really long, and we ended up talking about the past along the way. Nearly an hour into the storytelling, I was starting to feel tired of his story, but right just in time, I saw the land covered in ice out of the corner of my eye. I've never been to those places before, but I feel like it would be like North Pole or South Pole, as the land covered in ice is beautiful, yet it somehow makes me feel lonely. I mean, it really looks like it's cold here. Wouldn't I freeze to death here wearing thin clothes? It's no problem. With my blessing, you can swim graceful even in magma. It also makes me heat resistant. I don't really have any plans on going swimming in magma, for the next eternity that is. But this blessing really is amazing. You can praise me more, you know. Praises make me happy. Well, your blessing is very useful and really helps me out. However, if you could tell me more about the other effects. Let's see, as for my blessing's other effects, there are lots of stuff it could do. I got a response with no new information. Well, whatever. While I was dumbfounded about Shiro-san, who was just as usual, Magnoel-san muttered as if he found something strange. What is this? Is something wrong with that Isis fellow? The magic power of death around her has become really thin. It's the other way around. Isis is in an incredibly good mood right now. She has been like that for hours, feeling happy as she restlessly waited for Kaito-san's arrival. Phew, she really likes him. Yes, that is so. It seems that Isis-san was looking forward for today, and I was somewhat happy and embarrassed at the same time when I heard that. And just when we were near the icy land, Magnoel-san slowly stops. This is as far as I can go. If I take another step forward, the ice on that patch of ground will crack. You're right. Nodding at Magnoel-san's words, Lilywood-san levitates me again and lowers me to the ground, before looking back at Magnoel-san. Thank you very much. Magnoel, thank you very much. I've learned a lot from your stories. Ho, you're quite the diligent one. I see why the other members of the Six Kings like you. You're a pleasant young man. Magnoel-san smiles somewhat happily as I thank him. Alright, youngster, I'll give you an allowance. Then, just like an old man who has just met his grandson, he moved his face and placed in front of me an enormous scale that could easily have been over 5 meters high. It's my scale. You can sell it or make it into armor. You're free to do whatever you want with it. Thank you very much. That's great. Kaito-san, with Magnoel's scale, you could easily build a castle or two if you sold it! He just gave me something extraordinary. Indeed, just hearing that this is called a Dragon King's scale makes it feels like an extraordinary object. I honestly want to politely refuse, but it would be rude not to accept it here, so I thanked him and put it away in the magic box. Mama Kaito, next time you're around south, you should come to my home. I'll be able to tell you many more stories. Why yes. If I have the opportunity, I'd love to come. Farewell, and give my regards to Isis. Happily smiling one more time, Magnoel-san slowly moved his body. And along with the earth rumbling once again, he left. Magnoel-san is humongous, with a kingly majesty, and a wealth of knowledge that shows the long years he lived. How should I say this? Among the 6 kings I've met, in a way he might be the most kingly of them all. After parting ways with Magnoel-san, I stepped into the icy land with Lilywood-san. Even though I knew I had Shiro-san's blessing, I was still a little nervous about plunging into a land of ice and snow, but I was able to step forward without feeling particularly cold. Indeed, if I think about it, with so much ice and snow all over the place, I should have felt the cold before I stepped in here. So Shiro-san's blessing was already having an effect. As I continued on through the icy land, a large castle came into view out of the corner of my eye. It's a beautiful castle that seems to blend in with the landscape. Its color is white and ephemeral like snow, but its exterior is solemn, and gives the impression of a mysterious temple of some kind. So that's the castle where Isis-san lives. It's already in sight, huh? Oops, I guess a certain someone couldn't just wait, huh? Lilywood-san announced in an amazed, but somewhat happy voice. And when I moved my gaze, I saw the gates of the ice castle opened, revealing Isis-san's figure. Isis-san. Kaito. After seeing that it's Isis-san, I waved my hand while calling out in a slightly louder voice, and hearing my call, Isis-san smiled like a blooming flower. I immediately arrive at the gate where she's waiting, get off the floating wooden chair and approach her. Isis-san was dressed in a pale blue gothic dress that was a little different from the usual, and combined with her pearly white hair that shone faintly with the light, she looked so pretty that she looked like a snow fairy. As I thought, Isis-san is very cute. This is no good. I'm getting a little nervous. Kaito. Welcome. I'm glad that you're here. No, it's a pleasure for me to be here too, to visit you, Isis-san. I'll be in your care today. Isis-san seemed really happy as she repeatedly nodded with a murderously cute smile that made me slightly blush. Speaking of which, is it really alright if I borrow one of your rooms? If it's Kaito, you could stay here anytime you want. I'll be happy if you stay here. Thank you very much. Well then, I'll be in your care for 3 days. Yes. This isn't just a one-day trip. I'm going to stay at Isis-san's castle for 2 nights. At first, I thought it would just be a day trip, but after talking to Kuro, I found out that it's quite a distance from the teleportation gate to Isis-san's castle, and she said it wouldn't be a relaxing day trip. When I talked to Isis-san about it, she suggested that I could stay the night. I'm not sure if I'd want to trouble her at first. Or rather, I was quite nervous, thinking about being alone with Isis-san under one roof, so I thought I'd refrain from staying the night at her place, but there are no lodgings around the place where Isis-san lives, let alone any village, and if I didn't stay, I'd just go there, only to immediately go back home. What's the point of going there then? So, in the end, I decided to break off and visit for 3 days and 2 nights. I was supposed to arrive in the demon realm in the afternoon, but since it was already getting close to evening, I think that staying the night was indeed the right choice. And well, since Lilywood-san is also here, so it's not like we're alone. Well then, I've already sent Kaito-san here, so I'd better get going. Lilywood. Thank you. Well then, Kaito-san, I'll be back to pick you up when you return. Wait. Please wait right there. You're going home? Lilywood-san, you're leaving already? I was about to open my mouth to hurriedly stop Lilywood-san, but before I could stop her, Lilywood-san disappeared with teleportation magic. Wait a minute. As expected, this situation is bad. The situation I'm in now was different from the previous time when Isis-san came to Lilia-san's mansion. It certainly was just the 2 of us in the room at that time, but there were lots of people inside the mansion. But there's no one else living in Isis-san's castle except for Isis-san. In that case, it's really the authentic just the 2 of us scenario. I'm starting to get extremely nervous. Kaito. Why yes? Are you okay? I'm okay. It's just that I'm feeling a bit tired from the long trip. The sorrow of a virgin. A very rude fantasy was running through my head, confusing my thoughts, and before I knew it, the nearby Isis-san came over and peeked towards my face. I felt like my heart would pop out. I'm sorry, Isis-san. I was just having weird imaginations. Apologizing in my mind, I entered the castle through the big gate with Isis-san. The interior of the castle was honestly an impressive sight. The beautiful shimmering floor, the shape and all those thingies on the chandeliers, and even the pillars were beautiful like works of art. I've been to Chris-san's castle before, but this place was much wider and more beautiful than that. I guess it's to be expected from the home of one of the 6 kings, huh? It's very spacious, isn't it? But There are still lots of unused rooms. Isis-san looked a little sad as she told me that. Thinking about it, I guess it's no wonder Isis-san was the only one living in this large castle. This is why even though this castle is large and beautiful, it feels empty and lonely. Why did Isis-san build such a large castle? This might be one of her dreams she once had. A dream where, just like the other members of the Six Kings, she would build a large castle, expecting the spectacle of having many of her own subordinates living together in that bustling castle. While looking around at the interior of the large castle, I came up with an idea. I talked to Isis-san, who was walking next to me with a smile on her face. I've never seen a castle like this before. If it's alright, can you show me around later? Kaito. I'll take you on a tour. I told her those words, perhaps sensing the intentions put into them. Isis-san has some tears in her eyes before she happily smiles from the bottom of her heart. As I thought, I think a smile suits her the best. At least, when she's with me, I want her to not feel lonely. That's right, Kaito. You said earlier that you were tired. Yes, a little bit. Then, do you want to take a bath? A bath, is it? Hearing the words that Isis-san suddenly thought and told me, I tilted my head and asked. When you're tired, having a bath is the best. I guess you're right. Then, may I take you up on your offer? I'll show you the bathroom. Yes. When I told her I was tired from the long trip, it seemed that she was worried about it, so she suggested that I take a bath and relax. To be honest, I just answered that in a panic earlier, but I was happy to see her concern, and since it was a good suggestion, I decided to presume upon her kindness. After washing myself thoroughly, I soaked in the bathtub and heavily exhaled. I didn't expect that it would be an open-air bath. I was surprised. The scene in front of me was so shocking that I couldn't help but speak to myself. The huge bathtub, which seems to have enough room for a reception hall to fit inside it, is located in the part of the castle that juts out like a large veranda, and if I move my gaze, I can see the Silver World and watch as snow gently falls. I never thought that after coming to another world, I would take an open-air bath. Well, I asked Isis-san about why an open-air bath, but she just tilted her head, so it wasn't like this was handed down from another world, but simply just a tub built outdoors. Well, not knowing whether it's called an open-air bath or not is just a trivial matter, and for now, I'll just enjoy this luxurious moment while gazing at this spectacular view. The temperature around the bath is definitely below freezing, but I don't feel the freezing wind, but rather, it feels just like a cool breeze caressing my cheeks. This might make me look like a stinking old man, but I'm telling you, this bath is paradise. As I was slowly stretching out in the bathtub while thinking like that, I heard the sound of the door opening. Kaito, is the water not too hot? Wait. Why the heck did I just hear Isis-san's voice just now? Strange, that's weird. I mean, if that's the case, it's like, I see. It must have been just my hallucinations, Well, that's no good. No matter how unpopular I am, if I not only start dreaming delusions, I'm also hearing hallucinations, it's already the end for you. It might just be because I've been unknowingly exhausted for the day. Alright, it's all in my head. It's definitely just in my head. Even if I turn around, there's no one there. There's no one. I'm also going in with you! When I looked back, out of the corner of my eye, is a paradise in a different meaning from the one I experienced just now. What the heck is with this situation? I mean, look, I thought I didn't have that lucky pervert syndrome. At the end of my gaze, Isis-san, with her snow white skin exposed, is approaching, floating in the air, and the sound of my heartbeat is getting loud enough for me to hear. Isis-san isn't wrapped in a towel or anything, and as if she's excusing herself as she approaches my way with a towel in front of her body, and only the important parts of her body are just barely hidden. Is Isis-san? What's the matter? What are you doing here? What do you ask? I'm here to take a bath together with Kaito. Don't tilt your head. The towel will move along. I will end up seeing things, you know. Or rather, how long am I going to look at her like this? Quickly turn your eyes away, dimwit. Desperately telling my body to turn away, I managed to take my gaze off of Isis-san. Then, With my back facing Isis-san, I frustratedly continued speaking. I will be going out. Don't. What? If you don't properly relax in the back, your tiredness won't disappear. That's weird. Just now, I think Isis-san was right behind me with her hands lightly pressing on my shoulders while she's scolding me. I don't feel like she's putting any force in her hand at all. But my body can't even make a twitch. It's hard to imagine based on her looks, but she really is one of the absurdly powerful king. In any case, I can't escape like this. I can only prepare myself, empty my mind and keep a strong grip on my heart. Keep calm. While I'm trying to calm myself off of my agitation, I heard the sound of Isis-san getting into the bathtub. Phew. Can you please stop making erotic voices over there, please? I feel like my mind got burned out just now and something's about to snap, you know? That feels good. That's right. Wow. What should I do? She sits down next to me like it's obvious. Her voice kinda sound erotic, and even though I try not look at her, my eyes were unintentionally. Her skin is really white, and why do her shoulders look tiny? Moreover, she's in a ponytail. Apparently, Isis-san is wearing her hair in a ponytail so that her hair doesn't get soaked in the bathtub, and the nape of her neck, which is usually hidden by her long hair, is visible, and her skin, which is slightly reddish, is beautiful like a work of art. I feel like I was really going to lose my mind if I stayed silent like this, so as I was hoping we would talk about something I can take my attention to, I murmured, Isis-san, aren't you embarrassed? Wait, what the heck am I saying? That's no good. She's completely shaking now. I feel like I've led the situation to an even worse direction because of that attempt to distract myself from the subject. Hearing my words, Isis-san opened her mouth with a slight blush and a slightly downcast look. Being seen by other people isn't something I like, but if it's Kaito, I'm fine with it! She's here to cause murder. She's completely here to obliterate my reason. She's too cute, and that cuteness is too close to me. I think it's inevitable that I will end up seeing some bits. No, stop messing around. No matter how much the other party likes me, thinking of taking a good look at her when I haven't even responded to her feelings is just the worst. Calm down, it's alright. Stop lowering your gaze. Don't move my body carelessly. Don't make any weird delusions. Good, it will be alright. Kaito. Wow. Is Isis-san? Why your hand? However, as if to mock the determination I held onto, taking my hand from under the bathtub, Isis-san gently held my hand. The heavenly softness held between her two arms, and the slightly hard part slightly protruding out of them. Isn't that? I'm really glad that Kaito came today. The words that Isis-san is speaking aren't entering my mind at all. My reasoning is on the verge of collapsing, and all my nerves are focused on the flowery scent wafting from Isis-san and her soft cheeks on my shoulder. I feel like blood is rushing to my head, and the hand that isn't held by Isis-san begins to unconsciously move. I thought you wouldn't come. Her lonely voice that told me that stopped my hand that was about to move. I believed that Kaito wasn't that kind of person. But still, I was worried. Isis-san. That's why, when you really came, makes me feel glad. When Kaito is here, it feels warm. Isis-san, looking happy as she leans her body to me, feeling the anxiety of the loneliness she held in her heart, I pinch my own thighs as hard as I can with the hand that isn't held by Isis-san. The emotions Isis-san held are so pure and beautiful. Just wanting to be in touch with others, wishing to feel their warmth. Her eroticism isn't calculated like Chris-san does, and she's just coming up to me, genuinely wanting to be near me. That must be why my heart is beating so fast. And that's why it's not good to insincerely tarnish such pure feelings. I don't want to do something that betrays Isis-san's feelings. So, for the time being, I must desperately hold out, persevere, me. Why are we in this kind of situation? I'm going to wash your back and help you clean. Why yes. How the heck did this happen? I don't know how far God has to go to test me until they're satisfied. But I can't help but think they're seriously trying to kill off my reason. It's not like I'm doing anything of that sort though. You're distracting me here, so shut up there, Airhead Goddess. I fired back at the Airhead Goddess, who responded to my inner thoughts as if it was obvious, but just at that moment, I felt something like a sponge touch my back. I'm not sure if sponges exist in this world, but there seems to be something similar in this world, which is used to wash the body when you bathe. What was it called again? Kusunoki-san, Hina-chan and I just usually call them sponges, so I've forgotten what it's really called. Anyway, Isis-san carefully rubs my back with a sponge. Her hands are gentle, and Isis-san's long hair would sometimes slightly touch my skin, and my heart would beat really fast every time it happens. Thanks to my thoughts being slightly directed to other things, I was able to become calmer than before. Sorry, I dropped it. The sponge flopped off her hand and rolled in front of me, and just as Isis-san reached out from behind me to pick it up, those stuck behind my back. The feeling of our skins touching each other. Her slightly lower body temperature feels warm against my warmer body, but it also feels like my body is getting hotter and hotter. Moreover, Isis-san seemed to have a bit of a hard time picking up the sponge, as she moved her body several times, making her breasts, which was touching my back, move up and down. Is this heaven or is this hell? I'm already on the verge of overheating here. Should I also wash the front? It's alright. The front is bad, really bad. I'm hiding it well with my towel right now, but I'm still a healthy young man. When in close contact with an incredibly beautiful girl like Isis-san, no matter how hard I try to hold my reasoning together, a certain part of my body will still naturally react. When I shook my head with all my might in response to her words, Isis-san just slightly tilted her head, but she then proceeded to wash my back with warm water. Alright, I somehow managed to get through. I did my best. I worked super hard. Then, let's swap. Washing. It's now Kaito's turn. Come to think of it, I think she said she would wash me first. No way, I'm going to wash Isis-san's back, even though that part's standing angry. However, if I said no here, she would look terribly sad. And I can't decline. Not noticing my surprise, Isis-san changes her sitting position to swap places with me as if it's natural. Or rather, Isis-san, could you please hide your front? I could see something small and pink over there, you know. Kaito, don't turn over here. I'm going to wash you already. Hold on there, my reasoning. You mustn't let my body start getting nosebleed. Her skin is soft, smooth and ridiculously beautiful. This really is one heck of an ordeal. Clear all these obstructive thoughts. Wash away all these obstructive thoughts. Like I said, could you stop with those erotic voices? This is seriously dangerous, you know. I worked really hard. I worked so hard that I don't think I've ever worked this hard ever before in my life. As I managed to overcome the biggest challenge that came into my life. It feels like I can still distinctly feel it in my hand. Can I sleep tonight? Kaito. Have some tea. Thank you very much. After the bath, I heard from Isis-san that she had prepared dinner for me, so I'm now sitting in a dining room that's just as large as the other rooms, sitting side by side with Isis-san. Or rather, you had such a big table. But you're sitting next to me. We aren't even using a tenth of the table, but well, I guess it's really like Isis-san. All of the food that Isis-san prepared for me looks simple and delicious, but it doesn't look like she put it in her magic box. Wouldn't it get cold here? As if to answer my question, a small magic circle floats on Isis-san's hand, and steam suddenly rises from the soup. Steam suddenly started appearing. I have casted state preservation magic on it. I see. I'm just pseudo-using state preservation magic by placing it in my magic box, but it seems that at Isis-san's level, she can easily use it to that degree. And then, just as I moved my eyes to the food, Isis-san crossed her hands in front of her hips, fidgeting as she nervously spoke. I hope I made them right. Did Isis-san make these? I don't usually eat. And so that Kaito could eat some. I practiced cooking. Isis-san. It seems that for Isis-san and some of the high-ranking demons, eating and sleeping isn't a necessity, but a hobby. It seems that Isis-san usually only eats tea cakes along with her tea, so it seems that she practiced cooking for me. How should I say this? I'm very happy and embarrassed at the same time, as after thanking Isis-san again for the food, I reached out for the food. Thank you for the food. The food that Isis-san made for me was, how should I say this? Makes me feel like it's poorly prepared. It wasn't refined at all, as if it's made by someone lacking experience. That's why I could feel that Isis-san had frantically practiced it with trial and error. Is that why? The taste isn't really something that you can compliment, but this dish is impossibly delicious, and most importantly, it warms my heart. It tastes really great. Really? But I never cooked before. Look, it's the same as what Isis-san told me before. Because Isis-san made it for me, and because Isis-san is here with me, it tastes much better than usual. Kai. 2. This dish is really delicious. It's like it was a dish filled with the sincerity Isis-san had in her heart, and I can't help but be moved from the bottom of my heart. When I conveyed that thought to her, Isis-san's eyes teared up like she was overcome with emotions. Her very cute appearance makes my heart unconsciously beat faster, and I hurriedly ate my meal in order to cover it up. Kaito. Wait. Yeah? For some reason, Isis-san told me to stop eating in the middle of my meal, and as I tilted my head in response, she takes the fork I put down, pierces a piece of salad and holds it out to me. Here. Wait. Isis-san, what are you doing all of a sudden? When eating. You'd be happy if I did this, is what she said. Says who? Shiltia. Oi, you Bastrode, Phantasmal King. Come out here for a second. What the heck is that Bastrode doing? Not only are you scurrying around the shadows, you're even planting weird information everywhere. No. Putting her aside, I need to do something about my situation now. Isis-san is an honest person, so she completely believes the information the Phantasmal King said about me being happy with it, and she's doing this with 100% good intentions. Well, of course, it isn't like I dislike being on the receiving end of such treatment, but it makes me absurdly embarrassed. It would be easy to refuse here, but I'm sure that it would make Isis-san look sad. I don't want to make Isis-san sad. That's right. All I have to do is put up with a little embarrassment, right? Alright. Thank you for the food. Kaito 2. I want. Yes. Is it tasty? It's tasty. That's great. I know I'm repeating myself, but how could this happen? What I know for now is that I won't forgive that Phantasmal King. I will surely throw out my complaints to her the next time I see her. Also, one more thing. There's a lot of food placed on the table, but you're not telling me that I would have to eat all of this, right? Thank you for the meal. There's also some dessert. Yes. Thank you. I ate up the food, which was much more than I had imagined, with the sole intention of making Isis-san happy, and after finally exhaling out now that it was over, but it seems that there's still dessert. I feel like my stomach's going to explode. However, I will do my best for Isis-san's sake. If I don't eat it here, I'm not a man. With the usual happy smile on her face, Isis-san took out an apple pie. Or rather, a ripple pie. A ripple pie? Kaito mentioned that he likes it, so thank you. I certainly like apple pies. Apple pie was one of Mom's specialties. Well, my mom wasn't a very good cook, and hamburger steaks and apple pies may be the only things she could properly make. Anyway, I can say that apple pie reminds me of Mom and is my favorite food. I'm not really aware of it, but could it be that I'm actually a mothercon? Here. It seems that she would also do that with the dessert too, and I was about to eat the ripple pie held out to my mouth, but then, I suddenly realized that the situation we are in now was clearly different than it was earlier. Earlier, she had held out food to me with a fork or a spoon, but now, Isis-san is holding out a piece of ripple pie held with her hand. See, calm down. It's alright. If I calculate the eating position properly and adjust the size of my mouth's opening. With nervousness even greater than before, I ate the ripple pie. The sweet and soft triple fruit is matched with the crispy pie crust, and the gentle flavors spread with a pleasant crunch every time I bite into it in my mouth. I couldn't help but feel like crying. The ripple pie that Isis-san, who isn't used to cooking, made for me tasted just like my mom's apple pie, who wasn't a good cook. It was a delicious taste that made my heart feel warm and fuzzy. As I was being moved by the nostalgic taste, Isis-san suddenly seemed to notice something, as she reached her hand towards me. Something's on your cheek. Wow. Nom. Isis-san took a piece of pie crust stuck on my lips with her finger and brought it to her mouth like it's something quite natural to her. This action immediately blew away all my previous thoughts, and I feel my face grow tremendously hot. However, Isis-san didn't seem to be particularly bothered at all, as she held out another piece of ripple pie to my mouth again. Gah, wait, the heck, isn't this bad? I mean, just now, Isis-san caught that pie crust that was on my lips with her finger, and put her finger inside her mouth once. And now, she's holding that ripple pie with her hand and trying to feed it to me. And this time, it had become smaller because I took a bite out of it earlier, and its size was just enough that it would be unnatural if I don't eat it in one bite. Isn't that, an indirect kiss? Isis-san. As expected, I'd just, no. I'm just kidding. Thank you for the food. I was about to say that I'd eat it myself, but immediately dropped it before a sad expression appeared on Isis-san's face. This is impossible. I can't say I'll eat it myself if you give me a look like that. Realizing that I couldn't escape, I opened my mouth to eat the piece of ripple pie. As Isis-san's soft fingers entered my mouth, although it was only for a moment, I felt as if my face was going to boil over from the faintest hint of body heat from her fingers. However, that's not the end of it. After all, there are still 7 slices of ripple pie left. Seeing Isis-san with a cute smile on her face and a new slice in her hand, I just got ready to receive the shame that was about to come. After coming to visit Isis-san's home, trials quickly began to swoop upon me, and even though I'm already embarrassed from all these happiness, I feel like my mind's exhausted. And as I'm exhausted like that, Isis-san began to worry and suggested that I should go to bed a little early. It's true that I'm mentally unable to keep up, but it's mainly because my heart is beating too much around Isis-san, and unless I don't settle down at least once, I might not be able to talk to her for a while. Deciding to take Isis-san's suggestion, I move towards the room that Isis-san is going to lend me. The room that Isis-san has prepared for me is, to be honest, absurdly large. In the center of the room, which is so large that you'd think that this was actually the reception room, there's a bed decorated with glittering splendor, and apparently, she went out of her way to buy it for me. I felt bad about having such a luxurious bed prepared for me, so when I asked Isis-san if it had costed her quite a bit of money. If you need anything else, I'll go buy it. No, I'm fine. As Isis-san took out a mountain of white gold coins with a calm smile on her face, I immediately shook my head. What the heck is with that ridiculous amount of money? Isis-san, you're actually absurdly rich? No, she would certainly be one since she built a castle like this, and I heard that very rare gems can be extracted from this area, so maybe that's how she got all her money. Anyway, I had to sleep in that luxurious bed, and after thanking Isis-san, I laid down on the soft futon, and it seems that I was so tired that I didn't even notice it. As if I'm sucked into a sinkhole, I feel my consciousness immediately sink into slumber. Wondering how long I've been asleep, I slowly open my eyes, feeling some comforting warmth embracing my body. Trying to slowly get up in the dimly lit room with the faint light of the illumination magic tool, I stiffened as I felt something grab my clothes. Is it just my imagination? It's just that I have a very bad feeling. There's no way that's the case, right? Feeling my heart thumping loudly, I slowly threw off the blanket that was covering me. There was Isis-san, sleeping with her small hands gripping on the chest part of my nightwear, snuggled up to me. I don't know when she snuck into my futon, but Isis-san was sleeping peacefully, her face buried in my chest, her breath tickling my skin, and I felt my body temperature rise all at once. Moreover, that's not all. Isis-san was wearing a baby doll. The thin, blue baby doll matches Isis-san's delicate and lovely atmosphere, as if she's a cute fairy, but most of all, the fabric of such clothing was thin and a little transparent. Gulp. I could hear the sound of my gulp loudly ringing in my ears at the sight of her figure, which is so sensational and defenseless. Her sleeping face is so defenseless and cute that even people who dislike her because of her magic power would say that her sleeping face is so cute. And when it's not someone you dislike, but rather an incredibly beautiful girl who's usually so lovely while harboring feelings closer to liking, the destructive power dealt is quite unimaginable. It's no exaggeration to say that the one in front of me right now is an angel, but before her, My head is so hot that I can't think calmly at all. Even so, I'm desperately trying to keep my reasoning in check, but a voice leaks out of the mouth of Isis-san, who is sleeping as if she were chasing after me. Kaito, tilde. Her sweet, bewitching voice shook my mind, as if someone just slammed my head with a baseball bat. A little touch should be fine, right? Just as my hand was about to reach out along with those thoughts, I quickly slapped it with my other hand as hard as I could. Wait. What the FCK are you thinking, you big stupid idiot? To touch a sleeping woman without permission, no matter how much she likes me, is the worst thing for a man. No, a human being can do. Cool off your head. I desperately held on to my reasoning that was about to disappear and retracted my hand. To be honest, Isis-san's appearance right now really makes anyone salivate, but I can't betray Isis-san, who also trusts me. Anyway, how long am I going to look at her? Just forget that she snuck here and put covers back on her body. In the midst of my confused thoughts, I managed to pull the covers up again. Just at that moment, I saw something faintly glitter on Isis-san's face. I don't want to be alone. I don't know what she's dreaming about. However, for this person, the fear of loneliness really is something that has been following her since long ago. When I saw the tear on Isis-san's face, I felt my previously vague emotions take shape inside me. I don't want Isis-san to be sad. I want her to always have a smile on her face. Isis-san has power that is close to the top of this world, but she is neither invincible nor unhurtable. That's why I want to protect her heart. I wanted to protect her from the feeling of loneliness that still takes root in her heart. I felt that strongly in my mind. Slowly, I put my hand close to Isis-san's face and carefully wiped her tears away. Thereupon, Isis-san seems to have reacted to my action and slowly opens her red ruby eyes. Kaito? Sorry. Did I wake you up? It's okay. Good morning, Kaito. Good morning. Seeing the smile on Isis-san's lips as if she's relieved to see my face, I smile back at her. Isis-san, now that you're awake, should we do something? I heard there are lots of books here, and I'd like to see them. There's also that place where you can mine gems, right? If it's alright, can you take me there? Kaito. We still have at least 2 days left. Since we're together, let's go have lots of fun. Let's go do lots of things together. Let's go see lots of things together. What do you think? I don't know if she sensed the thoughts held in my words, but Isis-san looked at me with tears in her eyes. It's clearly different from the tears she was shedding as she slept a moment ago, as those tears fall down even as she looks happy. And as if she's a pulled bow, she leapt up the soft futon and onto my body. Isis-san, Kaito, I love you! Exclamation mark. Those words had been said many times before, but I feel like this time was different. Her voice, her thoughts, they powerfully shook the depths of my heart. Even more than when we first met. Much more. I love you. Much more. Isis-san. More than anyone else. And more than anything else in the world. I love you, Kaito. Those words that she said greatly shook my heart. If she have already said that much, no matter how stupid I am, I will be aware of it. I see, I'm starting to fall in love with Isis-san. Gentle and strong, and yet, somehow fragile and lovely. It's impossible for me to not be happy. But at the same time, it makes me very sad. If it's about Isis-san, I don't need to be asked if I like her or not, for I like her. But even so, the one that exists the most in my heart is Kuro. That's why I have to tell her that. If I remain ambiguous, it would be rude to Isis-san. Isis-san, I know, that you like Kuro Muina the most. Am I right? How? I know. If it's about my beloved Kaito, I know it. Seeing Isis-san's face smiling as she said that, I felt a throbbing pain in the depths of my heart. I love Kaito, who also loves Kuro Muina. That's why! Exclamation mark. It's painful. It's impossibly painful. However, it's something I had to say at some point. As long as it's not convenient to say that I like both Kuro and Isis-san. It's something I'll have to go through at some point. That's why, no matter what number I am, I would be fine with it. Wait a minute, The words she's saying are totally different from what I'm expecting though. Could you wait a minute there? Even if it's just 10 seconds, please let me think here. In response to Isis-san's confession, I tried telling her how I felt, but she seemed to have seen through it and affirmed my feelings. And then, afterwards, she declares that she's fine no matter what number she is. It's as if she's making no sense. No, but, that would be unfaithful. Yeah, that's really strange. For some reason, Isis-san's reaction isn't like she can't give up on her feelings or anything like that. It's like she's really wondering why. What the heck's going on? Could it be we're talking about different premises here? Isis-san, can I ask you one question? A man would normally only marry one woman, right? Why, you ask? Isn't that normal? There are some differences between men, but a man would usually marry around 4 or 5 women though. There are some people who marry only one person, but they're very rare. Men usually marry 4 or 5 women here. The heck is that? Is that the so-called polygamy? Isn't that something only nobles do? Social status doesn't matter. Everyone's like that. There are even some who married as many as 20 people. Seriously? I see. That's why she looked so strange, and that's why she just affirmed it when she knew I liked Kuro. After a few moments of silence at the surprising words Isis-san said, I slowly opened my mouth to confirm what she said. In other words, this world practices polygamy. Polygamy? You say? What's that? I see. The word polygamy itself doesn't exist in this world. When I understood that from Isis-san's reaction when she tilted her head, I first explained to her about polygamy. In other words, it's one man having multiple wives. Then, this part of our world is different from Kaito's world. After nodding her head as if she somewhat understood my explanation, she tilted her head again. Anyway, I know it's already late to say this, but your face is too close, you know? She still has my body held in her arms, so my body's beating faster because our faces are so close with each other. However, Isis-san's gaze looks like the embodiment of seriousness, so I didn't feel it's good to divert the topic for a strange reason. So, I decided to let reason do its job again and continue our conversation. Yes, in my world, there may be some exceptions to this that I just don't know about, but it's basically one husband and one wife. Is that so? Why? No, even if you ask me why. If you ask us why we're monogamous, I can only say that it should be common sense. Though I can't really say that. However, that may also be true on Isis-san's side. It's like, just as the world is different, so does the common sense. Anyway, it seems that polygamy is the norm in this world, and there's nothing strange about a man having a relationship with multiple women. Why is it like that? At the same time that such a question came to my mind, the words I heard before came to my mind. Mejdo, I heard that in the other world, the numbers of the boys and the girls are almost the same, you know? That's right. Kuro has indeed said that. At that time, I didn't really know the situation, so I didn't mind it. But then, I thought about it again. The way she phrased it, it was as if she was saying that it was different in this world. So that means, Isis-san, can I ask you one question? Could it be that in this world, there are more women than men? Yes, if I think about it like that, lots of things would make sense. Most of the people I met when I came to this world were women, and it seemed quite normal for them to have a woman as the head of the family or even as the emperor. And when I think back on it, I think the people I saw on the street were more often women. Compared to men, there are so much more women as I thought. For example, all the gods are women. Not a single one of them is a man. Is that so? All the gods are women. However, they can't have children. A shocking fact just slammed right into me. It seems that all the gods are women. The only ones I've met are Shiro-san, Kronos-san and Fate-san, but all of them certainly are women. And as for not being able to have children, I remember Fate-san saying something like that. Among the humans, there are both men and women, but there are more women. I see. Is that also the same case for the demons? As for the demons, it's a bit complicated. There are some like Mejdo, who don't have the concept of gender, or Kuramuina, and Shiltia, who can change their gender at will. Come to think of it, I remember hearing something like that. I know, of course, that Kuro can change her gender at will, because she already said that to me before. But this is the first time I've heard that Meijdo-san doesn't have a gender and that the Phantasmal King can change her gender at will. However, Meijdo's case is a little unusual. Those who don't have gender were most often demons that have indeterminate form. That's why I think Meijdo's case, a demon beast having no gender, is unusual. Hey, I used to think that Meijdo-san was a man, but it seems that the concept of gender doesn't exist for him. Them. By the way, Lilywood and I are female, and Magnoel is male. I see. That makes lots of sense. Thank you. No. If you have things you want to know, just ask. Based on what Isis-san said, there really are more women than men in this world. Moreover, the ration of men to women may be really quite tilted. And that's why polygamy has become a common practice in this world. Now then, I may have heard that polygamy is practiced here in this world. That doesn't mean I would immediately go to catch them all. Well, in the first place, there's no way that the virgin me would go in a situation where I would date lots of people. Anyway, I may not be able to adjust to the ways of this world anytime soon. But there's some part of me that's kind of relieved. I like Kuro. But now, I'm beginning to be attracted to Isis-san as well. While my indecisiveness makes me look quite shameful, I'm relieved that I didn't have to reject Isis-san's feelings by making a choice between them. But well, in the first place, if I were to confess my love to Kuro, I don't know if she would accept it. However, what the heck am I supposed to do now? Isis-san just told me that she didn't care what number she was and that I also like someone else. I'm really happy after receiving her feelings. However, I haven't been able to organize my mind enough to accept her feelings right here and now. Isis-san. Can I say something very selfish? While staring at Isis-san with a serious expression on my face, I gradually spoke out my thoughts, that I haven't even sorted out my own thoughts yet. As I said before, the world I grew up in was a world where I could only date one partner. So, even if I heard that this world is monogamous, I can't immediately change my mind and go along with it. Hearing my words, Isis-san looks a bit sad as she lowers her head. However, that expression drastically changed when she heard the words I said next. So, can you please wait for me? When I'm ready, these thoughts I have in my heart, I'll tell Kuro about it. After that, I'll think it over. Think? Yes, to thoroughly think about my own feelings. When I'm ready to accept Isis-san's feelings, at that time, I'll be the one confessing to Isis-san! I don't want to be troubled by my own indecisiveness, so these scales that are moving in my heart, I will stop it. These emotions I have in my heart right now, these feelings of love I have for Kuro, I will tell her, and after that, these budding feelings that I have for Isis-san, I won't run away and accept it. And having that resolve is equivalent to choosing not to return to my world, but to remain here instead. That's why I can't decide right now. I love this world. But my uncle, my aunt, the people who raised me live in my original world. Cutting them off isn't something I can do. It may take some time. However, could you please wait for me? I think I'm being really selfish when I say this. Isis-san is thinking about me strongly, but I'm asking her to let me withhold my answer. Isis-san became silent for a while after she heard my words, but then, she smiled with large drop of tears streaming down her eyes. I will wait. No matter how long it takes. My feelings for Kaito will not fade. I really, really love you. Even after Kaito gives me your answer, I will love Kaito more and more. Isis-san. I love Kaito so. Take as long as you like. No matter how long. You need to think. It's fine with me. Thank you. Overcome with emotion at the sight of her two straightforward and pure emotions, I tightly hugged Isis-san. I'm a really lucky fellow. I'm so fortunate to have the love of such a wonderful person in my life, making me feel like I've used all the luck I had in my life just to meet her. I didn't think about it when I first came to this world, but when such an idea popped in my mind, the thoughts of staying in this world began to emerge. Those thoughts may be painful, but it's also a happy one. I've met enough people that I don't want to leave and want to be together with, people that makes me really feel that I'm really filled with happiness. It was the second day since I came to visit Isis-san's castle. Right now, in front of me was a huge room filled with books from the floor to its ceiling. That's an amazing amount. The next room is just about the same as this room. I knew that Isis-san loves books and she has a large number of them, but seeing them in person was truly breathtaking. I was simply overwhelmed by the number of books in her collection, that wouldn't even make her collection second to none, compared to any large libraries. And while I looked at them stunned, Isis-san approached me with some books in her arms. Kaito, these books are for you. Is it alright? I also want Kaito to read them. Thank you very much. Or rather, Isis-san, isn't this around 50 books? You're lifting it quite easily, but I probably wouldn't even be able to hold it if you hand it to me. Receiving the books a few batches after another, I put them away in my magic box and thanked Isis-san again. Even so, there's really an amazing amount of books here, isn't it? Have you read all these books, Isis-san? I remember all of them. You even remember what you read? She remembers the contents of the millions of books in here. That's quite outrageous, huh? Thinking about it once again, Isis-san really is an absurdly high-spec person. I had always been reading books after all. When you're alone, huh? So, after Kaito came, I'm really happy. The amount of time it took her to remember all the contents of this ridiculous amount of books. These piles of millions of books was the testament to the amount of time that Isis-san had spent in solitude. Perhaps remembering those times, she looked a little sad, so I spoke to her with a bright smile on my face. That's right, Isis-san. Can you tell me about the Demon Realm? I actually bought a guidebook for the Demon Realm before I came here. However, I don't really understand what it means if I just read it alone. Can we read it together? Kaito. Hearing my words, Isis-san nodded with a very happy expression on her face. The guidebook I bought from Alice. I actually haven't looked at it yet. I originally wanted to look through it while traveling with Lilywood-san, but I haven't seen it yet because I didn't have time for that due to my encounter with Magnoel-san. Since we have the chance, if I read this with Isis-san, who knows a lot about the Demon Realm, she'll be able to teach me lots of things and that will be a great help for me, is what I thought when I suggested that. But, this book is very detailed. It must have been written by someone who knows a lot about the Demon Realm, huh? That's right. When Isis-san spoke just now, I could feel her breath faintly touching my cheeks, making my spine unconsciously straighten up, and after that, I could feel something soft behind my back. The book is open. Isis-san is leaning behind my back, looking into the book from over my shoulder. The closeness of our bodies makes me flustered. Why the heck didn't I expect something like this would happen? Haven't I learned anything from the events that happened yesterday? Calm down. For the time being, let's go see the contents of this book. Let's just focus on that and, yeah, where was I reading again? Let's see. There's a good scone shop near the forest where Lilywood-san lives, so you might want to bring some back as Alice-chan's souvenirs. There's a shop that specializes in wyvern meat, and since it can be bought as takeouts, she want to eat it. Isn't this just a guidebook of what Alice wants to eat? What the heck is with this person and her face as thick as wall, that Buster Rhodes demanding for souvenirs in the guidebook you wrote? It's an interesting book. I'm sorry, it was written by an idiot. However, this book really is amazing. Is that so? I've never seen before a book as detailed as this. Apparently, the guidebook to the Demon Realm written by Alice is quite detailed, even from the perspective of Isis-san, who has read a large number of books. I wonder if Alice has been to the Demon Realm? Come to think of it, I think she was also quite familiar with the high-ranking demons. Could it be that although she said she was a human, she was actually a demon? Thinking about her, Alice is a pretty mysterious person. She's ridiculously high-spec, and even though she's astonishingly stupid, she sometimes looks sharp and knows about strange information. I'll just have to ask her about it next time I visit with a souvenir. Kaito. I'm sorry, we're now around here, right? If you go a little bit towards the east, you would be in the swampy area. A swampy area, huh? In that place is a rare herb called rainleaf. I've gone there before. to pick some. As she lives in this area, Isis-san pointed at the book, explaining in detail. You have gone to harvest the before? Is that herb used for anything? No, it's just a herb with an unusual pattern. When I heard Isis-san say that she once went to pick up rain leaves, I wondered if that herb was so great that Isis-san, one of the 6 kings, would even come to harvest it, but it seems that isn't the case. Seeing me tilting my head, Isis-san had a slightly embarrassed expression on her face. Is that for that hobby you mentioned before? Isis-san has a hobby of collecting items that appear in the books that she liked, and that rain leaf is apparently for that hobby of hers. I've thought of this before. It's a wonderful hobby. Why you think so? Yes. If Isis-san is fine with it, would you take me with you the next time you go? Let's go together. Isis-san has even given me these books, so I think it would be a good to go out with her after I finished reading them. I'm sure it would be fun if I went there with Isis-san, and I'd like to see more of the different views of this world. While thinking about this, I continued to look at the Demon Realm guidebook and was being taught by Isis-san. But suddenly, Isis-san reached out her hands in front of me and softly embraced me. Isis-san. Kaito really is kind. The soft stuff pressing against my back, and her warm breath tickling my cheek. Just for a moment. Can I stay like this? Yes. It was quite a mysterious feeling. My heart should have been beating really fast and I'm feeling restless just a few minutes ago, but now, I'm feeling very calm. No, my heart is still beating really fast, but exceeding that, the warmth of Isis-san's body was comforting and gave me a peace of mind. I was quite nervous on the first day, but now that I've given my mind a break, I feel a little more relaxed. At the very least, the time I spent with Isis-san, I enjoyed it from the bottom of my heart. It's the 3rd day since I came to visit Isis-san's castle. Time sure flies, as I'll be already leaving in a few hours. I think the reason I feel sad about that is because I really enjoyed spending time with Isis-san. We read lots of books together and shared our thoughts. We went to the jewel mines together and acquired many jewels, including the one for Lilia-san. On the 2nd day, Isis-san came over while I was bathing again. In the end, we bathed together again, making my reasoning on the verge of collapsing once again. Truly, in these 2 days, I'm together with Isis-san the whole time. It's not like I don't like it though, and in fact, those times were really calming and filled me with happiness. Currently, Isis-san and I are standing side by side in the highest room of the castle, looking at the scenery, as if we're making use of the time we have left together until Lilywood-san comes to pick me up. Without rejecting Isis-san, who's holding my hand and gently leaning her body close to me, I gently squeeze her hand back. Kaito, I will come visit again, as often as I can. This place has been remembered by my teleportation magic after all. With Isis-san's permission, I've memorized the entrance of the castle as a teleportation point with my magic tool. From now on, I won't need to ask Lilywood-san to guide me, and I can just come and visit easily. Isis-san was really happy about that, repeatedly nodding with a cute smile on her face. Will you read together with me again? Of course. Will you eat together with me again? Isn't that obvious? Will you take a bath together with me again? You are. Oh, of course. Only at her final question, I couldn't give an immediate answer. Well, I'm obviously still a healthy young man. I would be rejoicing if a beautiful girl is taking a bath together with me, but in Isis-san's case though, she is truly pure and defenseless, and I can't think of any wicked thoughts for her. That's why I feel like my mind and reason is being slowly chipped off, making me feel burned out. Even the silence that comes within our time is comfortable, while the warmth of Isis-san's body gently soothes my heart. Even as I feel like passing through time like this forever, time still flows and the time for me to return is getting closer and closer. Right around that time, Isis-san and I sensed that Lilywood-san appeared at the entrance of the castle, and just as we started walking towards her filled with reluctance to part ways, Isis-san pulled my hand. Kaito. HNNN. Wow. Isis-san's body gently stepped forward and immediately afterwards, a soft, slightly damp feeling touched my cheek. When I finally understood that it was Isis-san's lips, I felt my face heating up that it almost felt like I'm boiling. I've grown to love Kaito much more than before Kaito came. Isis-san. I'll always be waiting. Kaito, I love you. Isis-san's smile as she told me that was many times more beautiful than the fleeting snows falling around us, drawing my eyes away from other things. Meeting eyes with each other as Isis-san smiled, within the sweet and warm atmosphere, a confused voice rang out. Should I come back later? You are Lilywood-san? When I turned around, there was Lilywood-san who looked very awkward, and I hurriedly explained myself. Thank you for sending me off. No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. This is the first time I've seen Isis looking so happy. It's all thanks to Kaito-san. While we bought some souvenirs and other items along the way, Lilywood-san dropped me off at the gate, and we exchanged our thanks. My first visit to the demon realm was full of surprises and happiness, but more importantly, I really enjoyed the time I spent with Isis-san and wanted to come back to visit. Smiling at Lilywood-san who repeatedly thanked me, I slowly approached the gate and returned to the human realm. In an instant, the landscape around me changed. But in that instant, I immediately noticed something out of place. There were supposed to be so many people here when I came here before, but now, there wasn't a single person around the big gate. Not even seeing the person who guides others through the gate, this space was filled with silence, as if it had been cut off from the rest of the world. This isn't possible. This gate is located inside Symphonia's royal capital, you know? And yet, even though it was past noon, there wasn't a soul in sight, and not even the slightest noise can be heard. As I braced myself before that uncanny scene, the sound of drum applause resounded. How terrific! Mama Kaito. Phantasmal King. With her high-pitched voice, the scene in front of me distorted, and the Phantasmal King appears, dressed in a robe riddled with chains. I never thought that Magnoel would like you so easily. Good gracious, I can no longer find any more words to praise you. Don't stare at me that hard. You're making my heart skip a beat. What do you really want? She's still the same uncanny fellow as always, even knowing my encounter with Magnoel-san in the demon realm like it's obvious. Seriously, she's the only person I don't know the reason why she's approaching me for. Last time we met, she's saying that she wanted to ascertain something, but does that mean that it was also a part of the trial that this fellow is talking about? Mama Kaito, do you think there's power dwelling within a person's heart? What? With the heart? Within that fragile body of yours, I want to find out if you can be the unique one who can stand in the same field as the Six Kings. While announcing this, the Phantasmal King slowly moves her feet and heads towards the huge gate. Then, after she moved right before the gate, she began walking up the pillar as if to say gravity doesn't exist. Yes, that's what I'm here for. Wasn't it? What? It's not that big of a deal. All I want for you to do is take down Kuramuina. Wow! As she vertically walked along the pillar, sounding somewhat amused, the Phantom King declared with her uncanny voice. She wants me to take down Kuro. No, my bad. I suppose that's a bad way to say it. It's not like I want you to hurt Kuramuina or anything like that. Let's see. The most appropriate way to say it should be, yeah. Let's go with that. I want you to save Kuramuina. Save Kuro? I seriously don't know what this person's talking about. She's telling me to save Kuro, but what exactly does she mean by that? I can understand your doubt, but I'm sorry, I can't tell you everything right now. However, this is the only thing I can say to you. I believe that you are the only person in this world right now who has a chance of dispelling Kuramuina's darkness. Dispelling Kuro's darkness? However, there's still some hesitations within me. I can certainly say that you're a talent more outstanding than I ever imagined. However, it's still not enough to match against Kuramuina. It doesn't feel like the Phantasmal King is speaking ill of me. My sympathy magic can't read her emotions well, but I understood that she's speaking her true feelings. The Phantasmal King then stops around the middle of the gate. She slowly turns toward me before she continues speaking. That's why. Show me that the wings you've gained aren't vanity-painted falsehoods, but the real ones that won't burn when you get close to the sun. So, you still want me to go through more trials, is what you're saying? Yes, that is so. However, you have already gone through 3 trials. You only have to pass 2 more. I have high hopes for you. Overcome all my trials and stand before me. After I overcome all these trials, I'm going to hit you in the head once." In her high-pitched voice, the Phantasmal King announced that there are still 2 more trials. The first trial is that attack. The second is Megiddo-san's invasion. And the third one is the encounter with Magnoel-san. If this is the case, the Phantasmal King will probably appear once in front of me when I finish a trial. Considering what has happened so far, I've decided that those trials are something I can hardly escape from, so I just said those few words while glaring at the Phantasmal King. "I don't mind." "No, rather, I'll gladly accept it. You can hit me as much as you want." "Are you being serious?" "Of course. If you have overcome all my 5 trials, as your reward, I will pledge my allegiance to you." "Huh? If you ask me to be beaten by you, then I will be beaten. Ask me to show you my face, and that, I will do, and if you ask me to hold you in my embrace, I will gladly give myself to you. I promise to be yours." What the heck are you? Did this guy just start saying incomprehensible things? If I survive all of her trials, the Phantasmal King will be mine? The heck is that? That's scary. Receiving my astonished gaze, the Phantasmal King disappears and immediately appears in front of me. She should have been close by, but her face hidden beneath her hood seems to be covered with a black haze, so I can't see her face at all! But for now, I will give you your reward for overcoming your 3rd trial. This is the bundle of paper held out to me that the Phantasmal King claimed to be my reward. What was written on them makes no sense to me, but I know that it's information about something. Seeing me tilting my head, the Phantasmal King said, "Something unbelievable." It's the information about the person who plotted against the 2nd Division that Lilia Albert once led 4 years ago. What? Of course, that alone can't be used as proof of anything. However, if you show it to someone familiar with the underworld, you might be able to find the culprit's tail. Seriously, how much does this guy know? For her to even know about the identity of Lilia-san's target of revenge that she has been looking for. It seems that the story about all information being gathered by the Phantasmal King isn't a lie. After confirming that I received the bundle of papers, the Phantasmal King quietly turns around. "Well then, Mama Kaito, after you pass your 4th trial, let's meet again." With that, the Phantasmal King disappeared, and the area around the gate returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Feeling as if things had suddenly dropped before me, I continued to stare in the direction where the Phantasmal King disappeared for a while. As usual, I didn't know what she's thinking, and her true intentions were ultimately unknown to me. Seriously, of all the people I met, she's a being filled with the most mysteries. As soon as I walked out of the place where the gate was erected, I used my teleportation magic tool. Up to this point, I came back with Lilywood-san's continuation of her guide to the demon realm. But since there's nothing particularly new for me to see on the road to the gate of the human realm, I decided that I would just teleport. In an instant, the landscape around me was distorted, and I could already see Lilia-san's mansion in front of me. It's quite convenient, but I still feel a little sick after using it. I had no problems when I used that gate connecting the human realm and the demon realm, but does the magic power used have some relation to that? Anyway, I returned to Lilia-san's mansion safely. When I moved to that room to tell Lilia-san that I was back, Lilia-san and Lunamaria-san were inside and greeted me with a gentle smile. "Welcome back, Kaito-san. How was the demon realm?" "I have returned." "Yes, it's such a beautiful, vast place, and I enjoyed just looking at the scenery." "Is that so? That's good to hear. By the way, there's something I'd like to ask you." "Yeah?" Lilia-san nodded with a gentle smile on her face, but for some reason, her expression changed to a serious one. As I tilted my head in this situation, Lilia-san slowly folded her hands in front of her face before she spoke. I know that it might be impossible, but you're not going to tell me that you actually met with Dragon King Sama, right?" "I'm sorry, we met." "My lady?" When I honestly answered the question Lilia-san asked me with a pale expression on her face, Lilia-san slammed her face on her desk. "Why? Is this person always meeting one of the 6 kings every time you go out?" "My lady, please keep yourself composed. They may have just met and no real connections have been made yet." Thank you, Luna." "Kaito-san, please don't tell me that you actually got along with him or anything like that. right. Kaito-san, why are you looking away? Her hands trembling with a pale expression on her face. Lilia-san looks really scary. However, it isn't like I can just not tell her. If I were to tell her about this later, she will definitely strangle me again. Thinking about that, without a second thought, I took out the scale Magnoel-san gave me from inside my magic box. He gave me his scale. All expressions disappeared from Lilia-san's face. The air was so frightening that I couldn't help but straighten up. But just like a puppet who lost its strings, Lilia-san's body collapsed. My lady, the scale of over 5 meters long that I took out seemed to have exceeded Lilia-san's tolerance limit in an instant, and as her eyes upturned, she fell down on her desk. Yep, it feels like another preaching is confirmed to arrive later. However, I don't think this whole situation was caused by me, and I think it was the Phantasmal King's fault though. After a while, Lilia-san's consciousness returned. She scurried to the corner of the room though, and held her knees on her embrace. Seriously, Kaito-san, you're strange. You're abnormal. Why is it that this only happened while I'm the one looking after the otherworlders? My lady. You poor thing. Why are you laughing there? Luna Maria-san was still the same, smiling at the depressed Lilia-san, and was instantly scolded. However, what should I do? It might be bad for Lilia-san's heart and I'm really apologetic for her, but you Lilia-san? Yes. I've got something for you from Isis-san. Hearing the words I timidly said, Lilia-san looked like she was about to start crying. No, there are already tears in her eyes. Even though I'm feeling uncomfortable since it feels like I'm bullying her, I place the jewelry that Isis-san told me to give to Lilia-san on her desk. What is this? These are the things Isis-san wanted me to give you. They're blue diamonds and ice crystals. That's a tremendous amount. Moreover, all of them have a wonderful depth of color. My lady, wouldn't this be equivalent to a tremendous amount of money? No. More. Looking at the beautiful blue jewels piled up like a mountain, Lilia-san holds her head in her hands and hides her face under her knees. Thereupon, after trembling for a while, she vigorously looks up and Kaito-san, you started crying. What do you want me to do with this amount of jewelry? Lilia-san, please calm down. Why are you always doing things that would hurt my stomach? Geez, just open up a hole in my stomach, will you? It hurts. Lilia-san, I give up, so please release me. Grabbing my collar, she began to violently rock my body back and forth in the air. However, Lilia-san looks like she really had enough, looking really pitiful with tears streaming down her face, so I can't strongly go against her. How should I say this? I'm really sorry, Lilia-san. My lady, there's something I'd like to ask before you make Mama-sama faint. What is it, Luna? I'm busy right now. No, it's just that there's something bothering me for a long time. My lady, you used to turn bright red right away when you touched a man who wasn't part of the family. But you're fine with Mama-sama? Hearing the words Luna Maria-san told her so matter-of-factly, the strength in Lilia-san's grip on my collar weakens, and my body falls down to the ground. Released from the agony of feeling like I'm about to lose my breath, I loudly breathed out and turned my gaze towards Lilia-san, whose face had turned bright red like a boiled octopus. Was I just touching Kaito-san? Now, or rather, you've already been close to him a few times already. Your faces were so close that they were almost one breath away from each other. Awawa, that is because, my head was filled with lots of things, so I wasn't aware of it. Awawa, with a face so red that it looks like smoke is about to come out of her ears, Lilia-san flustredly muttered, her eyes circling around the room. I wonder why, but it's just, based on the experience I had until now. She will probably faint sooner or later. Tata touched Kaito-san. Lilia-san? As I thought, Lilia-san's eyes upturned, and she collapsed on the ground. Hurriedly running over to her, I checked whether she's injured or not for the time being before I turned to Luna Maria-san. Luna Maria-san, what's going on here? Probably because she's raised in an all-female environment. She's not immune to men at all, so just shaking their hands is enough to make her turn bright red. However, I was wondering why she didn't seem to be turning bright red even as she touched Mama-sama all these times. I see, She was simply too preoccupied with other things to be aware of it until now. You mean, just like what happened earlier? Perhaps, my remark reminded her of all the times she has ever touched Mama-sama, and the embarrassment overwhelmed her. What a pity. You did it on purpose, didn't you? No way. Now that she mentioned it, thinking back, Lilia-san indeed only touches me when she's basically confused. She would never touch me unless she was one step away from passing out. I never really questioned it since she's a woman of marriageable age, but I see, it isn't that she's being reserved, but she was completely vulnerable to men. The 26th day of the water month. The day after I returned from the demon realm, I ended up heading to Alice's miscellaneous store with the souvenirs I had bought. I figured I'd be spending some money again for them anyway, so I bought lots of wyvern meat instead of scones. Part of me thinks that it was a bit naive of me. But as expected, I somehow still couldn't just push away her request. I couldn't help but chuckle as I pictured Alice's eyes sparkling at the sight of my souvenirs and her tiny body eating them with an unimaginable gusto. I've been visiting so often lately that the street I'm walking down has become completely familiar to me, but the road ahead was shrouded in a deep fog. No, wait. Isn't it weird? It's 10 o'clock right now. It's not the kind of time when the morning fog would appear, and to begin with, that fog is too thick. Symphonia's royal capital is prone to having fogs. Isn't something I would say. I've been living here for 2 months, and I've never seen a fog like this appear before. The strange scene gives me an eerie feeling and makes me stop in my tracks. Even though it's just before noon, silence dominates the surroundings, fueling the anxiety in my mind. And then, just as I'm wary of my surroundings, something like a glowing ring appears around my body. But immediately afterwards, it shatters with a sound like broken glass. Area? Not just illusion magic, even restraint magic doesn't work either. That's amazing, Kaito-san. Alice? Yes, it's Alice-chan. Welcome back, Kaito-san. I missed you. With her familiar voice resounding from behind the fog, Alice appears from behind the fog. She wasn't dressed in the work clothes I'm familiar with though, but it was wearing a black cloak to hide her body, which was somehow different from the atmosphere she usually had. Why are you here? I just came out to see if I could meet Kaito-san, and what do you know, I was spot on. Well, it feels like fate, doesn't it? I wonder why. Alice's tone is the same as usual, but it somehow sounds cold. And feels terribly eerie. Now then, before Kaito-san's strong bodyguard arrives, let's get the conversation over with. Kaito-san, do you mind if I kidnap you for a while? What the heck are you? Actually, I can't make a living just by selling all sorts of goods, so I also have a side job. How should I call this? I guess you could call it the store in the back, or something like that. And just the other day, I received a very tasty commission. It was to kidnap you. Wow! Immediately after she said that, Alice appeared in front of me before I knew it, holding a knife right beside my neck. The perfect distance between touching or not touching my neck, and the dull sheen emitted by the knife, makes me feel a suffocating nervousness. So, Kaito-san, for the sake of my spending money, please get kidnapped by me. Let's go elope in the name of love, that kind of stuff. Area? You even had defensive magic that automatically activates against malicious attacks? When I look at my body in response to those words, before Alice's knife, a thin black film-like substance appeared around my body before I knew it. Come to think of it, I think Lilia-san said that Kuro's necklace had defensive magic casted on it. The magic that automatically defends against malicious attacks. I was a little relieved the moment I learned it existed, but I felt a strong impact to the back of my neck, and regardless of my intentions, my body lost its strength. Well, in that case, I won't use magic. I just have to make my ill intent disappear and make you faint. Lice. Good night, Kaito-san. Don't worry, I'll gently carry you there. The voice I heard at that moment my consciousness was about to disappear was so disproportionate to the situation. Sounding so kind and gentle. Easily carrying the unconscious Kaito under her arm, Alice jumps up from one roof of a building to another. Now then, if the situation goes on like this and I just bring him there, then it would complete the commission. However, I guess things won't go well that easily. The moment Alice muttered that, A flash of light pierced through the thick fog. After dodging that beam of light by moving her face slightly to the side, Alice lets out a sigh, as if to affirm her words that it wouldn't be easy. A strong wind blows around her, blowing away the fog covering her vision. And when the fog cleared, there were 6 shadows around the roof where Alice stood. That was faster than I thought. I see. That magic tool also sends an emergency signal. Let go of Master, you rude bastard. Whoa there, scary. Standing a few meters away from Alice was Lilia, Luna Maria, Siag, Anima, Ito and Theta. The 6 people who rushed to the scene stared at Alice with their sharp gazes after Siag activated a magic tool that sent an emergency signal right after she lost Kaito within the fog. However, even though she says she's scared, Alice doesn't seem to be particularly shaken at all. Why are you? Aren't you Kaito-san's friend? He's my friend. I like Kaito-san, I really like him. But, liking him is one thing, and my job is another. Seeing Alice, who didn't lose her aloofness in response to the words she quietly said, Lilia looked irritated. You're pretty carefree, huh? Did you really think you can just get away with this? I wonder. Luna Maria gave her words of warning, as the 6 of them are currently surrounding Alice and have the advantage of numbers. However, as long as Alice has Kaito in her arm, a powerful attack will hurt Kaito, so they can't carelessly attack him. And ironically, Ita, who is good at pinpointing attacks, but had her weapon damaged in her previous fight with Siag, couldn't fully show her power with the spear she brought out of Lilia's mansion, and was easily evaded by Alice just now as well. In the silence that seemed to prick the skin, within the 6 people facing against one that seemed to stopped in that place, the one who broke the silence was Alice. 20 white gold coins. A. 18, 25, 43. What the heck are you? Alice, who goes to say that to Lilia and the others while pointing at them one after another, Lilia asked with a dubious expression on her face. Well, I actually have this habit of putting a price on people. This time, I judge them only on your combat prowess alone, but you all are big deals, so it's pretty rare for me to use white gold coins as the unit to judge a person. That doesn't sound pleasant at all. Hearing Alice, who still speaks in her usual tone that sounds like she would eat a person, Siag gives her a cold stare, which is unimaginable given how she normally acts. Despite being exposed to their sharp gazes, Alice continues to speak without seeming to be shaken. There are 2 requirements I have when I take a job. One is that I'm in a good mood. The second is that I am offered a reward that exceeds the value I've placed on the target. And what do you mean by that? Well, what I mean, is that it's not worth it for me to fight with you all based on the fee I receive for this commission. Does that mean you surrender? Number. It's just a shame that everyone, mine and all your interests don't coincide at all, is what I mean by those words. Exclamation mark. Immediately after saying that, Alice let go of the hand that was holding Kaito. The place where Alice is standing is the roof of a 2-story house, and if the unconscious Kaito is dropped to the ground, he will not be left unscathed. That's why the 6 of them lost their focus on her at that moment. They turned their gazes to the falling Kaito and removed Alice from their sight. Immediately afterwards, Alice's figure disappeared and the 6 of them were flung away. However, the 6 of them are also capable beings, as they succeeded in defending against Alice's attack in an instant. Thereupon, Alice jumps down faster than Kaito's falling body, catching his body with a smile. Well, how terrific for you to react even to that. However, I succeeded in pulling my distance from you. Exclamation mark. This is bad. She plans to run away. Luna Maria, who was the first to notice Alice's intentions, shouted, and the 6 of them immediately regained their stances, running after Alice. But in the next moment, Alice disappears again, and appears further away from the 6 of them. It's impossible for any of you all who couldn't follow my movements earlier can't catch up to me. Wow, didn't I tell you? Our interests don't coincide at all. I know all of you will do everything in your power to defeat me and take back Kaito, but I wouldn't gain anything from fighting strong opponents like you all. So, I'm going to run away. What? Indifferently saying that, Alice smiles in front of Ita, who tried to chase after her. But shortly afterwards, Alice's figure distorted and 10 Alices appeared. Illusion magic? Well then, I'll see you later. The clones created by her illusion magic spoke at the same time and escaped at high speed in different directions. However, Lilia-san and the others wouldn't just let Alice escape. As they are still experienced warriors, all of them only exchanged glances before they immediately split up to pursue Alice. The fast Lilia, Siag, Luna Maria and Ita chased two of each, while the slightly slower Ranima and Theta chased one Alice each to rescue Kaito at all costs. And after the six of them began tracking in their respective directions, an alleyway a few distance away from them distorts and the real Alice appears. They're all too honest. Well, deception is my domain after all. Muttering to herself, Alice disappeared like smoke again. Uncle here doesn't really feel comfortable when youngsters go elope, but I think eloping without the consent of the other party is wrong. I agree. This is a situation that I will never overlook. Oi, client-san. This is just too different from what I heard. My pay here isn't enough for the commission. With the sound of quiet footsteps, two shadows appeared in front and behind Alice. Standing in front of her is one of the War King's 5 generals, the peaceful Sky Ozma. Behind her is a woman wearing a dress and bandages covering all over her body other than her right eye, one of Phantasmal King's executives. The doomsday-invoking plague Pandemonium. Fighting 2 count ranks is incredibly troublesome. If that's what you think, I'd be happy if you'd obediently hand over Mama-kun. I would love to do that too. But there are also some circumstances over here, you see. I can't just give him back to you. In that case, Tilda, would you like to fight against us? Alice spoke in her usual aloof tone. Sweat could be seen dripping down her forehead, and they could tell that she doesn't have much composure in this situation. However, despair couldn't be seen in her expression at all. In other words, Alice still possesses a card that would get her out of this situation. Recognizing this, Ozma and Pandemonium began to quietly circulate their magic power so that they could immediately attack. No, I don't have enough lives if you're having me fight against a count rank. To be honest, I guess this is one of those situations where I could only say that there's nothing else that I could do. That's why. Please help me, Phantasmal King Sama! The moment Alice said this with a smile, the space blurred, as if static noise filled the space, and the Phantasmal King wearing a robe with chains appeared. Ozma and Pandemonium. I wouldn't blame you for your actions, but it would trouble me if you were to interfere with my plans. Ozma and Pandemonium are astonished by No Face's sudden appearance. In the meantime, Alice disappeared and left the scene, but Ozma and Pandemonium were unable to follow her. If they were to try to follow her, No Face would get in their way. As expected, it would be nearly impossible for them to get past their 6 kings and chase down Alice and rescue Kaito. So it's you that had been pulling the strings behind the scenes? Phantasmal King Sama. Yeah, that's right. It's great that you understood quickly. What does this mean? You're supposed to be working for the peace of the world. Isn't kidnapping Mama-kun an act that would cause chaos in the world instead? It's because this is necessary. I don't have any reason other than that. Ozma asked with increased vigilance, to which No Face replied in an indifferent tone, as if to say that everything, even him asking this question, were just as she expected. I'd also like to ask you the same thing, Shultir Sama. I'd heard that you're going to test Kaito Sama, but I've never heard that you're going to kidnap him. This is also part of my trials. A part of your trials? Don't tell me. Good gracious, it's great that you both are quick to understand. Yes, indeed. This is his 4th trial, to see if the betrayal of his precious friend will not break his heart. While praising them with dry applause, No Face continued to speak with her hands outstretched in a theatrical, exaggerated motion. Yes, you've probably figured it out by now, didn't you both? This is the scenario I've prepared, and Alice is a character in this play I drew. So that's how it is. Right from the start. Yeah, it was indeed as you thought, Ozma. Right from the start, Alice approached Mama Kaito with this role in mind. It was decided that she was to befriend him, and to betray him. She holds the role of the treacherous clown. That's a bad taste you've got there, Alice. The character who was established for betrayal from the beginning. In other words, No Face was already pulling the strings behind the scenes when Kaito and Alice met. Well, I won't deny it. Now, what will you do, Pandemonium? Let's see. I understood and that Kaito-san needed to grow up in order to fulfill his wish. How Eva, I don't approve of the current situation. I can't allow you to use such a method that would hurt Kaito-sama's heart. I see, I don't mind. That is your opinion. You can do whatever you like with it. You don't have any important role to play in this matter. You're free to disagree as you want. I won't say that it's insubordination. All of you, my executives, had the freedom to disagree with my views. Thank you very much. Wealthy Ian, please don't mind me as I will rescue Kaito-sama. The words of Pandemonium, her subordinate, not shaking her even in the slightest. No Face continued to speak without a care in the world. Well, I've already bought her enough time. It's not like I need to hinder your path any longer. As long as the prep work is done, the scenario is ready to go. After that, if you want to help Mama Kaito, go ahead and help him. This is also something you're free to do as you please. You sure are composed, Phantasmal King-sama. Was everything right as you expected? As I had expected? Situations going as I had expected doesn't matter much to me. As long as the end result was as I had planned, it wouldn't matter if the process leading to that isn't under my expectations. Well, in the first place, even this conversation of ours was just as I had expected. You really are a terrifying person. I'll take that as a compliment. Well then, if fate permits it, we'll meet again. May I ask one last thing? Why is your tone different from usual? Isn't this befitting for a king like me? Well, I suppose. Well then, farewell. After saying a few words back to Ozma, who had a rather astounded look on his face, No Face disappeared. As if to show that she won't hinder them any longer. After No Face disappeared, Ozma took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, before turning towards Pandemonium. So, what should we do now, Pandemonium-chan? With what happened, I think it would be difficult to locate Mama-kun. I suppose so. It's nearly impossible to outsmart Shiltir-sama. Should we return to the mansion for a moment? Fumo, you mean you had a means to locate him in mind? Yes, and for that, I'll need to ask my ladies. I see, so you plan to borrow the power of a supreme god, huh? How Eva, I think that is all. Under Shiltir-sama's expectations. After discussing this for a moment, Pandemonium reverted her appearance back to illness, and walked with Ozma towards Lilia's mansion. Even when they were a little frustrated by the situation, seemingly as if they were running in No Face's palms, they thought of worrying about Kaito's safety first. When I opened my eyes upon the faint light I found myself in a completely unfamiliar place. The stone room looked like a prison, and there were about 10 robed people in the room. I honestly think the situation isn't good, but it seems like my body is strapped to a chair and I can't move. Kaito-san, you're awake? Alice. This is my client's hideout. Alice, who appeared from behind a black-robed figure, spoke to me in her usual tone, without any hints of anxiousness at all. Speaking of which, she did say she would kidnap me. That means that the situation has turned for the worst, huh? Nice to meet you, Mama Kaito-kun. I'd certainly like to get to know you better. Then, you could have just at least shown your face. I wish I could, but I've got my own issues to deal with, and I can't afford to show my face too much. One of the people in robes, a man by the sound of his voice, spoke to me, but I'm not so carefree that I would be friends with someone in this situation. However, the one at an overwhelming disadvantage in terms of the situation is me. I can't say anything strange and provoke them. Now then, let's get right to the point. I'm sure you've already guessed it, but we will. Hilda, can I have a moment? What is it? The man who was about to announce his purpose by speaking like he is some kind of important person is interrupted by Alice. This person really can't read the mood at all. As soon as I bring Kaito-san here, my work is done, right? Then, could you quickly give me my pay already? Yeah, you're right. Here, the 30 white gold coins I promised you. Yes. Let me see here. Yes, it certainly is as you said. Apparently, the reward that Alice gets for abducting me is 30 white gold coins. That would be around 300 million yen. I'm not sure if it's high or low, but that seems to be my price for Alice's eyes. I'm not sure if she saw through my complicated feelings, but she turned to me and lightly waved her hand. Kaito-san, you're barking up the wrong tree here. Don't direct your grudge at me. This is just my job. Besides, you and I are just friends. It's not like we're family or lovers. That's only the extent of our relationship. Yeah, you're right. Well then, I'll be going home, Tilda. After saying those dry words, Alice turns her back to me and walks towards the only door in the room. It feels really painful. However, it certainly won't help if I complain to Alice. I scolded Alice for lots of things, and I even hit her. I thought she's an amiable friend. Someone I can be comfortable with, someone I could trust, but I guess all of that is just my impression. For Alice, I'm just a friend who always nags at her. Alice, what is it? Don't quickly waste all your money this time. However, just as I told Chris-san, I believe in Alice, and I don't regret becoming friends with her. Yes, this is just a little bad luck I happened across. That's why, even until the very end, I'll send Alice off as her friend. I'll think about it. Saying that, Alice closed the door. It would be a lie if I said I didn't feel hurt. However, I can't just keep on thinking about this matter. Putting aside Alice, I need to think about the situation right now. Now then, let's return back to the topic. It's no use if you're expecting anyone to help you. This room is made of a special kind of ore that keeps magic power from leaking out. Besides, this place is far away from the city. There's no one here to help you. I wonder what's going to happen. Are they going to torture me? Pain is kinda something I don't want. Despair similar to resignation crawls into my mind, and my body begins to slightly tremble. Imagining what was about to happen, I almost involuntarily closed my eyes. But the door of the room is destroyed with a loud crash. Wow! The man and those in robes also looked astonished and turned towards the door, and as I turned my gaze in that direction, from behind the dust cloud, a person I never expected appeared. And that's why I'm here to help you, Kaito-san. Making a pose, along with what it sounds like background entrance music, Alice, who was supposed to have walked out the door earlier, appeared again. For some reason though, she was saying stuff like she's here to save me or something. What do you think you're doing? Well, Tilda, you see, I got some extra money today, Tilda, so I was thinking about going out for dinner with Kaito-san, who is usually helping me. However, what is this? Kaito-san was abducted by bad people. That's why I came in a mad dash to save Kaito-san. What? Now, brace yourself, kidnappers. I'm going to make you regret kidnapping Kaito-san. No, you're the one who basically did the abducting here. It was supposed to be a critical moment, and even though I don't know what they want, even though I really don't know what these people want, my thoughts and the kidnappers' thoughts are united in one thing. What the heck is this person talking about? The atmosphere within that stone room has become indescribably delicate. The cause of that is undoubtedly Alice. She should have been the one who abducted me, but for some reason, she's now claiming to be here to save me. What do you think you're doing? After a robed person different from the man that was talking to me shouted, Alice lightly shook her finger and spoke. Didn't I say it already? I'm here to save Kaito-san. Now, get ready. I see. Boss? The man who was talking to me earlier, the man who was called boss, nodded his head alone while everyone still looked confused. So what you're saying is that your work is done when you abducted him and brought him here, and you're free to do what you want with him afterwards. And if we want you to overlook it, we need to pay more money. After saying that in an annoyed tone, with a voice that seems calm but there's some hints of anger in it, the man takes out a bag of coins from his pocket and holds it out to Alice. Fine. It's not profitable to argue with you here. Here's 100 white gold coins. You won't have any more complaints, right? I have lots of them. Wow. However, Alice didn't receive the white gold coins. She disappeared, and before I knew it, she was already right in front of me, and with a swing of the knife in her hand, the rope that was bounding me was cut and my body was released. I have a habit of putting a price on people, and I will only accept a job if they offer me a fee that exceeds the amount I put on the target. And unfortunately, I couldn't put a price on Kaito-san. What do you mean by that? After Alice quietly told him that with a voice that felt sharp, the man asked her, looking really irritated. Alice continues to stand in front of me, staring at the robed figures as she continues to speak. Well, Tilda, I know it's troubling, but this man is more important to me than money, you know. Alice, I mean, in the first place, isn't it that we're talking about different premises here? Premises? Indifferently telling him while spinning the knife around with one hand, Alice unleashes bloodthirst that is stronger than what could ever be imagined from her small body. And after watching the man take a step back, Alice continues to speak in an even colder voice. Why I accepted your commission. It's because it was a commission for abduction, not for murder. If it was a murder request because of personal vendetta, we could have easily got this over with. I would just finish it with just cutting off your head right there and then! With a chilling voice, Alice declares if the commission she received for me was for murder and not for kidnapping, she would have killed him. However, if it was abduction, I thought you would have accomplices with you. Then, even if I kill you right there, you would just use other methods to get Kaito-san. Why, isn't this more efficient? That's just why I accepted it. That means, from the start you are. Yeah, I was planning to wipe out the people who were trying to do harm to Kaito-san. What of it? Alice. You're going to ask that? It seems that Alice was planning to wipe out all the people who were trying to kidnap me right from the start, and that's why she accepted this request. While I'm glad to hear those words, I don't know why she's doing this for me, who as she said earlier, was just a friend. And that's why I reflexively asked. Thereupon, Alice sounded a little embarrassed before he turned towards me while scratching her head. Kaito-san is an optimistic person. He easily trusted a suspicious person like me, scolds me because he really cares about me, and helps me with all sorts of stuff. He's really quite a soft-hearted person. I thought I was a bit dull of a person. Well, I guess you'll never know what's going to happen in life. After speaking until that point, Alice looks at the robed figures again, lowering her stance with the knife gripped on her hand. Before I knew it, I'm in love with him. I know I was joking about it at first, but like I said, I seriously fell in love with you, Kaito-san. I enjoy spending time with Kaito-san, getting scolded by him for being stupid, and even if he's astounded by my idiocy, he would still look after me. Being with him is really fun. I've fallen in love with him to the point where I thought I could do everything for him, even if there's nothing in exchange. Alice. Shortly after declaring that, Alice's figure disappeared, and the robed figures collapsed with splatters of blood. With speed that can't be seen by the naked eyes, Alice takes out more than a dozen people before she reappears again with a sigh. Well, that's why I won't allow anyone to hurt Kaito-san. So, I guess you guys just weren't so lucky. Even after being released from my restraints, I continued to sit on the chair, and seeing me like that, Alice flustredly apologized to me. Kaito-san. By any chance, are you still angry? Not really. No. Look, under those circumstances, it would be faster to deal with them by letting them abduct Kaito-san once. I was going to save you right from the start. I somehow feel like there were other ways to do it though. It's not that I'm angry at her, and in fact, she was helping me there, and I could also understand Alice's intentions why she did that. Moreover, I was happy when I heard what Alice said earlier. However, I don't know how to clearly explain this. I'm feeling complicated, and it's mainly because it feels like I'm dancing on top of Alice's palm. No, well, there was another way, but this was the quickest way. That's why. Kaito-san, please don't be mad at me. I'm not mad at you. But aren't you sulking? Like I said, I'm sorry already. Indeed, although it might be quite shameful of me. It seems that I'm sulking a bit right now. Seeing me turning away, Alice looked troubled as she bowed her head over and over again. No, well, it's true that complaining to Alice won't help anything, but being in that situation isn't funny. I understand. I'll make a proper apology. An apology? Please don't turn over here. As I tilted my head at the words Alice said, I heard something click. Could it be the sound of her opera masks being removed? Just as that question popped into my head, I felt something soft touch my cheek. Wow! Something faintly damp touched my cheek. Realizing that they were Alice's lips, I looked back at her in surprise. Thereupon, Alice, with a face as red as an apple, was hurriedly putting her opera mask back on. So, please forgive me already. That's my first kiss after all. Why yeah. Nodding reflexively at the words Alice told me, I was unable to get rid of the surprise from the kiss on my cheek. Even though I felt somewhat unsatisfied with all that happened, all of that disappeared right at that instant. How should I say this? It seems that even until the end it may just be under Alice's expectations. In the large garden in the mansion, Lilia turned her relying gaze at the person in front of her and spoke. Please, Chrono-sama, Please rescue Kaito-san. Yeah, I understand. Receiving Lilia's words of pleading with her hands clasped together as if she's praying to her, Kronos quietly nodded and moved her gaze to the two gods on both of her sides. A purple-haired girl lying on a cushion floating in the air, and a woman with long green hair bundled up and let loose in front of her, giving a calm impression. Lend me your strength, God of fate, God of life. I don't really like working, but I guess I should just think of this as an preemptive investment to when Kai-chan would eventually support me. It's enough that you're willing to bow to us for that person. I'm awake now. The three supreme gods reigning in the place closest to the top of the god realm. After receiving Lilia's wish, Kronos immediately gathered these two, to rescue Kaito as soon as possible. Right now, the supreme gods of the god realm were about to wield their mighty power to help one man. The supreme gods who rarely visit the human realm aside from the Festival of Heroes, and the fact that all three of them are together in this place certainly shows the abnormality of the situation. While an enormous amount of magic power splits the clouds in the sky and makes the earth tremble. The god of life, life quietly touches the ground. Multitude of lives, become my eyes. Become my ears. Each of the supreme gods of the god realm has been given one ability that transcends the others by the god of creation, Shallow Vernal. Life's ability to govern all those who hold life, makes her have the wisdom to see through the world. Humans, animals, insects, plants, and the earth. Life can gather information from every living thing in the world. Life searches through the avalanche of information to find the whereabouts of the abducted Kaito. If a single bird or insect has seen Kaito, it's possible for them to track his whereabouts. However, searching for information about Kaito within that extraordinary amount of information takes a while. However, there's a god that has the power to compensate for that. The god of fate. Fate. The ability given to her is the power to determine one's fate. She is able to determine the absolute fate within the sea of possibilities of the future. If it's God of life, she can find Kai-chan as soon as possible. I've found him. God of time and space. I will transfer to you the information. With fate confirming his fate, life discovered the whereabouts of Kaito in an instant and transmitted the information to Kronos. Kronos-sama. Don't worry, Lilia. Aside from Shallow Vernal-sama, there's no one in this world who's faster than I am. With those words, Kronos' figure disappears. What is given to Kronos, the god of time and space, is a mighty power. Having the ability to govern time, Kronos can manipulate time at will and has the speed that sets her apart from the rest. Kronos' figure disappeared. Just as Lilia and the others could recognize that she disappeared. She already reached where Kaito is now. The robed figures that were defeated by Alice don't seem to be dead, as Alice tied them up with a rope that she took out of nowhere. What are we going to do with these people? Why don't we just let them stay here? We can call for a night order to arrest them later. It didn't seem like they would wake up anytime soon, so Alice suggested that we leave them here tied up and leave already. But at the moment I was about to nod in agreement to her. But for some reason, Alice stepped away really far away. No, that's not it. The people in robes are still close to Alice. Does that mean I'm the one who moved places? It seems that you're in quite a pickle, Mama. Kronos-san, goddess of time-sama. Hearing her familiar voice, I finally understood that I'm being held in her arms. I didn't expect that a supreme god, Kronos-san, would appear. Putting me aside, even Alice was startled at her sudden appearance. Why are you here? Lilia told me what happened, and I came as soon as I heard it. Good gracious, you're making everyone worry. You are the one who kidnapped Mama, aren't you? I'm sure you're ready for the consequences. Hi. Kronos-san quietly mutters while clenching her fist, releasing a tremendous amount of magic power and causing cracks to appear in the stone room. Feeling the anger of the overwhelmingly powerful Kronos-san, Alice is frightened like a frog staring at a snake, backing away from Kronos-san. Please wait. Kronos-san? I hurriedly stopped Kronos-san, who was about to hit Alice any moment now. Mama, how should I say this? Alice, saved me. What? While Kronos-san looked doubtful after hearing my words, I frantically tried to explain Alice's reason to her. I don't feel like I was able to explain myself well because I was quite frantic when I explained to her. But after a while, Kronos-san nodded and unclenched her fist as if she understood. I see. I get the gist of what you're saying. If that's the case, I guess I can't crush you here, huh? Why hesh. Well, that's enough. I will deal with these kidnappers myself. You've already worried Lilia enough. Let's go back. Yes, you're obviously coming with us. You understood. As expected of the capable Ikumen goddess Kronos-san, she promptly made the conversation continue and got Alice to agree without question. Or rather, Kronos-san, how long are you going to hold on to me like this? Kronos-san, you know you're pretty tall, right? Being in this position is pretty scary, you know? Whether or not she knows what I'm going through, Kronos-san quickly holds Alice as well, and the scenery changes in an instant. It's not like the scenery is switched out like teleportation magic, but rather, Kronos-san's movement is so fast that before I knew it, we're already in a different place. We are now in Lilia-san's mansion's familiar garden, where Lilia-san and many other people had gathered. Kaito-san, are you okay? Are you injured? Are you feeling unwell? Or are you hurt anywhere? No. Calm down, Lilia. If you keep talking and talking, Mama won't be able to answer. Why yes. I'm sorry. Mama doesn't have any injuries of particular concern. Is that so? That's good. That's really. When she saw me, Lilia-san's expression literally changed as she began checking if I wasn't injured. She then looked really relieved when she heard Kronos-san's words. It seemed like she was really worried about me, and it may be a bit imprudent of me, but I was happy. I mean, even Fate-san's here. Even Ozma-san's here. Also, who is that person with the green hair? I feel like she's sleeping while standing up though. Tilda. It's you. Please wait a moment. Kaito-san, help heal up. When Alice was about to timidly speak, Lilia-san's expression suddenly changed to a sharp one and she drew her sword. It wasn't just Lilia-san, but also Lunamaria-san and Sayag-san as well, who turned their gazes with their sharp killing intents directed towards Alice. Why did this situation happen? Apparently, Lilia and the others had exchanged swords with the strange fellow over there. Strange fellow, she said. No, well, she certainly is one, but it seems that I have to explain to them again. For a moment, I thought about just letting them go attack her since they're attacking Alice and she won't die, but in the end, I explained to Lilia-san and the others. Lilia-san and the others, who had been cautious for a while, seemed to understand after hearing my explanation and they each put away their weapons. It would have been fine if that had been the end of it. But no matter how much they were convinced with my explanation, their perception of Alice would still be bad. She may have saved me, but because she's someone they're not familiar with, and because they fought against each other once, their wariness still hasn't disappeared and I can still feel it with my sympathy magic. Alice, remember our bet where you would listen to one thing I said? Yeah, I still remember it, but why mention it now? Then, there's something I need you to investigate. You want me to investigate something? Thereupon, I remembered the document that the Phantasmal King gave me yesterday. She said that this document contains information on the person that set up Lilia-san's division in a trap, and that if I showed this to a person who works in the underworld, I might be able to get evidence. Alice called herself a handyman who works in the underworld, and from the feeling I got so far from her, she seems to be good at gathering information, and in a sense, she's the right person for the job. I want you to look at the people in this document. I heard that they were involved in that incident with the Knight's Order 4 years ago. Exclamation mark. Hearing the words I said as I held out the document to her, Lilia-san, Lunamaria-san and Sayag-san's eyes widened. Kaito-san? That is. How in the world? I'm sorry, Lilia-san, I was actually going to tell you yesterday, but after all the commotion that happened, I forgot. This document was given to me by the Phantasmal King, and it seems to contain information about the people involved in the incident with the Knight's Order 4 years ago. Wow. It wouldn't be surprising that the Phantasmal King would have some information about that in her possession. However, if you're asking her to investigate it, that having that alone wouldn't mean anything? Yes. The Phantasmal King said that this isn't enough to use as proof. However, she said that if I can get someone working from the underworld to investigate it, we might be able to know something. It seems that Kronos-san highly evaluates the Phantasmal King's information-gathering ability, and if the Phantasmal King had prepared it, it feels like she was sure it would be correct. In that case, I'm also going to ask you. Lilia informed me of the situation, but Shalovernal-sama has instructed me not to become too involved with the affairs of the human realm, so I'm not at liberty to investigate. So, can I ask you for that? Masked woman. Yes. Of course. Thank you, Alice. Well then, here's the document. I was about to hand the document to Alice, thinking that if Alice could successfully investigate this, the impression Lilia-san and the others had for her would be restored. However, at that moment, I heard a familiar high-pitched voice. There's no need for that. If you so wish it, I can provide the proof as your reward for overcoming your fourth trial. Phantasmal King. This time, it's the Phantasmal King? Seriously, what the heck is with Kaito-san's connections? A being clad in a black robe calmly appeared, gathering the gaze of those round us. The Phantasmal King descends in the garden of the mansion, saying those infuriating words, that I have cleared the fourth trial. After the kidnapping incident was settled, I was going to ask Alice, a person working for the underworld, to investigate the documents handed to me yesterday, when for some reason, the person who handed over those documents appeared. I was puzzled by her sudden appearance, but the Phantasmal King just spoke in her usual high-pitched voice. You don't need to ask that rat to help you. I can provide you with the information you need. Didn't you give this to me so that I could find out myself? Or perhaps, have I already completed all your trials? No, you still have a trial left. However, I should have told you that it's your reward. As a reward for overcoming your fourth trial, I thought it might be a good idea to investigate this matter myself. Troubling enough, I haven't really come up with your reward for the fourth trial. That's why, I thought this would be fitting enough. What the heck is this? Phantasmal King should have felt the anger in the words I returned to her. But the Phantasmal King still had that arrogant tone in her voice when she indifferently told me that. Perhaps sensing my anger, Kronos-san quickly moved in front of me and faced the Phantasmal King. It's been a while, Phantasmal King. Was it the previous Festival of Heroes when we last met? Kronos. What is it? You're the one who told the world about Mama, aren't you? Why did you do that? When Kronos-san asked with a somewhat sharp voice, the Phantasmal King calmly answered her. He had become quite a good bait, didn't he? Bait. I tilted my head, unable to understand why she said that. But Kronos-san seemed to notice something, and she clearly sounded angry. So, that's how it is. You used Mama as a decoy. Decoy? She most probably deliberately released some unclear information, indifferently used it to manipulate the people around and hunted those who stuck their heads out. In other words, she used you as bait to burn those turbulent individuals! Come to think of it, I remember Lilywood-san mentioning it before. The Phantasmal King doesn't tolerate beings that are detrimental to the world, and if she judges you to be one, she will mercilessly kill you. In short, the Phantasmal King seems to have transmitted my information to the world and erased the people who started moving holding some kind of objective. I shuddered at the fact that I was being used by the Phantasmal King without knowing it, and at the same time, I felt a strange feeling of discomfort. What the heck is with this feeling? The conversation should have been making sense, but there's something in their conversation that I should be bothered with. However, I don't understand. Putting aside the other members of the Six Kings, how did you manage to convince the Death King? She's supposed to move immediately when it comes to Mama. But for some reason, she remained quiet even though that incident happened. You made her do that, didn't you? Indeed, it took a lot of work to convince Isis to do it. I was able to finally convince her by offering a fairly concessionary exchange. Indeed, Isis-san killed all the black bear in the forest just because I was knocked unconscious by one before. It might be ridiculous for me to say this myself, but I really think she would fly over if something wrong happened to me. However, indeed, regarding these recent incidents, even that time when Mejido-san invaded, and even this abduction incident, Isis-san didn't appear. It seems that the Phantasmal King presented Isis-san with some conditions in exchange, and made her agree to stay still. What kind of condition is that? And also, that uncomfortable feeling I felt earlier, was it about Isis-san? No, however, I still feel like there's something bothering me. Anyway, what the heck is with that way of speaking of yours? That's different to how you usually speak! Kronos-san dubiously asked. As soon as I heard that, a completely different thought popped into my head. The purpose of the Phantasmal King, the words she said when I encountered her, the conditions she used to convince Isis-san, and the way the Phantasmal King speaks. All these scattered pieces come together in my mind. I see, so that's what it is. That is to say, this is what the Phantasmal King would probably call the fifth trial. Slowly stepping out in front of Kronos-san, I calmly spoke. I don't trust you. I'm not going to ask a request to someone I can't trust. Mama, are you sure? The Phantasmal King certainly is someone that you could hardly trust, but her information-gathering ability is solid. This person can certainly prepare the evidence for you. Hearing the words I said, Kronos-san asks me if that's okay, tilting her head. Shaking my head in response, I moved my gaze. Kronos-san, I trust the Phantasmal King. I'm grateful to her. Mama, what the heck are you talking about? There's something that's been bothering me for a long time. And now, I know exactly why. You're not the real Phantasmal King. The words I quietly said startled Kronos-san, but the being in black robe remained silent. She doesn't interrupt me as if she's telling me to keep going. So, the true nature of the discomfort I'm feeling is probably this. The first time I met the Phantasmal King, I felt her eerie presence. But the second time and the third time I encountered her, she was far more eerie than that. However, from this being in front of me right now, I don't feel that much shiver. Until now, I had thought that the more I learned about the Phantasmal King's dreadfulness, the more I felt something akin to fear, but it's more convincing to think of this person in front of me as a different person. Kronos-san, you said earlier that the Phantasmal King speaks differently, right? Yeah. Could it be that the Phantasmal King usually speaks with a peculiar tone filled with honorifics? That's right. Before, Kronos-san had described the Phantasmal King as a boisterous and irritating fellow. However, the Phantasmal King I actually met wasn't like that. She was more like a creepy mastermind. And the moment I heard that she's speaking in a different way, I remembered something. When I talked to Kuro, and when I talked to Kronos-san, it's like they're talking about different beings who usually use honorifics. I thought it was just because she was lowering her head before terrifying, more powerful beings. But if the Phantasmal King's usual tone of voice is her characteristic, it may be because she doesn't want her true identity to be revealed. Kronos-san, you were wondering how she convinced Isis-san, right? I don't think the Death King would be easily convinced. She said she made a deal with her, but I can't imagine her putting priority on anything rather than Mama's safety. I think the Phantasmal King probably said this to Isis-san. I will always be around him, and if it's necessary, I'll intervene and save him myself. What? Yes. The Phantasmal King probably convinced Isis-san to stay still by guaranteeing my safety. Based on that premise, it changes the way you look at a lot of things. The attacks, Megiddo-san's visit, my abduction. Of all these three incidents, if I were to think that the Phantasmal King was trying to protect me. Just when we were attacked, she didn't interfere since she thought that Anima and Sayag-san could beat Ita and Theta. But then, she thought that it would be difficult for two exhausted people to defeat Sigma. So, she intervened. Mama, when Megiddo-san showed up, she disguised herself as Kuro and made Megiddo-san put down his hand. And now, again. Thereupon, I stopped speaking for a moment and slowly turned around. The person who wasn't there when the Phantasmal King appeared for the second and third time, and who was there when the Phantasmal King appeared first and this time. I want to help Lilia-san, Luna Maria-san, and Sayag-san, who have been taking good care of me. Kaito-san. So, I'm going to need your help. Inhaling once, I then look straight into her eyes, and utter the answer I've arrived at. Please, Alice. No, Phantasmal King, no face. The words I spoke told about Alice's true identity being the Phantasmal King. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure yet, but I still think it's a pretty likely conclusion. However, the person in question, Alice, doesn't say anything. She just looks at me with a smile on her face. Seeing that smile, I'm convinced that my thoughts are right and I stare straight at Alice. This person is Phantasmal King Sama? No. But, no matter how I look at her, she's a human. Lilia, it's true that for beings with power like you would judge a person's race by their magic power. However, the Phantasmal King can even change the quality of her magic power. It would be impossible for me to see through the Phantasmal King's disguise. It's true that from what I've seen so far, Alice's abilities aren't beyond the realm of being human. In fact, Siak-san and Lilia-san seemed to think Alice was human, so I also thought that was the case. But if Alice is the Phantasmal King, it would be an easy thing for her to act like a human, since she could even change her magic power and fully transform to Kuro. In fact, that Phantasmal King fellow even slipped in among the gods before, and even actually granted blessings to others. I don't know why the heck she did that though. I'm betting that it's because she wants to earn some money. A single blessing costs 1 gold coin after all. Oops, I digress. Now, let's go face Alice first. Alice, if you were really serious about deceiving me, I wouldn't have felt anything out of place, and that's probably not something that you would have screwed up. You must have made me feel that there's something out of place on purpose, right? When we met at the gate, you even deliberately used the same Icarus story as when we first met, showing Chris-san that you were well informed inside her castle, and dropped hints here and there. Yes, perhaps. No, I'm pretty sure Alice made me feel that something's out of place on purpose. If she was capable of a perfect disguise, she could have shown another face as the Phantasmal King's face and I wouldn't have questioned it, but there's no reason for her to come out at this moment where Kronos-san, someone she has met from time to time, is present here. Wasn't the 5th task for me is to find out your true identity? Hearing the words I calmly said, Alice remained silent, but out of nowhere, she pulls out a handbell and starts shaking it. The sound of the bell echoed loudly around us, and after stopping a little while later, Alice finally spoke. Well, I won't say there aren't any holes I could point out, but splendid. You passed with flying colors. Alice, then, you really are. Yes, you're right. I'm the real Phantasmal King. Putting away the handbell, Alice clapped this time, admitting that she is the Phantasmal King. At the same time, the expression of Ozma-san, who had been quiet until now, changed to astonishment, and scratching his head with a somewhat troubled expression on his face, he spoke. Now this is quite something. As expected of Phantasmal King Sama. Ozma-san? Good grief. Uncle here had actually seen Phantasmal King Sama's unmasked face before, and even though I look like this, I could brag that I'm a fairly competent person. But for me to not notice anything out of place until this moment, I didn't even notice that I was being affected by her recognition inhibition magic. Hearing the words Ozma said with a troubled expression on his face, Alice grinned and replied, oh my, how was it? Wasn't it fun? I've been running in the palm of your hands right from the start, huh? I don't know when you decided to go running in my palms. But just know that you're 100,000 years too young to beat me in a game of deceit. Saying those words in a tone that seemed to agitate the atmosphere around us, Alice walked closer towards me. Thereupon, she gets down on one knee in front of me and gently grabs one of my hands, and puts her forehead on the back of my hand. No, she's still wearing that opera mask, so it's actually the mask that's hitting the back of my hand. Once again, you've done well, Kaito-san. Please accept my apologies for my past rudeness. And to you who far exceeds my expectations, I pledge my respect and allegiance. Alice. Phantasmal King, No Face. Also known as Shutia. My power, my heart, at this moment, I offer my everything to you. After declaring her allegiance to me as if she were a knight, Alice slowly stands up. Assemble. Wow. The moment Alice murmurs that word, people clad in black whose faces are hidden suddenly appeared throughout the garden. And it's not just 1 or 2 of them, they have a ridiculous number that they easily exceed 100. And then, Alice throws the document in front of those people clad in black. This is an order. The person in that document tells about the incident that happened 4 years ago. Please gather irrefutable evidence against them. I will not wait more than 3 days. Is that an A-okay? Then, start moving. As Phantasmal King No Face Sama wishes. Receiving the words Alice announced with a non-serious tone, the people clad in black showed their acknowledgement by kneeling down on one with completely synchronized movements. And then, they instantly disappear again. Probably headed out to start investigating. Before I knew it, even the fake Phantasmal King was gone too. With just one word, more than 100 people appear. It really is nothing but proof that she has subordinates lurking in every place, including the royal capital as well. The Phantasmal King has a vast number of followers around the world. In front of me, who was astonished to see a portion of her power in action, Alice slowly looks back at me. Unlike how she usually acts, Her somewhat dignified appearance is certainly what a king. Yuah, I got goosebumps. It's really tiring looking so serious. Ouch. Why are you hitting me, Kaito-san? Can't you just stay serious like before? No, I'm doing my best here. I did my super ultra best. If I became more serious a few minutes more, I would get sick. I thought that as Alice was also one of the 6 kings, the actions she did before were just a front, and she's going to stay all dignified like she truly is, but Alice completely reverted to her usual tone, so I couldn't help but reflexively hit her in her head. I mean, Alice. No, should I call you Shalti now? Well Tilda, it's fine to call me just as usual. I also like this name too. So, what is it? Well, Alice is one of the 6 kings, right? That's right Tilda. Alice-chan is a remarkable girl. I'm remarkable enough that I could proudly puff my chest to introduce myself. Alice has a smug look on her face as she makes a pose while sticking out her small chest, to which I let out a sigh before speaking. I understand that Alice is one of the 6 kings, but how should I say this? She's quite different from what I imagined a king would be. Looking at her like this, all the fears that I had of the Phantasmal King until a little while ago have been erased. So, that whole thing you said about not having any money was all an act? No, I'm being serious there. I'm seriously broke. Please treat me to something. Even though you're one of the 6 kings? Please don't think that all the 6 kings are rich, will you? It was a cry filled with anguish. Tears even seemed to flow from the gap between her mask, which conveys how earnest she is about being broke. I have lots of subordinates to pay here, you know. I'm trying to keep all the profits and costs in white. I give perfect benefits. No overtime. All transportations, paid by me. Salary raise is even possible. There's also bonuses twice a year. Because of all these, I can't even afford to feed myself every day. Moreover, I'm still getting more subordinates every year. My subordinates' livelihood may be good, but my life is all bad here, you know. I see. Hearing Alice's shouts as if she's winding up, I can't help but feel pressured. Thereupon, Alice snaps her fingers, and as she does so, the fake Phantasmal King from earlier appears. What are your thoughts about this area? My apologies. I forgot to tell you. You would be pleased, Shaltia-sama. We have recently added about 100 more people to our corps. Oi, are you listening to me? What the heck is with that? You just added more people without hesitation. I told you not to add more people. I'm happy that more and more people are hearing about how wonderful Shaltia-sama is. Just go home. By your leave. In contrast to Alice, who has her head in her hands, the fake Phantasmal King sounds kinda happy. Speaking of which, I couldn't tell from her high-pitched voice she had until now, but she's a woman. It also feels like she's one of the upper rankings in their group. After the fake Phantasmal King disappears at Alice's words, Alice clings to my clothes. Help me, Kaito-san. I'm going to be killed by my own subordinates. This person really doesn't have any dignity at all. It's starting to give me a headache. However, I see, the reason why she usually says she doesn't have any money is because she has too many subordinates. If that's the case, I guess it was quite bad of me to scold her too hard. I see. Then, the reason why your money is always gone isn't because you gambled, but because you gave it to your subordinates. No, half of it was because I gambled it. It has. Kaito-san, stop. You'll tea my tweak support. You know what, Tilda? I was just about to feel some sympathy, but shortly after, she started messing around again, so I pulled her cheeks as hard as I could. I take back my previous statement. I really should be harsher to this woman. Even thought it was just for a moment. It was really stupid of me to look at her in a good light. As expected, Alice really was Alice. To me, the life and death of others isn't something that interests me. My priority is the peace of the world, not the peacefulness of my own life. If I judge that you're unnecessary for the world, even if you are the king of a country, you will have to disappear. If I were to ask Kuro-san, she would probably just say that I'm dull. But if you ask me, Kuro-san and the other members of the 6 kings are too lenient. The turbulent people are like the scum gathering in the stew. They would keep bubbling up one after another without limit if left alone. The world isn't only made up of nice things. Someone has to take out the scums in order to keep the world peaceful. However, I also tend to be lenient with those I'm close to, especially towards Kuro-san, who I'm indebted to. On the day before the summoning of the hero, I went to the location of the magic circle due to the information brought to me by my subordinates. The fact that I myself would be moving means that it's a situation that my subordinates couldn't handle. What are you doing, Kuro-san? That's the hero summoning magic circle, right? If you pour that much magic power into it, it will go out of control. Sorry. At my questioning words, Kuro-san turns round with a sad expression on her face. What she was doing was tinkering the summoning magic circle, and if Kuro-san poured a large amount of magic power into the summoning process, making their process of summoning to be almost run out of control, when this was used, the likely result would be that the person being summoned wouldn't be alone. Kuro-san, I hate to say this, but even if you increase the number of people summoned, your wish is. I know that. I don't know if it's even possible. I can understand why Kuro is trying to do this, and I can honestly feel her pain. That's why I hesitated. Should I stop her, or should I let her go? Kuro is like a parent to me, and I owe her a great debt of gratitude for raising me. It's painful to realize that Kuro-san has been holding on to this wish for a long time, that she herself even feels that she can't make it come true. Just this once, okay? Just this one time, it can be explained that it's just the residual magic going out of control. I'll make the necessary adjustments after this incident. Thank you. However, I don't think it's possible. Even if you increase the number of people you summon, a person who will grant your wish won't appear. Well, you probably know that already. After saying that much, I left the room with the hero summoning magic circle. I went outside and gave my subordinates instructions on how to cover up the situation and make it look like the magic power in the vicinity went out of control, and wishing that there won't be any irregularities that would happen, I waited for the next day. Yeah, well, as for the conclusion of the incident, it did occur, an irregularity I mean. The summoning magic circle that summoned the first hero, Hikari-san, it was adjusted by Shalovernal-sama to summon beings who are close to Hikari-chan's age when she was summoned. Hikari-san was 17 years old when she was summoned to this world. So, the person summoned by the summoning magic circle from another world should be about 16-18 years old. That's why, it was a real shock when I heard from the subordinates that I made to infiltrate that there was one of them that was 21 years old. Mama Kaito, an irregularity who should be outside of Shalovernal-sama's technique's age of selection. I immediately investigated the irregularity, Mama Kaito. As soon as I saw the reason for his summoning, I knew right away. A piece of Kuro's magic power was in him. He had the ability to become the being that Kuro-san wanted. That's why he was able to be summoned to this world, even though the person summoned should have only been 16-18-year-old. To be honest, I was quite confused about how to deal with him. Having the qualities and being able to fulfill them are two different things. I couldn't quite believe that he was capable of holding his own against Kuro-san. So, I decided to make contact with him and measure him myself. There's nothing more cruel than making a person feel hope for something you can't fulfill. If I decided it was impossible for him, I would immediately pull him away from Kuro-san. With that thought in mind, I disguised myself as a human and contacted him. Kaito-san should be in the demon realm by now. How boring. Wait, error. I became surprised with the words I muttered while sitting at the counter in the late afternoon. Boring? What am I saying? That kinda sounds like I'm missing Kaito-san since he's not coming. It's been about a month since I started interacting with Kaito-san using the name Alice. At first, I thought it would really be impossible for him, but Kaito-san was far more than I could ever imagine. He drew Shalovernal-sama's interest and pulled Isis-san away from loneliness. I don't think he's aware of it, but those were extraordinary achievements. At least, enough to astonish me and make me change my mind. If it's Kaito-san, he may be able to grant Kuro-san's wish. That's what I have judged, and so, I started moving behind the scenes. If he's going to seriously stand before Kuro-san, he would need to have a strong heart. Yes, for example, to the point where he wouldn't lose himself when he's facing off all of the 6 kings. That's why I have given him all sorts of trials. Whether or not this person's heart would submit or whether or not this person's heart would be distorted. However, Kaito-san remained unwavering. He could be shaken, he could be confused, but still remaining upright. He won Mejido-san's trust, and that also includes mine. I honestly didn't think that a normal human could disturb my mind to such an extent. I enjoy talking to Kaito-san, feeling glad even as the seriously concerned Kaito-san is scolding me when I do stupid things. Missing him at those times that Kaito-san's not here. Good grief. I've already lived for a long time. This should have been something I've already somewhat given up. Who would have thought that this adult me would feel love? In the shop at dusk, I hear the door open and a small shadow enters. Welcome, Kuro-san. The one who came in was Kuro-san. Right from the start, I had told Kuro-san that I was in contact with Kaito-san under the name of Alice, and even when she came to our business meeting before, she properly understood my intentions and kept quiet. Kaito-kun. How is he? He passed. I don't have any complaints here. Well, in my opinion, he has already passed after the 4th trial, but the 5th one was just something like a bonus. I see. Hearing my reply, Kuro-san has a complicated expression on her face. The meaning of the fact that I told her that Kaito-san passed, Kuro-san obviously knows that. Kuro-san. Kaito-san is the one you've been looking for. That is something I still don't know. You're really stubborn, aren't you? Well, that's fine. I'm sure that it won't be too long before Kaito-san stands before you. And then, he will go challenge the depths of your soul that neither I nor the other 6 kings have been able to reach. Kuro-san looks as if she's about to cry. There's something she's been seeking for a long time, but she's given up hope of ever getting it. Yes, whether it's Kuro-san or I. Even that child. But now, Kaito-san is getting as close to that as possible. Maybe, if it's Kaito-san. Having such a faint hope is probably making Kuro-san suffer more than ever before. It took too long for him to show up. Long years have she been caged, and being suddenly offered a miracle in front of her would make her reject it. What if I kill Kaito-kun? What will you do? It's not like I will do anything special. When Kuro-san quietly told me that, I also quietly replied, if you kill Kaito-san, I will mourn, regret, and feel angry. I will fight you to the death, and probably die because I'm not strong enough to defeat you. It's nothing special. If Kaito-san dies, I will die too. I didn't intend to fall in love without that level of commitment. At my words filled with determination, Kuro-san remains silent and doesn't say anything. Kuro-san also understands. She also knows that the day when that will happen isn't far away. As far as I'm concerned, I'm only thinking about what to do to win over Kaito-san. After that, I would make my approach and make him see me as a woman as well. Well, let's put a stop to thinking about this for the future. Because at some point, when that time comes, whether we want it or not, the answer will come to us by itself. Kaito-san, I love you. That's why. Please. More than anything, I wish for you a happy ending. However, this sure is troubling. I'm afraid the result of the events went out of my expectations. I had actually planned for this to be the scene where the character known as Alice would get off the stage. However, now that all that happened, it can't be helped. For the time being, I guess I'll revise the scenario so that I will continue to support Kaito-san's future, not as the Phantasmal King, but as Alice. As the meat grilled on the wire mesh, its fragrant smell wafts through the air, as if it's drenched in sweat. Its beautiful red flesh is soaking in its lustrous fatty juices, whetting the appetite of the people looking at it. Kaito-san, I was the one who was cooking up that meat. You still have lots on your plate, you know. I mean, whose money do you think is used to buy these? Don't you even know what being reserved is? Food bought with other people's money is the tastiest. You be starred. Right now, in front of me, Alice is wearing her usual opera mask and continues to eat meat at a terrific speed. How did this happen? As I recall, after Alice's true identity was revealed, the chaos ensuing around us unexpectedly quickly came to a halt. After confirming that Alice has no intention of hurting me, Kronos-san took Fate-san, who was trying to push her away, and the green-haired woman, who was still asleep, back to the god realm because they apparently had work to do. Leaving the words uncle here is more of an outsider in this matter, so I'll be excusing myself. I'm just glad you're safe, Mama-kun. Ozma-san also left. I really admire that back of his, brimming with refinement. And then, Alice finally told Lilia-san about her intentions for the series of events she had me go through. Is what I thought. But she just kept on dodging the questions and didn't tell them the most important part of the situation. In the end, what they did find out was that Alice had some sort of purpose for giving me those tests, and I passed them. That's all they found out though. Lilia-san and the others have also decided that they can't come on too strong with Alice, being that she's the Phantasmal King, so Alice, who is quite eloquent, cut off her explanation at an appropriate point and ended that situation. As for me, I was curious about her purpose, but since Alice was hiding it from me, I didn't want to pursue it too deeply, and just consented to her explaining things vaguely. Thereupon, for some reason, Alice said that she wanted to talk with me about something, and now, I ended up buying her yakiniku for dinner. How the heck did this happen? I mean, look, I've sworn my loyalty to Kaito-san. That means, I'm your subordinate and Kaito-san is my boss. On these occasions, the boss should be treating their subordinates. This King BTCH. She started saying things that sounded quite convenient. For her, that is. I was quite surprised, but, well, I'm sure most of her money is gone again anyway, and she's helped me with all sorts of stuff and I asked for her help just now. I guess treating her is fine. Even so, there are yakiniku restaurants in this world. I guess this was also passed down by one of the people who held the role of hero back then? Yes. They were partly why these restaurants exist. Of course, the culture of eating grilled meat already existed in this world, but thanks to the introduction of someone who used to play the role of hero of the yakiniku sauce, it became something major for the populace. Hey, so this world really is quite influenced by the world I was in, right? Hearing my question, Alice stops her hands from eating meat for a moment before she thought about it for a bit. The world that Kaito-san was in and this world, with the difference between science and magic, our worlds have tread upon different histories, and it may be hard to say which one is more developed. But when it comes to food culture, the world Kaito-san came from was far more advanced than here. It's true that the magic and the magic tools in this world can do things that are impossible with science. And since our cultures and histories are different to begin with, it would be impossible to decide which world is better. And there is no point in deciding that anyway. But when it comes to food, the world I lived in seems to be superior, as especially regarding the food culture, it was greatly influenced by the previous people that held the role of hero. Well, it's not like everything the previous people who held the role of hero passed down became popular though. I think they also tried spreading that white rice food. That is, how should I say this? For us who are used to eating bread, eating that as the main dish feels uncomfortable. I see, I certainly felt uncomfortable when I was just eating bread all the time, so maybe it's a difference in environment. Yes, well, the people who play the role of hero are very happy with eating white rice, so we grow a small amount of them in each country. It's a status symbol for a country to make a good impression to those people who play the role of hero. I know exactly how they feel. It certainly makes me want to eat rice. When Nun-san gave me that rice before, I was deeply moved. And I'm still feeling grateful to her as I eat rice. Then, after hearing Alice's words, I suddenly remembered about someone. Speaking of which, Alice, there's something I'd like to ask you. What is it? Mitsunaga-kun, the child who now holds the role of hero. Do you know how he's doing right now? Alice is the Phantasmal King who holds all the information in the world, so she may know any information about Mitsunaga-kun. He's close with Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san, and he's also someone from the same world. I've met some good people and I'm having lots of fun with them now, but what about Mitsunaga-kun? I knew it would be difficult to be alone in a place with a different culture, so I'm a little worried about him. You're really kind, aren't you, Kaito-san? Yes, well, if it's something like that, I'll get the latest information for you. Hearing my words, a smile appears on her lips, and Alice snaps her fingers. Thereupon, the woman who is serving us comes up to our table and places a stack of papers that she took out of nowhere on the table. Here you go. Thanks for the help. The waitress just slightly bowed and went back to work as if nothing had happened, while Alice flipped through the stack of papers she had received. Hey, Alice. That person just now. Yes, she's my subordinate. Well, my subordinates are in most places, so this way, I can get the latest information right away. Does that mean she also knows who Alice is? No, I've given all of my subordinates a magic tool that only responds to my magic power, so if I were to give them instructions, they'll know where I am. The Phantasmal King's subordinates exist in every part of the world. I think I felt a part of Alice's power as I realized once again the meaning of those words. However, Alice's behavior doesn't particularly change, and after she flipped through the documents for a while, she then put the papers away somewhere and turned towards me. It looks like he's staying in the eastern part of the Archlesia Empire right now. How was he doing? Yes, it seems that he was quite brazen in the beginning. Hearing Alice's words as she told me that as if she wasn't interested, I remembered what Yuzuki-san had said about him getting cocky. Mitsunaga-kun, is he alright? Perhaps sensing my concern, Alice lightly sighed before she spoke. When he was first invited to the royal palace, it's as if he really feels like he's the king. And I heard that he's being egotistical all the time. Even asking if there are no slaves here. Geez, from what era is he from? Mitsunaga-kun. No, well, it's true that slaves are staples in Isekai light novels. But there's no such thing as slaves in this world, and if you make a statement like that, no one would look at him kindly. No. But well, I guess asking something like that should be fine to some extent. He was invited as a guest of honor to play the role of hero, and I'm sure he felt like he was the protagonist of a light novel, so perhaps he thought he could do what he wanted. Well, I heard that the kingdom only warned him with a bitter smile on their faces at first, but their relationship hasn't been mended for a while. I see. And shortly before the Sacred Tree Festival, in a city in the Symphonia Kingdom, the second princess, who was accompanying him at that time, finally snapped and gave him a slap directly passed to her by Duchess Albert. Wait a minute. If she's trained by Lilia-san, Mitsunaga-kun would have died. I think I have some idea of how Kaito-san perceives Duchess Albert in your mind, because Lilia-san's slap would be. No, it's not like it's Lilia-san herself that's slapping him, but it's still a slap taught by her. You know, if I get seriously slapped by Lilia-san, my head would probably fly away. I'm not metaphorically speaking here, but my head would literally fly away after receiving such a blow. Mitsunaga-kun. Well, that certainly slapped away his pompous attitude. I think everyone would see some improvement in his behavior. I see. That's good. Then, I think it was just 3 days ago. It seems that the person who played the role of hero proposed to the second princess. How come? No, it seems like he has been spoiled all his life. He was talking about how it was a bolt of lightning that suddenly came or how it felt like fate. Mitsunaga-kun, could it be he's a masochist? No, let's leave it at that for now. Everyone has their own hobbies and tastes, and it's not something I should be talking about. I'm more interested in the results though. So, how did it go? Yes, it seems that in response to that confession the second princess gave him another slap in the face. Well, I have also received information that they were touring the cities they visited together today. So it doesn't sound like they're on bad terms anymore. What the heck is with that situation? No, I'm really curious about it, but well, does that mean Mitsunaga-kun is doing well too? For now though, I've heard what I wanted to ask. No, I've got more questions I'd like to ask about other things, but it would be boorish to intrude in someone else's love life, so I'm not going to ask anymore. Anyway, thanks, Alice. No. Speaking of which, I think it's already quite late. But I thought you wanted to talk to me about something. Hilda, you're right. What should I do? I ask, remembering why we went here in the first place. But Alice crosses her arms and looks as if she's finding difficulty to think of how to say something. Kaito-san, when we met up with each other at Duchess Lilia's mansion, do you remember the line I told you? You want me to save Kuro or that you would present yourself while I stand before the abyss? Yes, I was going to talk about that. But my plans have changed, and I haven't been able to revise the flow of events yet. So far, I still can't see Alice's purpose with all that she was saying. If I were to interpret her words as they are, it would be like I needed to stand before the abyss to save Kuro. But I'm still not ready for her to tell me about it yet. No. But even if that were so, the way she described it was unusual. Rather than preparations not being ready yet, it sounds like she needs to modify what she had prepared from the beginning. Well, let's talk about that some other time. It's no use being in a hurry. And lots of things have happened to Kaito-san today. Well, if Alice is fine with that. Yes. Well then, With that said, can I ask for more servings? Suit yourself. Yes, as expected of Kaito-san, you're so dreamy. I love you. Looking at Alice, who's already completely returned to her usual tone, wondering where the earlier Alice went to earlier, I let out a big sigh. Why is an idiot like this one of the 6 kings? Oi tilde, Kaito-san. You spoke out your inner thoughts out loud, you know. It's all wide and fully opened, spoken with your Ikemen voice. You know, she's boisterous and irritating, just like what Kronos-san said, and such a person is one of the strongest beings in the world. She's really quite the eccentric. However, being together with such an Alice is enjoyable, so perhaps, I might also be an eccentric person. The temple of the supreme god of the god realm. In one of those temples, Kronos comes into the temple of the god of life with a luggage under her arm. God of life, are you here? We need to talk. Hey. God of time and space. What? Why am I being carried around? Or rather, can I go home now? No. Fate, who was being held under Kronos' arm, shouted out a protest, but Kronos just brushed it away, and continued to speak while walking over towards life. I have received an extremely important task. You staff. I get a fever when I hear words like tasks and duties. Hilda Drowsum. Stop messing around and get serious. God of life. You too. Zzzzzzz. Wake up. Irritated by Fate's words, Kronos turns to Life. But the person in question, Life, is asleep. Kronos-san's angry voice echoes through the room. Still, there's no signs of Life waking up. I'm telling you, that's impossible, God of time and space. It's not easy for the God of Life to wake up after sleeping once. So that's why. Let's go back already. I've already decided before that I'm going to visit Kai-chan with some souvenirs. What about your work? Did you really think I would do it? Stop acting proud for doing stupid things. Life and Fate are acting as usual, while Kronos still struggles to keep her head in her hands. Then, after thinking for a moment, she shook her head and put Fate down. Well, fine. You would be motivated soon enough anyway. The God of Life will wake up after she hears about this. What do you mean? As I said before, I received an extremely important task. You better listen to me carefully. In the 6th day of the tree month, shallow vernal summer would come down to the human realm. The air froze after Kronos spoke with a serious expression on her face. Therefore, to the both of you, I need more information. Location, time, purpose. Those factors changes the countermeasure that we need to take. Why you're right. Just as Kronos said, Life woke up in an instant and pressed Kronos for answers with a terrifying speed. Her normally always half-open eyes were also opened, and the atmosphere around them definitely shows how abnormal it is. If it even involves shallow vernal summer, just as 3 won't be enough. God of Life. After this conversation, assemble all gods. During that time, I'll use my ability to fill in the gaps. Understood? We should be quick about this. Now, God of time and space, continue with what you were saying. You two really change faces too fast. Put that aside and just continue speaking. Yes, the slightest delay can be fatal for us. Seeing Fate and Life, who clearly looks different from earlier, a vein popped out of Kronos' forehead, but to Fate and Life, Kronos getting angry is just a trivial matter and they don't care about it at all. And as if pushed by their enthusiasm, Kronos takes a step back. So, God of time and space, what exactly is Shallow Vernal's purpose in the human realm? That is. It's. What did you say? It's for a date. What? At the words Kronos told them, the two of them stiffened, looking as if they don't understand the reason at all. When the heavy silence around them flowed away, Life, whose expression is dyed with astonishment, spoke. You God of time and space? I think I just misheard you, so I'll just make sure I heard it right. Did you just say she would go on a date? Yes, that's what I said. Ah, I see that you have finally learned how to make jokes, huh? Shallow vernal summer, going on a date. It would have been better if it had been a joke though. In response to Life, who asked in astonishment, Kronos mutters with an expression that even seems like grief. Understanding that Kronos' words were true, this caused Life to freeze up with her mouth wide open. Hey, God of time and space. Could it be with Kai-chan? I guess I should have expected it would be Kai-chan. Going on a date with Shalovernal-sama herself is unprecedented. If I remember correctly, isn't that person Kronos rescued just a few days ago? Life, who was reminded of Kaito after hearing Fate saying Kai-chan, asked with an expression of disbelief, and Kronos nodded in response, while Fate's cheeks had a slight blush for some reason. He's the otherworlder that Shalovernal-sama was interested in and gave her blessings to. That's my future husband. You haven't given up yet? That should be obvious. I'm definitely going to make sure Kai-chan takes care of me. That's why I even prepared this souvenir. Though I guess in this case, I can't do that anymore. Souvenir? Come to think of it, you did say that earlier. What do you have there anyway? As Life just looked at them, speechless, Kronos was curious about Fate's souvenir and asked. Thereupon, out of nowhere, Fate pulls out a small bundle. They did say that to grab a man by their stomach or something like that, didn't they? So, I asked Shaltan to tell me what Kai-chan likes. You are quite close, huh? You and the Phantasmal King. Shaltan is also my soul friend, you know? Well, anyway, that's why I've prepared Kai-chan's favorite food. So you made that? Did you really think I would do something as troublesome as cooking? I should have known. Apparently, Fate prepared it after hearing about Kaito's favorite food, but as expected of Fate, who has a reputation of disliking troublesome things. She didn't make it herself. By my authority as the supreme god, I had god of fertility make. Ouch. Don't abuse your authority, you fool. Kronos' fist swung down on Fate's as she told her that she used the supreme god's authority to have a lower-level god cook for her. As Kronos holds her head from all the headache she's feeling, Life finally recovers. And trembling in fear, she muttered. Shalovernal's blessing? God of Fate's future husband? Is he a monster? I can't deny it at all. By the way, he's also acquainted with all of the 6 kings. He's also quite close with the Death King, you know. With that Deathbringer. When Isis's name is mentioned, Life muttered with an obviously unpleasant look on her face. Fate and Shaltir are very close with each other, and they occasionally listen to each other's complaints. But Life and Isis are like cats and dogs. They are each other's natural enemies, and they are so unfriendly that they call each other Deathbringer and useless meat. I guess you are still not on good terms with the Death King. You and I are about the same way though. Now then, let's stop with the pointless chatter. Let's start all preparations before the 6th day of the tree month comes. Am I clear? Roger that. The 6th day of the tree month. I woke up early, quickly finished my breakfast and got ready for the day. Today is the day of my date I promised with Shiro-san, and since I can't keep her waiting, I'm going to leave early. However, I will be having a date with Shiro-san. I'm worried in a different way than I was with Kuro. I have a feeling that something really big would happen today, but if possible, I hope that it's just my imagination. With that in mind, I moved to the front door, and when I opened it, I immediately closed it back. I felt like I just saw a grand spectacle outside. To be specific, it looked like there were an outrageous amount of people in Lilia-san's garden. It must be that I may have just opened the door and accidentally arrived at some other place. Yes, I should open it more carefully. Listen carefully. We can't afford to be negligent at all today. Not even a speck of dust should exist on the path Shalovernal-sama walks on. Why is Kronos-san doing something like a speech in Lilia-san's garden, and all these people wearing priests' robes lined up in a row? Could all them be gods? Why? All of you understand? I'll set up wards around the city that would unconsciously make it difficult for others to approach them. But it's not absolute. There might be some people that is able to slip through those wards. Anyone who slips through the wards, immediately kill them. That's Fate-san, right? Didn't the words she said kinda sound absurdly dangerous? If someone slips into them, you'd kill them? What the heck is happening? Is there a war nearby? Those people lined behind them, are they really gods? They kinda look like an army that's here to slaughter all their enemies though. There is no need to hesitate. I can bring them back to life later. So you will kill them immediately, without regard to the intruder's intentions or actions. What the heck is she saying? That person with green hair. Just because she can bring them back to life later, it's fine to kill them? What the heck is with that over-the-top reasoning? Thinking about her standing, she's probably the last supreme god. I think she's called the god of life, but she somehow looks more like Ashura to me. God of time and space Sama. All personnel are in position. All the shops and the stalls in the city have been fortified by our fellow gods. I'll convey my thanks to Symphonia's king later. Everyone. All the preparations are ready. From now on, cast aside all of your indulgences. In the unlikely event that you cause Shallow Vernal Sama any discomfort, know that even lining up all of our heads here won't be enough to beg for her forgiveness. I just want to make sure here. But I'm really going on a date right now, right? It's not like I'm going to be thrown into a war zone or dropped into a bombing zone or anything like that, right? Wait a moment. What the heck is going on here? All of them were saying all sorts of disturbing things though. The heck is this? Is a war about to start? As I was standing there stunned, Kronos-san noticed me and turned around. Mamaha, you're early. Good morning. I can't keep Shiro-san waiting after all. That's a good dedication you have there. I'll leave Shallow Vernal Sama to you for today. Yes, Kronos-san. The conversation itself sounds pretty normal, but all the gods' eyes are focused on me now, you know? They're looking at me with eyes that seem to ask, who the heck is that guy? You know? When I replied to her while cold sweat dripped behind my back, Kronos-san nodded in satisfaction. Kai-chan, Yahoo! Good morning, Fate-san. Do you want to go on a date with me next time? And then, after we finally become one, raise me. Do you want me to call Kuro? I'm sorry. I returned Fate-san's greeting, who spoke to me in the same lax tone as usual. Thereupon, the woman with green hair approached me. She's a woman of about 160 centimeters wearing a priest's robe that clearly shows her body line, her green hair bundled up and flowing in front of her, and a gentle expression on her face. And most importantly, a chest that I think is as large as Lilywood-san's. No. It's extremely rude to look at someone's breast right when we first met, but I guess I'm still a young adolescent man, and when they're that big, I can't help but look at them. You're Mama-san, aren't you? Introducing myself again, I'm Life, and I have the role of being the god of life. I wasn't able to give my greetings to you before due to some circumstances, but I am honored to meet you today. Yes, it's my pleasure. I'm Mama Kaito. It's nice to meet you. I guess that's one way to describe what happened before, huh? Even though you're just asleep, Life-san has a very calm voice and her gentle expression gives me the impression of the Holy Mother. Her tone of voice is also polite and I get the impression that she's somehow able to do something if she puts her mind into something. But why does Fate-san and Kronos-san look astoundedly at her? Please just call me by my name, Life, just like how you call the god of time and space and the god of fate. Yes, I'll be in your care. Yes, I'll also be in your care. May this day be a good one. That's amazing. God of time and space. The god of life looks like a proper god just now. If she's always like this, it will be a whole lot better. Holding the hand that Life-san offered me, we shook hands. For some reason though, Fate-san and Kronos-san looked dumbfounded, but I decided not to care about their reactions. Mama, we will be around the perimeter today. Don't worry. We will be at an appropriate distance away from you two, so as not to disturb you and Shallow Vernal Sama. Alright, well then, go to Shallow Vernal Sama as soon as possible. Yes. Overwhelmed by that atmosphere of somehow not knowing whether I am given consent or not, I reflexively nodded and walked towards the gate. Thereupon, the gods who have gathered around the garden split off to the left and right, creating a path for me to walk on. This doesn't make me calm at all though. Seriously, is this day going to be okay? I had already expected that this would happen to some extent based on what Kronos-san and the others said, but when I arrived at the Fountain Plaza, our meeting place, there wasn't even a shadow of a person around us. It's as if the entire city is reserved for our private use, which made me dumbfounded. But anyway, I'll just have to think about making sure Shiro-san enjoys our date. By the way, as for why we're meeting up here like this right now, it's because Shiro-san said she wanted to do that custom of a date by saying the word sorry. Did you wait? And no, I came here just now. Well, I still have 30 minutes before we meet up. But I'm already here, so it's fine if she can already show up if she wants. As I was thinking about this, light gathers in front of me, and from behind the light, Shiro-san appears. I'm sorry, did you wait? No, I just got here. Shiro-san spoke to me with her usual inflectionless voice, to which I replied to her while a drop of sweat dripped on my forehead. Is it fine if I were to throw my Tsukumi at her? If she can move using that method, there's no way you're going to be late, right? This is the part where, even if it's a lie, you can just walk towards our meeting place. I see. As if she heard my inner thoughts, Shiro-san clapped her hands and disappeared immediately afterwards, and soon after, I heard small footsteps coming from behind me. I'm sorry. Did you wait? You started over? Take two? Are we going to have a take two? No, I've just arrived. Good morning, Kaito-san. That's one swift way to switch conversations. Geez, it's like you just want to do that event, and now that you finished it, you immediately switched topics. As expected of Shiro-san. I can't predict her actions at all. Yes. Good morning. I will be in your care for today. Yes. Come to think of it, Shiro-san is dressed in her usual priest's robe. I was expecting her to wear something different than usual, so I'm certainly surprised. Though I'm also a bit disappointed with Shiro-san's appearance. It seems like other clothing would also look good on her, and I'd like to see them. Why do I feel like Shiro-san is intensely staring at me? What is she doing? Tilting my head at the way Shiro-san quietly stared at me, she lightly shook her fingers. And in an instant, the clothes she's wearing changed. An elegant white dress and a short coat with a chic hue. I think it was called a duffel coat. Her clothes changed into those. Well then, this should do. Yes, they really look good on you. Thank you. Rather, aren't those clothes from my world? Was the reason she was staring at me earlier was to find out what to wear among the clothings in my memory and make it herself? Seriously, this person is like a cheat incarnate. No. But even so, Shiro-san's unfair. Her appearance is too perfect. Her proportions and face are perfect, so she'll definitely look good in anything she wears. If I'm being honest, she's really beautiful, and looking at her beauty in front of her makes me embarrassed. Now then, Kaito-san, before we begin our date, I'd like to ask you something. Yes. What is it? What do you do on a date? We're starting from there? I can't help but Tsukumi at Shiro-san, who nonchalantly told me with an unchanging expression. You just went with the date without knowing what it is? Asking me what you're supposed to do on a date right on the very same day of the date is too unexpected, you know? Yes, I only know that it starts with the meeting and it ends in a hotel. Please immediately discard that perception of yours. With a straight face, Shiro-san started to say something outrageous. Yep, I should have expected that this would happen to some extent. Anyway, it seems like I would be the one leading the date today. However, I've only been on a single date before. That time when I went out with Kuro, so I can't really call myself experienced, and leading the date might be tough for me. That's right. Shiro-san can read my memory, so she can get a vague idea of what I think our date should look like. Anyway, Shiro-san, do you have somewhere you want to go? If there's a place you want to go, Shiro-san, we'll go there first. I see. Then, let's go to the beach. Yes? At that moment, I think I heard the sound of someone tumbling down behind me, and when I glanced back, I saw Chronos-san lying on the ground in the distance. As expected of Shiro-san. What a frightening airhead she is. For her to render all the preparations Chronos-san and the others useless right from the start. I don't really mind, but isn't the beach far from here? That won't be any problem. There's no sea around the royal capital of Symphonia Kingdom, and from what I saw on the map, it seemed to be pretty far away. So even though I knew it would be useless and thinking about the stuff Chronos-san and the others did for this day, I asked her about it. However, that's where Shiro-san, the god of creation, lightly waved her finger, and in an instant, the landscape around us changed and the blue sea and the scent of salt water spread out in front of me. I myself don't know what I'm saying. But that's a fact, so it can't be helped. My date with Shiro-san started, but the scene suddenly changed to the beach. Yes, even I don't know what the heck I'm talking about. But since it's the truth, it can't be helped. The sea, huh? Yes, it's the sea. But you can't swim here, can you? Swim? I see. Yes, the place where Shiro-san brought me isn't a place suitable for swimming, and even though it is certainly near the sea, the place we are in now isn't on a beach, where there are white sands spread out, but on a tall cliff near the sea. I thought when she mentioned sea, she's talking about wanting to swim near the beach, but it seems that it was just an idea. T/N, it could mean both beach and sea. And then, Shiro-san stared at me again. She was silent for a while, probably looking into my memory again, and as if she decided something, she nodded her head. With a wave of Shiro-san's finger, the earth trembled, and the tall cliff suddenly turned into a sandy beach. With this, there shouldn't be a problem, right? No, I think there would be lots of problems. I'll return it the way it was before. So isn't this alright? That's the problem you saw? Reshaping the earth in just an instant. This person really is a cheat. It's so amazing that it feels like she's overshadowing all the outrageous people I've seen so far. With the scenery changing into a white sandy beach, Shiro-san turned towards the dumbfounded me and waved her finger in my direction. Thereupon, I found myself only wearing trunks. Let's just stop being surprised by anything this person can do. Seriously, I'm ready for anything you throw at me now. After being surprised by my outfit, I turned my gaze to Shiro-san! And I was at a loss for words. Before I knew it, Shiro-san had also changed her clothes into a swimsuit. She was wearing a white ruffled swimsuit, a blue patterned pero, and even a neat straw hat on her head. Her beautiful skin, that looks like it's sculpted by the hands of God, which is usually hidden beneath the priest's robe, was exposed, revealing her ample breasts, looking like halos of divinity, just not on top of her head. With this, we can go swimming, right? Yes, why you're right. Is something the matter? No, it's nothing. Being suddenly spoken to as I'm lost in my thoughts, my nervousness could be clearly seen on my face. I can't really say that Shiro-san was too beautiful, that I ended up staring at her in fascination. I guess I should say, thank you for the compliments. Please don't read my mind. It's so embarrassing. What the heck is this shame play? Just thinking about how all my thoughts were read by her makes me feel embarrassed. Well, the other party's Shiro-san, so I guess it can't be helped. In front of me, who is blushing in all sorts of meaning, Shiro-san doesn't seem to mind, and makes a parasol and a vinyl sheet appear in front of me. Thereupon, she turned to me and spoke with a blank expression on her face. Well then, shall we go swimming? Yes, you're right. Before that though, with the wave of Shiro-san's finger, a gigantic sea snake with the head of a fish with a length of several meters long emerged from the sea before it disappeared. I only asked it to move away while we bathe. To where? To another sea that I've just created. I see. Even though I just said I wouldn't be surprised. But I'm sorry, I still got surprised. Well, let's just think of this in a positive way. Let's just think about how we can now safely swim in the sea. Anyway, pulling myself together, I decided to go into the sea with Shiro-san. I don't know where this sea we're swimming in right now, but the water temperature is a little warm and comfortable. Come to think of it, I think Shiro-san's hair is so long that it's reaching below her knees, so wouldn't it get in the way when she swims? Shiro-san? What is it? No. Turning to Shiro-san, I saw that her hair, that's originally gleaming silvery white, is now wet and shining along with the sun's rays reflecting all the seawater on her hair. Even though we just went in the sea, she looks like an artistic painting that an artist put all of his heart and all the other people's hearts into. Seriously, her physical appearance is too unfair. It's like each of her actions is something out of a painting. Her long hair was spreading out in the water, but Shiro-san didn't seem bothered by it. Without doing anything, Shiro-san just let herself drift along in the water. Shiro-san's face is still expressionless, but the corners of her mouth are slightly upturned, so it seems like she's also enjoying it. By the way, Kaito-san, what is it? Should I do that swimsuit malfunction stuff? That thing where my breasts would be exposed? She suddenly started saying outrageous stuff again. Please don't read all the strange memories I have in my memories, will you? I mean, it's true that there were such clichés back in my world. But just because it exists, please don't do it yourself. That's no good. That won't do. Shallow Vernal-sama, please don't make such immoral acts. Why are you here, Chronos-san? I searched all the world's oceans. I guess searching around the world would even make me tired. Chronos-san suddenly appears, standing on top of the sea, flustredly talking Shiro-san out of doing it. It seems that after Shiro-san announced that we were going to the sea and disappeared, she searched all the world's oceans, and looking closely, I could see sweat on her forehead and her shoulders moving up and down. It's just, it might be bad for me to say this. If you're going to stand on top of the ocean, please don't stand in the waters in front of me. I can see it. With the appearance of Kronos-san, to which I don't know where to look at, my inner turmoils are growing, while Shiro-san spoke with the same inflectionless voice as usual. You came at the right time. God of time and space, it's almost time for lunch, so there's something I'd like you to prepare for me. By your command. Well then, make me a beach house. Please excuse my ignorance. Shallow Vernal-sama, what exactly is this beach house dish? It's not a dish. I'm talking about a beach house. She just started demanding something outrageous? Beach house as well? No, it certainly is a standard when someone goes to swim on a beach, but this is a different world, you know? Kronos-san even thought that you're asking for a dish, you know? Isn't this power harassment in some sort of way? Anyway, I feel like I should help her out with this. But how exactly do I explain what a beach house is? Kronos-san, a beach house is something you can find in my world. How should I say this? I guess it's something like a small dining hall. I see. Well then, Shallow Vernal-sama, what appearance do you want for this dining hall? The appearance of a beach house. Mama, I'm begging you, help me out here. Yes. Isn't Kronos-san too pitiable? Shiro-san, can't you read between the lines at all? How the heck is she going to know what it looks like? What should I do? It would be best if I could just tell her the scene I'm picturing in my head. An option like that does exist. Shiro-san, can you convey the information about the beach house in my memories to Kronos-san? It's possible. Then, please do so. I understand. At the same time Shiro-san nods, Kronos-san gives me a somewhat surprised look. Perhaps, my memory was already transmitted, as after a moment of silence, she turns to Shiro-san and gets down on knee. It would have been fine if it were in a solid ground, but as she's kneeling down on top of the ocean and bowing down to Shiro-san, who is immersed in the water, the scene looks somewhat surreal. I understand. I will certainly provide Shallow Vernal-sama with something that will satisfy you. I leave it to you. By the way, Mama. Yes, this may not be my place to say this, but I can't compliment you on not going out much since you were a child. It's not good for your health. Yes. Can you not transmit any unnecessary memories? Kronos-san just looked like a teacher worried about her loner student, you know? Even as I'm feeling inexplicably uncomfortable being exposed to her slightly pitying gaze, I nodded. Just as Kronos-san was about to move and prepare the beach house, Shiro-san opened her mouth. Wait right there, God of time and space. Yes. What is it? Your garments are no good. My garments, is it? Yes. You're at the beach, you should wear a swimsuit. What? With a wave of Shiro-san's finger, Kronos-san's long-sleeved priest's robes that she always wears, in clothing that doesn't expose her skin at all, turned into a sporty type of swimsuit that clearly shows off her slender figure. Kronos-san's waist is that thin. It really feels like she could be a model. Shallow Vernal-sama, why did you suddenly do that? You're at the beach, so wear a swimsuit. However, I don't think feminine clothing that shows off a lot of skin like this suits me. Hurriedly hiding her chest and the lower half of her swimsuit with her hands, Kronos-san's face turned bright red as she said those words. However, she's talking to the airhead goddess, as she doesn't seem to mind her at all and looks back at me. What do you think? Kaito-san? Why you should also clearly say it, Mama. For me to wear something like this, I mean, isn't she rather exposed in her usual outfit? As I desperately swallowed those rude words from getting out of my mouth, I told her my thoughts when I saw her in her swimsuit. No, Kronos-san is tall and slender, so that swimsuit looks good on you and I think you look beautiful. You know? Wow, me Mama, even you are going to tease me here too? Why you immoral bastard. Could it be that Kronos-san isn't used to being treated like a woman? She's obviously agitated by something, and she seems to be more embarrassed than I would normally expect her to be. Well then, I leave the preparations to you. However, This appearance is. I leave the preparations to you. I respectfully obey. At once. Receiving Shiro-san's words which she indifferently told her, Chronos-san's shoulders slumped in resignation, with her face still bright red. Yep, I can feel the power relationship between them. And how should I say this? Chronos-san is pitiful. While feeling pity towards Chronos-san, I swam for a while with Shiro-san. Or rather, I just leisurely submerged myself in the sea before returning back to the beach, where a real beach house stands. A simple wooden exterior, and a signboard that says beach house. She perfectly recreated a beach house, even the strangely old-fashioned parts. Chronos-san, this is amazing. When I walked in, I could even smell the tatami mats. Seriously, how the heck did you do this? And when I sat down across Shiro-san, she had tied her hair into a ponytail before I knew it. Maybe it's to avoid having her long hair stuck to the sand. But even so, I don't know if I should say that any hairstyle looks good on her or something like that, but it's amazing how changing her hairstyle gives her a different kind of charm. Shallow Venal-sama, what would you like? Well then, I would like to have this slightly unappetizing yakisoba. Why yep, the yakisoba sold in beach houses certainly is like that, but do you really have to clearly say that? Also, there are some shops that sell decent ones, perhaps. I'm sure there are some, right? Understood. Mama, what do you want? Chronos-san, are you sure you can make all the food written on the menu over there? There's no problem. Then. I'll have curry rice. Can she really make curry rice in such a short amount of time? No, it's true that Chronos-san seems to be able to manipulate time, so it's not like she can't do it, but she doesn't really have the image of someone who's great at cooking. Even though I held some trepidation in my mind, just as I was about to place my order, I felt the presence of another person with my sympathy magic. I see. Chronos-san asked for help from her. If that's the case, then it seems like the food that comes out would be perfectly fine. As if to confirm my prediction, curry rice and yakisoba were immediately placed in front of me and Shiro-san. When I took a bite of the curry rice after saying my thanks for the meal, I found that even the slightly cheap feeling was perfectly recreated, just as you'd expect from Ein-san. Indeed, this curry rice is unmistakably the curry rice that could be bought from a beach house. Shiro-san, what do you think? It's slightly unappetizing. I see, so this is the beach house's yakisoba. No, I'm sure there are some beach houses with great yakisoba, but well, there certainly were a lot of beach houses that have that kind of questionable taste. Or rather, you're eating with a fork. I've never used chopsticks before. But that's true, isn't it? You can't really eat yakisoba unless you use chopsticks, can you? No. I don't really think that's the case though. Shiro-san was using a fork to eat the yakisoba as if it were spaghetti. Chopsticks aren't common for the people in this world, so I don't really have a strange meaning when I mentioned that. I just meant it as a simple small talk. But in the next moment, Shiro-san began saying something unbelievable. Well then, Kaito-san, feed me with your chopsticks. What? I would like to try eating it with chopsticks, so feed me. No. As expected, that's kinda. I would like to try eating it with chopsticks, so feed me. However, I would like to try eating it with chopsticks, so feed me. Understood. Please stop saying that on repeat. It's seriously scary. I feel like I've been through lots of shame play today. However, it's really fortunate that there are only Chronos-san and Ein-san in this beach house. Giving up, I picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks from the table. Or rather, she even made disposable chopsticks. You really have it all down to a T, Chronos-san. Wait a minute. She's asking me to feed her butt while I'm sitting here facing you. Maybe it's because this table is so big, but it looks like it's going to be very difficult to do. Why don't you just sit next to me? Alright. I can certainly feed her easily if I just sit next to her butt. On a serious note, Shiro-san is currently in a swimsuit and her bare skin is very revealing. It takes a lot of determination for me to sit next to her while she's like that, but I obviously can't say no here since she would just keep going on an endless repeat like a broken record. Finding resolve, I got up from my seat and sat down next to Shiro-san. But the scene while sitting next to her far exceeded my expectations. Sitting next to Shiro-san, who is almost the same height as me, putting aside her beautiful, glossy hair, I could clearly see her breasts, which were creating a deep cleavage. Her skin looked so beautiful and soft, a pleasant scent that seemed to be wafting out from somewhere, and a beautiful face that I can't even hope to describe even as she's right next to me. I know it myself, that my heart is pounding really fast right now. See, calm down, it will be alright. Sitting down with some appropriate space between us, I just need to pay attention to where I'm looking at. Wow, why did you come so close that our shoulders are almost touching each other? Even though I took care of getting a good distance between us, as our bare skins almost touched each other, my heart leapt up even higher. But Shiro-san didn't seem particularly bothered and remained expressionless. See, calm down, keep calm and composed. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath and... However, Shiro-san didn't allow me to keep calm at all. You're trying that hard to do that. Are these two really good things? Curiously tilting her head, without hesitation, Shiro-san took my hand and brought it to her breast. Hey, wow, SSH Shiro-san, WW, what are you? Well, it looks like you're looking at them with great interest. What the heck is this person doing? House off. Isn't what I should be thinking? This is bad, this is bad. I should pull away my hand, or it will totally be sexual harassment. If you want to touch them, I don't really mind, you know. Can you stop saying that? Anyway, my hand. Please let it go. Alright. Frantically screaming as I feel my face burning hot, Shiro-san simply lets go of my hand. I can still feel it in my hand. What the heck is with that outrageously airheaded move she did there? I thought she would burn out all of my reasoning in an instant. However, the person in question, Shiro-san, doesn't seem to be bothered at all, and holds out the plate of yakisoba to me. Then, feed me. Yes. While experiencing the sensation of my spirit being whittled away, I look down and accept the plate, unable to look at Shiro-san's face properly. Grabbing some yakisoba with the chopsticks, I bring it to Shiro-san's mouth. I see, I guess it tastes better to eat it with chopsticks, huh? Is that so? However, doesn't this mean that Kaito-san can't eat your curry rice? No, that can wait. Here. Wow. After telling me her impressions in the same intonationless voice, Shiro-san takes my plate of curry rice, scoops some with a spoon and holds it out to me. Wait a moment. Is this actually that? You're not suggesting that we should take turns feeding each other or something like that, right? Yes. No, I'm fine. Here. Thank you for the food. Shiro-san really wouldn't give in. I have no choice but to surrender and let my face boil before this shame play. Eating the curry rice Shiro-san offers me, I now feed her some of the yakisoba. Seriously, I don't know if it's just that Shiro-san is an airhead or not, but how should I say this? Anyway, isn't your guard too loose? This is just something specially for you. Like I said, those kinds of statements are, after a lunch filled with happiness and embarrassment, or rather, the happiness that was completely trampled by the embarrassment I'm feeling. My date with Shiro-san at the beach continues. Listen here, Shiro-san. Gently. Just hit it gently. Yes, I'm being serious here. Be as gentle as when you're holding a cookie. I understand. Towards Shiro-san, who was holding a ball for beach volleyball that she made, I timidly, yet repeatedly told her I was the one who suggested beach volleyball when she told me we were going to play in the ocean after lunch. And now, I regret it very much. I'm begging you here, I would really die there, you know? I could bring you back to life if you die, so it's alright. That's totally not okay. That's because my opponent is Shiro-san, she who is unmistakably the strongest being in this world. If she hits the ball without any moderation, I can't catch her attack. No. Rather than me not being able to catch her attack, my body would definitely scatter to pieces if I try to do that. It's more likely that the ball would be blown up first, but I think the wind pressure alone would turn this area into a vacant piece of land. Because the best evidence is that Kronos-san has been nervously looking at me from earlier. It's quite obvious to her that my life is in danger, so she's thinking of trying to help me when I'm in a pinch. But I can't help but think that even Kronos-san might not be able to hold her own against Shiro-san, so I desperately requested her to moderate her attacks. I understand. I'll make sure to attack with enough strength that Kaito-san will be able to return. But in return, let's play a game. A game? Yes, the same one Kaito-san played with the Phantasmal King. The loser listens to one thing the victor says. What do you think? I understand. I'm fine with it. I wonder why? Why did Shiro-san bother to suggest such a thing? I have a bad feeling about this. Specifically, Shiro-san wanting me to do something. Moreover, she would probably want me to do something that I could normally refuse to do if she proposed it. I can't lose here. Incidentally, when I asked her how we judge whether who wins and who loses since we don't have a court to play on, she said that the one who doesn't catch the ball loses. In other words, even if I returned a ball that would normally be a foul or even sent it in a direction that would give me a home run, if Shiro-san can't return it, she loses. These terms are quite advantageous for the attacker. Shiro-san slowly hits the ball, and just as she declared, the ball flies at a speed that I can fully handle. The ball came flying straight at me, and I hit it back in a receiving stance, but yep, for someone like me whose only volleyball experience are the games I played in class, I wasn't able to neatly return it back to her and send it to a direction away from Shiro-san. But, however, hey, that's. Shiro-san disappeared and appeared where the ball was falling. She then easily returned the ball. Wait a minute. Did you just use teleportation? That's not fair. And needless to say, I miserably lost against Shiro-san, who could instantly move to return the ball even when I myself don't know which direction my returns are going to. That means I had to listen to one thing Shiro-san say, but she told me that she would just leave it for later, as she wants to play another game. Somehow, I'm starting to feel uneasy here. Hey, Shiro-san? What is it? Why did you also split the ocean along when you should have just been splitting a watermelon? I dunno. Cutely tilting her head, Shiro-san is the same as usual, as the scene happening before my eyes. Is all this airhead goddess's fault? We were going to split a watermelon, but when Shiro-san swung her stick, the entire landscape in front of me, along with the watermelon, was cut in half. And beside Shiro-san, who was just tilting her head at me, Kronos-san was holding her head with an exhausted expression on her face. Kronos-san's spirit has fallen in shambles. Wouldn't that cause a tsunami? Should I return it back to how it was? Please do so. I understand. With a wave of Shiro-san's finger, the divided sea returned to normal as if nothing had happened. She's the same outrageous person she usually is. Shiro-san, that's strange. Is that so? Yes. Because this isn't just a sand castle anymore, that's already a real castle made of sand. Did I make it a little too big? That's just not a little at all. Look, Kronos-san looks like her eyes are already dead. Whose fault do you think it is? I dunno. In front of me right now is a huge castle made of sand. The size and appearance is such that anyone would believe it if someone says that this is the royal castle. And, of course, Shiro-san is the one who made it. That castle isn't on the level of playing in the sand already, you know? I don't know if Kronos-san's mind has been driven to the corner or not, but she looks like her soul has already left her body. Mama, I'm begging you, I'll do anything. Please help me. See Kronos-san, if you ask me to take off my clothes, I will do it. So please tell off Shallow Vernal-sama. You don't have to do that. I'm going to ask her to return it back to how it was before. Kronos-san seems like she has already had enough, as she weakly holds my hand, asking for help with an empty look in her eyes. I don't know if I should say that Kronos-san has really suffered a lot or not, but I really feel so bad for her. As dusk was approaching, Shiro-san and I sat on a vinyl sheet, watching the glittering sea as the light of the setting sun illuminate the beach. It was a really fun day. I'm really glad in that case. It seems like Kronos-san passed out around the time Shiro-san built a shipwreck and said she wants to go treasure hunting, and she is now being nursed by Ain-san at the beach house. Incidentally, the reason why Ain-san didn't appear all these times is because if she shows up, Shiro-san would change her maid uniform into a swimsuit. Even as Shiro-san did all these absurd stuff today, I felt like time flew by fast. And if I were to be asked if I had fun, I certainly did have fun. Perhaps, that's because Shiro-san also seems like she's also enjoying her time. Shiro-san was still expression like always, but the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, and most importantly, her splitting up the ocean and building real castles all those preposterous stuff she did today. I think that Shiro-san wasn't able to act moderately because she's probably getting excited in her own way. Shiro-san was originally the god of creation, so she would never have the opportunity to play around like this. That's why I think Shiro-san was having fun in her own way. Just as I am together with Shiro-san having fun like that, I guess I'm also really having fun. Kaito-san. Yes. Do you remember our arrangement of our game? Yeah, that I will listen to one thing you say. Yes, I'll use that now. What do you want me to do? As I was having an inner monologue, Shiro-san told me in an intonationless voice, and even though I'm feeling uneasy, I answered, she's using it here. What in the world would she make me do? I don't think she would make me do something terrible, but I still have a bad feeling about this. In front of the anxious me, Shiro-san removes her paro wrapped around her waist, exposing her beautiful bare legs. As I realize that my eyes can't help but focus on her thighs, Shiro-san lightly taps her lap. I want you to sleep on my lap. I saw Kuro do it for you before, so I also wanted to try doing it once. No, but a lap pillow? No, that's very unacceptable under the current circumstances. I mean, Shiro-san is in a swimsuit now, you know. For me to get a lap pillow under these circumstances, doesn't that mean I would be laying my head on her bare thighs? No way, that's impossible. I was already boiling over back at lunch, and she's asking me to do this. You're going to do one thing for me, right? I certainly did make that promise and agreed to that terms. I would be really insincere with my promise if I refuse here. I guess I don't have any choice but to be prepared about what I'm about to do. I understand. Yes. Now then, here. Gulp. I couldn't help but gulp down my saliva at the sight of Shiro-san's pearly white thighs. I shook my head and frantically calmed myself down before slowly laying down on her lap. Her lap is surprisingly soft, yet has a certain elasticity to it. And feeling Shiro-san's body heat on my cheek, I became aware that my face is getting so red that it feels like steam is about to come out of my ears. Her lap is so much softer and warmer than I imagined it to be. I don't know if it's appropriate to say that paradise can be found here or not, but it feels really good. Laying my head on her lap, the feeling of lying on her thighs felt so tempting that if I were to relax even a little, I wouldn't be able to get up anymore. But even though her thighs are so tempting, I'm still desperately trying to hold on to the thread of reason. But that's when Shiro-san quietly speaks. You really are strange. How come? Even when you saw my power, you didn't feel awed nor did you kneel before me. Was I being rude? No. I'm glad that you're like that instead. However, I'm just wondering, are you not afraid of me? Her voice was as inflectionless as ever, but I could sense that there was a certain amount of emotion in it. I don't know what Shiro-san had in mind when she asked me that. Even though I have my sympathy magic, it doesn't work on Shiro-san, so I can't read her emotions. Why am I not afraid of Shiro-san? Indeed, Shiro-san is the strongest being in this world, a genuine god with almost omnipotent power. Perhaps, feeling fear and respect for her is the normal reaction to her. But I don't know if I can explain it well, but I guess it's probably, because Shiro-san is not perfect. Please continue. Yes, if Shiro-san is omniscient and omnipotent, a being that doesn't have any openings for anyone to take advantage of, I may have been afraid of you. However, Shiro-san may be omnipotent, but you're not omniscient, right? Yes, that's why. I guess I'm just thinking about your power as something that makes you Shiro-san. I think I'm not afraid because I can feel that it's just part of your personality. Actually, I don't really know the details why either. I think I was scared when I first met her, but now, I'm just thinking of Shiro-san as an airheaded cheat. And a very attractive woman, at the very least. I don't feel scared. I'm sure I still wouldn't feel scared in the future. At my words, Shiro-san stayed silent for a few moments before she spoke again. Indeed, I am not omniscient. On the contrary, I don't even know myself. I can't see any difference between the living beings, the plants, or the earth. The world I have created, all of them seem to have the same value in my eyes. Am I cold-hearted? Do I not love this world? There was still no inflection in her voice, and her expression hadn't changed. However, Her voice somehow sounded lonely. And I couldn't just ignore it, I think. It's the opposite though. The opposite? Yes, I think Shiro-san probably loves this world more than anyone else. As if my statement was too surprising, Shiro-san's voice just now was clearly filled with emotions. For the first time, there was an inflection in her voice. Still lying down on her thighs, I move my face and look into Shiro-san's beautiful golden eyes as I speak my thoughts. Shiro-san loves this world you created with all your heart. Everything that exists in this world can be traced back to Shiro-san. That must be why you're trying to look at every being the same way. Because the living beings, the plants and the earth are all equally loved by you. Because you don't see any one of them being more superior over the other, looking at them with the same eyes that you look at the others, and rarely try to get involved in the world. And by not holding out your hand to help any side, you're showing them how everyone has the same worth. I guess that's also why the otherworlder me, this me who isn't born in the world Shiro-san created, really fits the role of someone Shiro-san would get involved with. Hearing my words, which could be taken as disrespect, Shiro-san falls silent. Her golden eyes were looking at me, and it's making me feel as if time is passing slowly. You really are an interesting person! Saying that, Shiro-san lets out a small smile. Her usually unchanging expression changed, showing a smile that seemed so beautiful, as if it condensed all the beauty in the world, being as dazzling and precious as a twinkling star. With a gentle smile on her face, Shiro-san put her hand on my cheek and slowly lifted my head and held it to her chest. Wait, Shiro-san, what are you doing? My face buried in Shiro-san's ample breasts, suffocating me in a heavenly softness and warmness. Is that so? So I did love the world, huh? I really don't know myself, huh? I didn't realize it until you told me. That's good to hear, but you know, but this situation? It's my gratitude. Gratitude? Wait. I don't know what you're saying though. I feel down to a situation where it can't be called a lap pillow anymore, as I'm now being laid on a breast pillow, making my mind completely blank and I can't think about anything else anymore. All I could think about was the soft and sweet feeling of Shiro-san's breasts that seemed to entrance all my attention, along with the pleasant scent that tickled my nostrils. You say all that, but Kaito-san seems to be really happy about it. Aren't you? Can you not read the strange areas of my mind? Of course, if you ask me if I'm happy or not, isn't it obvious that I would be happy? That's naturally, because I'm still a man. There's no reason why I wouldn't be happy in a situation where I'm burying my face in the cleavage of an immensely beautiful woman like Shiro-san. But seriously, can you not blow away all of my reasoning? Thank you very much, Kaito-san. However, I would like to correct one thing you just said. See, correct something? Hearing Shiro-san's gentle words, I slightly raised my eyes and saw the beautiful smile on Shiro-san's face which was approaching mine, and felt the soft touch on my forehead. I'm not trying to get involved with you just because you're an otherworlder. I've felt like involving myself with you because I love you. With a voice that was too gentle and warm, as even the sound of her voice also had a temperature. My mind finally reached the limit of its tolerance, making me short-circuit and lose consciousness. And just before I lost my consciousness, I felt Shiro-san hug me tightly. Shiro-san is an airhead, she's sometimes unreasonable, and I feel like I'm always being pushed around when I'm with her. But still, I enjoy spending time with her, and most importantly I think Shiro-san is a very attractive goddess. It was the 7th day of the tree month. One day after my date with Shiro-san. For some reason though, Shiro-san said I don't care what number I am to just as we were about to part ways, and although her statement bothers me, I'm sure that Shiro-san enjoyed our date. And thus, with events happening in rapid succession, tomorrow, I'll be heading to the royal palace with Lilia-san. It seems to be about giving me an apology for the fact that my invitation wasn't sent by mistake. I don't really mind at all. But it seems that there are various things to consider when it comes to the country's prestige and all sorts of stuff, so they're going to make an apology in a public area. Mama-san, you're really getting caught up in various things, huh? Seriously. Unexpectedly running into her in the corridor, Kusunoki-san, who was walking with me, told me with a sigh, while I just replied with a wry smile on my face. Kusunoki-san, Are you going to the magic school today? Yes, I'm learning various new things, so I'm having fun studying. I see. Well, I'm sure Kusunoki-san will be fine if you just pull yourself together. But you should still be careful, okay? Yes, thank you. When we were close to the foyer, I exchanged a few light words with Kusunoki-san before seeing her off. I then headed to Lilia-san's room, thinking I'd ask her about tomorrow. Coming inside Lilia-san's room, I found that she wasn't there, and when I asked one of the servants about it, she said she was headed to the warehouse. It's not that what I'm going to talk about is that urgent, but since it's okay for me to go there, I decided to head there. I was also a bit curious about the warehouse. The warehouse is located just outside of the mansion, and I guess it's to be expected from a duchy, as the room is very large and spacious inside. I knocked once, just to be sure. But even when I knocked on the warehouse's thick door, there was no answer, so I just opened the door and went inside. The brightly lit interior is filled with tall shelves lined up so that it would be properly shined upon by the illumination magic tools, and were quite a sight to behold. Equipment like swords and armors, something that looks like a carriage's wheel. I found all sorts of magic tools and other stuff around as I curiously moved my gaze around while looking for Lilia-san. No matter how large it was small compared to the mansion, and I was able to easily find Lilia-san. Lilia-san was facing a shelf and moving her hands about, seemingly looking for something rather than organizing it. Lilia-san, good morning. Kaito-san, good morning. Do you need something? No, I just thought I'd ask you about tomorrow's schedule. Are you looking for something? Yes, I'm just looking for a letter from elder brother. A letter? When Lilia-san sees me, she returns my greeting with a gentle smile. When I tilted my head when she said she was looking for a letter, Lilia-san somehow had an amazed expression on her face when she spoke. I'm still getting more than 20 letters a month from elder brother, and all of them were just meaningless letters. But even though they're only filled with his stupidity, they're still the king's letters. So I've been telling the servants to throw them in the storeroom. I see. So, I was wondering if there might be something written about this situation, so I thought I'd check it out for tomorrow. But I wonder where they are. They're completely unnecessary items, so it's supposed to be sitting around here with the items we're planning to discard. But I've already thought of it for a while now, but Lilia-san really has no mercy for her own brother. She even said it was completely unnecessary, and by the way she just said it, it's as if she hasn't even looked through his letters. Well, how should I say this? I can clearly sense that she's really troubled by her brother's behavior until now. It's true that many of the items on the shelves around here look like bulky trash, and they don't seem to be very organized. And out of the corner of my eye, Lilia-san prepares a high foothold and reaches out to take the box that is placed high up on a shelf, but it seems like she can't reach it. Lilia-san, would you like me to take it? I suppose so. I'm sorry. May I ask you to do that? Yes. I'm taller than Lilia-san, so I suggested that because I thought I should be able to reach it. Lilia-san then asks for my help with a slightly apologetic look on her face. Error. Is there a problem? No, I think it's stuck on something. If I put in some strength, I should be able to. I guess things are pretty squeezed in over there, as when I pulled the box that Lilia-san was aiming for, it only moved for a bit. But when I pulled with some force, I was able to move it a little bit, so holding the box with both hands, I tried pulling it again. It's a little hard to use my strength to pull something because I'm standing on a high foothold, but if I just pull a bit more. Wait. Doesn't it look like the stuff placed beside it were also pulled along with the box? Isn't this bad? The moment I think about that and try loosening the strength of my grip, the box slipped out so quickly that I was wondering how come I was struggling to pull it a few minutes ago, but I, who had managed to pull the box away from the shelf, was just standing on tiptoes before and ended up greatly losing my balance. Jake, this box is heavy. Kaito-san. I still somehow managed to regain my posture, but the box I pulled out was much heavier than I had imagined, and my wobbly legs slipped off the foothold. The sight of the panicking Lilia-san rushing up to catch me as I fell seemed like things were moving in a slow motion, and with a loud crash, I fell. Ouch. Kaito-san, are you alright? Yes, I'm alright! I must have fallen from a fairly high spot, but thanks to Lilia-san catching me, my body isn't in pain, and just as I was trying to reply to Lilia-san, who was calling out to me with concern. I stiffened. Catching me was just a spur of the moment, as it seems Lilia-san couldn't catch me and also fell over. We ended up in a position where I was covering Lilia-san, who was lying on her back, with me on top of her, and Lilia-san's face was surprisingly close to mine. Beautiful golden hair with a hint of elegance. Blue eyes as beautiful as sapphires. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty in front of my eyes is the very same Lilia-san. KKK Kaito-san! Exclamation mark. I'm sorry. I'll immediately -a. As I was unconsciously gazing at Lilia-san's beautiful face, I came to my senses when she spoke to me, her face turning red, and so, I tried to quickly move away from being on top of Lilia-san. But for some reason, my body won't move. I had a bad feeling about it, so when I moved my head and turned around, there were several items that must have fallen off the shelves and they were now stacked on top of each other, and underneath that pile of items were my feet. Lilia-san, I can't move. No, it's just that there were things that fell on my feet. I indeed. Or rather, even my feet are also. Fortunately, there seemed to be some gaps in between and my feet weren't crushed beneath those stacks of items, but there seemed to be something heavy weighing above my knees, and not only could I not move my body at all, even when I tried pulling my legs out, they seemed to be stuck on something and I couldn't pull them out. It seems that is also the case for Lilia-san, as she now has a pale expression on her face. Lilia-san, it's so heavy I can't move my legs even if I put all my strength into it. What is that? It's a large bathtub-shaped magic tool. It's quite old, so I thought of disposing it. Why do you keep such a heavy thing so high up above a shelf? Almost all of them were just randomly put away. After this, I'll sternly tell them off about this. I see, I'm not good at body strengthening magic, so I haven't thought of it that way. But for people who can use body strengthening magic well, that means it's easy for them to lift something this heavy. Wait, if that's the case, then, Lilia-san, can't you lift it up with your feet? It's possible, but in this position, I might end up kicking Kaito-san's leg and injure you. I don't really mind. Well, I do mind. That's no good. I can't do that. In our position, my legs are crossed over Lilia-san's legs, and it's true that if Lilia-san were to use her strength in this situation, she might hurt me, but I suggested that it's fine for me since we can get out of here, but Lilia-san vigorously shook her head. Well, considering the gentle Lilia-san's character, she won't use any means that might hurt me. But then, what should we do? Lilia-san. That fall just now should have made quite a loud sound, right? This warehouse is under a powerful barrier magic, so no sound can leak out. What should we do then? That's right. How about using teleportation magic? No, teleportation magic also transfers the objects that are touching our bodies at the same time, so teleporting won't change the situation. I thought about using teleportation magic to escape, but it seems like that doesn't work. No, if we were to teleport somewhere that people would be able to easily find us, teleporting certainly would be effective. But being seen in this position feels embarrassing, and for Lilia-san, a duchess, being seen in a situation like this wouldn't be good for her reputation. Other than that, perhaps, could I store the things on my lap in my magic box? No, that won't work. To bring stuff into my magic box, I need to directly touch them with my hand. Whether it's because of my position or my posture, my hands are unable to reach the luggages in question. No, even more than that. There's a chance that if I were to bring one of those items into my magic box, an avalanche of items may collapse on us. That being the case, we can't use that method either. We're at a stalemate. After an hour passes, Luna will probably look for us. So we'll just have to wait for that. An hour? Staying in this position for an hour? That's bad. Because currently, I'm lifting my upper body with my arms so that I don't weigh on top of Lilia-san, and to put it simply, it's like being in a position where I'm about to start doing push-ups. No, I might be in a harsher position instead since I can't fully move everything down my knees. And for me to be in this state for an hour, rather than it being difficult, that's definitely impossible. To be frank, I'm one of the people with the lowest muscle strength in my generation, and even now, my two arms are already trembling. To endure being in this situation for an hour, that's definitely reaching the limits of being a self-challenge. After this, I may not be able to lift my arm tomorrow. No, It's true that considering Lilia-san's position, I understand that it's better to have Luna Maria-san help so that the situation won't turn ugly, so I suppose I'll have to try my best here. Kaito-san, please relax yourself. That position must be quite painful, isn't it? Please, just lean on me. But seeing me looking like I'm in pain, Lilia-san suggests that I relax my arms and lean on her. It's okay. Even if I've already quit the night order, I'm still pretty sturdy, so carrying a person of Kaito-san's weight feels nothing to me. No, but that would be too close. Please don't say it. I'm trying not to think about it, you know. I'm sorry. Reacting to my words, Lilia-san shouted while her face turned bright red. That reaction of her makes me strangely aware of it, or rather, it's making me very nervous. Is it alright? Yes. Even though I could only resent my uselessness, my arms were pretty close to their limits, so I reaffirmed with Lilia-san, to which she gave me a small nod while hiding her face. Slowly, I relaxed my hands and brought them over Lilia-san. Feeling the soft bulges touching my chest, my heart greatly jumped, and at the same time, I smelled her gentle and reassuring scent. Laying on Lilia-san's delicate body, it felt as if our bodies were perfectly glued against each other, our arms, chest. And feeling Lilia-san's body heat all over my body, I felt my face immediately turn boiling red. Lilia-san seemed to be embarrassed too, as she turned her face away from me. Turning her bright red ears towards me, the feeling of the cold floor in my hands was overridden by the warmth I feel in my body. I can hear the faint sound of Lilia-san's breath in my ears, and my nerves are so tense to the point where I can even feel her chest rise and fall with each of her exhales. The heartbeats I'm feeling are incredibly loud, and thinking about the fact that it's definitely being transmitted to Lilia-san as well, makes me feel even more embarrassed. It's just the loud heartbeats I feel aren't just mine. I wonder if Lilia-san is as tense as I am, as I can feel her heart beating quite quickly from her chest that is touching mine. I'm currently draped over Lilia-san's body while looking to my right, and she's facing the opposite direction from me, so I can't see her face, but when she's this close to me that I can even hear her breathing, I can't calm down. It's not that I'm feeling uncomfortable being in this situation with her, but feeling the vaguely oppressive silence, I was feeling a little ashamed of myself. Seriously, I've always been causing trouble to Lilia-san, and even when I'm thinking of helping her out a little bit, something like this happens. I'm really sorry about that. I don't know if it's because of the silence that dominates the area, but as I feel like I'm unable to endure being silent anymore, I spoke out the thoughts that are bubbling up from within me. Lilia-san. Why yes. I'm sorry for the trouble I've always caused you. Hearing the words I said, the nervous Lilia-san, for some reason, had a wondering expression on her face. Did Kaito-san ever bother me? Her voice doesn't sound like she's teasing me, as if she's really wondering what I'm talking about. Why did Lilia-san react like that? Could it be that I've knocked her out that bad that she had amnesia? Kaito-san! I'm sorry. Calling me out right at that time, as if she could see through what I'm thinking, I reflexively apologized. Thereupon, as if she somehow found something funny, Lilia-san laughs. Fufafu, what's the matter, Kaito-san? You've just been apologizing for a while now, you know. No, look. It's not like I'm doing it on purpose, but I've been getting to know a lot of people, getting caught up in all sorts of situations, and I've been troubling Lilia-san. That's right, isn't it? Geez, Kaito-san, you've really been surprising me with things that are way more than I can handle, troubling me with various things, and making me really worry. I'm sorry. When I heard the thoughts of the person in question once again, I felt even more apologetic. After hearing me apologize for the third time, Lilia-san was silent for a few moments, before she replied to me with a gentle tone. However, I never thought of that as bothering me. Not even once, you know. I never felt displeased with Kaito-san. I also never felt disadvantaged by Kaito-san. Why? I always thought I was always being a nuisance to Lilia-san. I've made her faint many times, made her cry many times. But Lilia-san told me that I wasn't a nuisance, that she was never displeased with me. Of course, if Kaito-san had been maliciously pestering me or enjoyed bothering me, I might have been displeased. But that's not the case, right? Yes. Then, there's no reason for me to feel troubled by Kaito-san. This person really is too kind, even among the kind people I know. All those surprising stuff, and things that would make me angry. Please pardon me from that. I'm not a flawless human. I would sometimes get angry, and sometimes, I would even cry. Yes. Also, Kaito-san is troubling me all the time. Yes, seriously. I'd appreciate it if you could have at least given me some time before you make a ruckus again. This way, my stomach could at least hold it. I even feel like I've lost weight. I'm sorry. With a teasing tone, Lilia-san started complaining to me, and just as I was about to apologize again, Lilia-san's hand went around my back and she gently embraced me. As I feel Lilia-san's heartbeat more intensely and closely than before, I heard her calm voice resound in my ear. However, if you ask me if I like or hate Kaito-san, I'll say I like you. Lilia-san, you really are a troublesome person. You won't even let me become the calm and composed Duchess I'm trying to be. You are absurd, a menace in various ways. And yet, you are always kind, warm and caring. There's no way that I would hate you like that. Those were not lies nor falsehoods, they're words showing her true feelings. Lilia-san's words, which she gently told me, warmly and gently sunk into my heart. I can sincerely feel that it was really good that the person who summoned me was this person, as feelings of gratitude that are close to happiness spreads through my heart. Well, but can you please take it easy for a bit? I've really had enough, so I'll do my best. That kind of makes me feel uneasy. Ha. Foo. The both of us chuckled. The feeling that my heart was closer to Lilia-san than it was somehow earlier makes me feel very happy. Saying words of gratitude rather than words of apology. Such thoughts began to dwell in my heart. Lilia-san? Yes. What is it? Exclamation mark. Thinking that I wanted to say my thanks to Lilia-san, I turned my face, which had been turned to the right towards Lilia-san, but as if it was arranged beforehand, Lilia-san also turned her face towards me at exactly the same time. And our eyes met, closer than ever before. Lilia-san. Kaito-san. We are so close that we can feel each other's breaths. I should be so embarrassed that I would immediately look away, but I can't turn my gaze away from those breathtaking blue eyes. My voice calling out Lilia-san's name naturally leaks from my mouth, and she calls out my name as well. Her glossy, soft lips, blushing red cheeks, and her beautiful eyes, shaking from agitation, but not diverting away from mine. All of them are so sensational. A second passed in silence that felt like eternity. Lilia-san gently closed her eyes, and immediately after that, I heard the sound of footsteps. When I heard a voice, I moved my gaze along with Lilia-san, who opened her eyes. And there was Lunamaria-san standing there with an awkward expression on her face. It seems that she noticed that Lilia-san hadn't returned earlier than she expected and came to look for her. It seems that I'm intruding. Please excuse me. I'll come back after around 2 hours. Wait right there, Luna. It's a misunderstanding. Spring has finally arrived for my lady. This Lunamaria can't help but cry in tears of joy. Can you listen to me? It's a misunderstanding. Quickly help us out here. At Lunamaria-san's words, which she said in a matter-of-fact manner, Lilia-san turned as red as a boiled octopus while shouting towards Lunamaria-san. However, the other party is that Lunamaria-san, even if she can clearly see the situation we're in right now, she remained calm and treated Lilia-san's angry voice as if it was just a breeze. Mama-sama, my lady is the type who is weak at being pressed forward. If you ask her hard enough, she'll agree to most of the plays you can think of, you know. Oi, stop right there, you useless maid. She's obviously having fun watching our situation. I don't know why of all the people here in this mansion, she's the one who came to help. In this case, I have no choice but to use that method. Lunamaria-san, please help me. Please stop joking. Interfering with people's love is something if you don't help me, I'll tell Kuro that Lunamaria-san is bullying me. I will rescue you two as soon as possible. Lunamaria-san, who immediately shifted to zealot mode, rescued us in a matter of seconds. It doesn't look like we received any injuries, but Lilia-san, as soon as she was rescued, held her bright face in her hands and left the warehouse with a terrific speed. Indeed, even if we were rescued already, being seen in that kind of situation would make me feel heat rise up on my face. Lunamaria-san said that she would sort out the arrangement of the warehouse later, so I decided to walk off the warehouse too. Returning to my room, still feeling the heat on my face that had not yet cooled. Lilia was sitting in the corner of the room, with her face blushing red and her head covered with her hands. You, Luna, you idiot. That was quite disappointing, wasn't it? If I had been a few seconds later, I might have been able to see Lili's memorable first kiss. Wow, like I said, didn't I tell you that it's a misunderstanding? Kaito-san and I aren't NTT that kind of relationship. Lilia, with her face still bright red, frantically screams at Luna Maria, who was speaking to her with a teasing tone. While looking at such a Lilia with a smile, Luna Maria speaks again. But if, for example, if Mama-sama had tried to kiss you over there, you would have accepted it, right? Foo, Lili, you're really easy to understand. Luna. As if Luna Maria's statement hit right at the bullseye, Lilia's originally red face reddened even more as she felt like smoke was about to come out of her ears. Isn't it alright though? Haven't I been telling you about it for a long time already? That Mama-sama, for the unlucky in love Lili, is someone who rarely appears in Lili's life. And he's the right one. No. But what about Kaito-san's feelings and TT? There are also all sorts of stuff to think about. That means that the problem isn't on Lili's side then? Hearing Luna Maria's words, Lilia looked like she had reached her limit, as she opened her mouth in response, but no words came out. Seeing her easy-to-read master like that, Luna Maria chuckled again. Well, at the rate things are going, it seems like it would take some time before some progress can be made. Well, starting to be aware of it is already a step forward. I will be rooting for you. At night, in the room that I became completely familiar with, I had a slightly troubled look on my face. No, like I said, I don't think the king had any ill intentions. Kuro, who is puffing out her cheeks like a squirrel in front of me, still looks unconvinced as she turns her eyes to me. The reason why I'm in this situation is that I wanted to alleviate Kuro's bad impressions of the Symphonia Kingdom before our visit to the Royal Palace that is coming up tomorrow. As far as I'm concerned, I really don't care at all, and there's no need for him to apologize. But since I heard that apologizing has a lot to do with the country's prestige, I decided to go to the Royal Palace. I'll receive an apology from the king at that time, but if I can, I'd like to resolve the other aspects as well, and one of those issues is Kuro. According to Luna Maria-san, since that incident, Kuro started to hate the Royal Palace and doesn't come close to it at all, so the king's position in the Royal Palace has considerably deteriorated. So, I asked Kuro, who came over tonight as usual, to drop the matter when the king apologizes to me tomorrow, and the result is this squirrel in front of me. I hate that king for bullying Kaito-kun. No, I'm not being bullied. You see, it's just that it happened on a short notice and they accidentally didn't include me in the arrangements. Apparently, Kuro is quite angry about that matter, even though it didn't bother me at all, and it's quite hard to convince her. No, her anger is just something I felt. All I can see when I look at her is a squirrel stuffing her mouth with nuts, so I don't feel any anxiety from her anger at all. And all I can think about is just how cute she is. I'm really glad that Kuro is getting angry for me, but I don't really care about that at all, or rather, I'm quite grateful to the king instead. Grateful? You see, since the king didn't send me that invitation, I could have that barbecue with Kuro and the others. Yes, that's how I truly felt. Because I didn't get invited to that evening party, I was able to have barbecue with Kuro. And thanks to the conversation I had with Kuro at that time, I was able to move forward. If it wasn't for that conversation, I don't think the happy days I have now would have ever come true. Of course, the one I'm most grateful for is Kuro, but I'm also glad that the incident that gave me the opportunity to do so happened. That's why, even though I'm being selfish, I don't want Kuro to be harsh on the royal castle about that matter. So, I thought I'll talk to you instead. Won't you forgive them? Hearing what I said, Kuro was silent for a while before she let out a big sigh. I understand. If Kaito-kun says that much, then I will forgive them. Thanks, Kuro. I'm just saying this here, I only forgave them because Kaito-kun asked me. Still, I'm really glad. Thanks. When I thanked Kuro when she said she would forgive the king, with her cheeks slightly blushing, Kuro just silently looked at me with a troubled expression on her face. As my heart was beating fast while looking at Kuro like that, I remembered something and opened my mouth. Ah, that's right. Kuro, on the 30th day of the tree month. Do you have any free time in your schedule? Yes. I think I'm free around that time. Then, on that day. You see, on that day, it would be exactly 3 months since I met Kuro, right? You're right. It's not like I'm saying that it's just because of that day, but, how should I say this? Would you go out on a DD date with me? I was so nervous that I'm even stuttering, but I somehow managed to tell her what I wanted to say. I don't know if the words I said were something she didn't expect or not, but Kuro's golden eyes opened wide as she turned towards me. You see, back then, didn't I promise to you that I would ask you out next time? That's why, I've checked out lots of things so that I can properly escort you on that day. So, if Kuro's fine with it. My voice is getting smaller and smaller. How nervous am I? Am I just a middle schooler in puberty to get this nervous? I was incredibly nervous, cold sweat was running down my back, and I felt like I'm being tortured in the flames of hell while waiting for Kuro's reply. Kaito-kun invited me on a date. I'm so glad! Her cheeks dyed red. Kuro slightly looked down as a bashful smile appeared on her lips, making her look so cute that it could have killed a person with a heart attack already, and being the one who received its direct attack, I felt my heart jump louder than ever before. Thereupon, putting her index fingers against each other in front of her face, Kuro spoke with a small voice. I want to go on a date with Kaito-kun. In that case, I'll be looking forward to you escorting me, Kaito-kun. Yeah. Seeing Kuro, who had a big smile on her face, I firmly nodded, feeling grateful for the happiness of seeing that smile up close and personal. The 8th day of the tree month, in the royal palace in the capital of the Symphonia Kingdom, there were currently many servants running around. All the servants serving the royal palace have gathered today, and they are preparing for a thorough hospitality, as if they're about to welcome a state guest. Today, Kaito is coming to the royal palace, with the rumors circulating around that he was close to the Underworld King, having connections with the world's pinnacle beings like the Death King and the World King, and there are even world-shaking rumors about how he's acquainted with the god of creation herself. They're currently in a situation where no disrespect could be tolerated. Even the king himself, Rise, also woke up even before the sun rose and took command in receiving Kaito. Without any hesitation, he intends to offer a sincere public apology to Kaito. However, Rise currently had a sour look on his face in the audience room, staring at the person standing in front of him with his sharp eyes, as if he's forcibly wringing it out of his mouth. He uttered, "Where have you heard it? You vixen." "Oh dear, what are you talking about?" "I only came here to your castle because I had to go somewhere nearby, so I thought of having a meeting with you regarding the Festival of Heroes while I'm here." I'm sorry for the delay, but I apologize for the unexpected visit." King Rise. I see, for coming all the way out here. I can't thank you enough." Emperor Chris. Dressed in a simple but beautiful ceremonial attire, Chris gives him a serene smile, and Rise replies to her with a forced smile. "Good gracious. I didn't expect you would have a prior engagement though. I guess I've intruded upon you at the wrong time." No, that's not true. If it's just a simple meeting, we can finish it right now. I'm sure Emperor Chris would also like to return to your country as soon as possible. After all, thank you for your concern, but that's okay. We are the ones who made the unexpected visit, and I can't let you change your plans because of me. I will wait until you have finished your prior engagement! Is that so? Well then, I will have a room ready for you." Hearing what Chris said with the serene smile still on her face, Rise replies to her with a forced smile, though it seems like a vein has popped out of his forehead. If one were to just look at their expressions and the words they speak, they would think the two of them were having a peaceful conversation. But the atmosphere between the two sides was tense, and their gazes that clashed with each other even seemed to be sparking. "No, I can't possibly trouble you with that. I will just become a spectator and observe in the corner of the room. It's not like the contents of your conversation are classified, right? Why you little vixen." That would mean that Chris is telling him that she will observe Rise's apology in the audience room, making Rise grit his teeth in response. It was obvious from the beginning that that's what she came here for. But the other party is an emperor. There's no way he can just flatly send her away. Seeing Rise like that, Kris bows with a smile on her face, and turning her back away from Rise, she begins walking. After taking some distance away from Rise, she mutters in a small voice that Rise couldn't hear. Rest assured, for seeing you do that is just something incidental. I just wanted an excuse to meet Mama-sama. It's really troubling how we're living in completely different countries. It's making it difficult to make my approach. With a smile that seems to hide her emotions, Kris's cheeks are slightly dyed red. Mama-sama, for whatever reason, you still reply to my letters. You really are a dreamy gentleman. After being rocked by the carriage for a while and making sure that the carriage stopped, I alighted the carriage with Lilia-san and found myself in front of a majestic large gate. And beyond that gate, there I found a building that really looked like a medieval castle. I could usually see it from a distance as well, but looking at it from up close, it really feels like what a royal castle would be. Yes, it may have been something I've grown accustomed to see, but I guess this is unusual for Kaito-san. Currently, I have come to the royal castle to receive an apology from the king. Personally, I was faintly hoping that this apology would just end with a light-hearted exchange of "I'm sorry and it's fine, don't worry about it," but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it would be the case. When the big gate was opened, knight-like people neatly line up on either side of the road, showing us the path. And it was no exaggeration to say that the atmosphere around me exactly feels like they're welcoming a state guest. It seems that the one dressed in the most beautiful armor among the surrounding knights will be guiding me and Lilia-san. While I'm surprised by the scene that looks like it came right out of anime, we proceed down the corridor and arrive at a large open room. The audience room. Inside are all the people who seem to be the nobles of this country, and it certainly is quite an unsettling sight. Wait. Error. I think I just saw someone who wasn't supposed to be here. Is it just my imagination? And ahead of my sight, there was a man dressed in a luxurious outfit with short, slightly deep-colored gold hair slicked behind his back. The man with blonde hair like Lilia-san's, but with red eyes that are different from Lilia-san's, looks more solidly built than what I thought, but he is definitely the king of this country. From what I've heard from Lilia-san, he's supposed to be much older than her, but he looks young enough that I would have believed it even if he said he's in his 20s. Welcome to the royal palace, Mama-sama. Thank you for taking the time to visit us. No, it's my pleasure. Thank you for the invitation. When I reach the center of the room with Lilia-san, the king slowly stands from his throne and descends to be in the same level as me. Before he spoke, his voice is somewhat solemn and dignified, and I can't help but straighten up and return his greeting. I'm Symphonia Kingdom's king, Rise Lia Symphonia 18. Pleased to be your acquaintance. Yes. I'm Mama Kaito. Now then, please excuse my rudeness, but let's end the brief greetings and head straight to the real issue at hand. Why yes. Perhaps due to being exposed to many gazes, I was quite nervous while replying to him. He's Lilia-san's brother, His Majesty, the King, who Luna Maria-san sometimes mentions in our conversations. He's not quite what I had imagined. He didn't like me, and this time, he had no choice but to apologize to me because Lilywood-san told him so. Is what I honestly thought he would be like. But he doesn't seem like that kind of person. Just as I was thinking about this, His Majesty, the king dropped down to his knees on the ground and bowing deeply, he spoke. The fact that the invitation was not delivered to Mama-sama before is all my fault. Please accept my sincere apologies. I'm really sorry. Yes. Please raise your head. For my part, I'm not really bothered by it, but your apology was duly received. This really isn't what I was expecting. I thought he would say some kind of lengthy explanation about how they made a mistake and accidentally didn't send me an invitation. But His Majesty, the king's apology was a straightforward one that didn't have any excuses, and that's why I could firmly feel his sincerity. Anyway, I wasn't the least bit bothered about it from the start, so I told him that I accepted His Majesty, the king's apology. I'm the protagonist here, and it's my own decision to easily forgive him. So there was no complication in the conversation, and after His Majesty, the king deeply bowed once again, the apologies came to an end. That was unexpected. I didn't expect elder brother to apologize so sincerely. I thought he would lead the conversation to how it was some kind of mistake. I kind of felt like he was different from what I'd heard too. I guess even if he's a foolish brother of mine, he's still the king in a way. Lilia-san and I exchanged some words as we walked down the wide corridor. Today, Lilia-san and I are going to spend the night at the royal palace, and we are in the middle of heading to the room that has been prepared for each of us, and after that, I'll be going to greet Lilia-san's parents, the former king and queen. After meeting the king, I'm now meeting the former king. It's unsettling because I feel like I'm meeting only with distinguished people, but according to Lilia-san, her parents are friendly and kind. However, along the way, a certain messenger appeared who wanted to talk to me. Since the other party was that person, Lilia-san also had a hesitant look on her face when she heard what the messenger said, so after she quickly checked with the former king and queen that it's okay for us to visit them later, I ended up heading straight to have a talk with that person. To be honest, when talking about that person, I was filled with desire to refuse, but since we're in this kind of place, if I refused here, Lilia-san would be in trouble. Feeling a little sluggish, I moved to the room prepared for us, and after knocking on the door, I enter after being given permission to enter. Hello, Mama-sama. I apologize for suddenly calling out to you. No, it's been a while. Chris-san. When I entered the room, the person who greeted me was Chris-san, whom I had met earlier in the Archlesia Empire and someone who I'm rather uncomfortable with. Maybe it was out of consideration for me, or it may have just been one of her traps like she usually has, but there was no one else in the room except Chris-san. I know Mama-sama already had something planned, and I'm also feeling guilty for it. But I can't stay here too long, so I wanted to meet Mama-sama while I still have the time. Is that so? Yes, this maiden's heart couldn't handle the longing of not being able to see the gentleman I love. How the heck is this person so brazen about this? I really can't let down my guard against her. While shaking hands with Chris-san, who held out her hand to me, I was still dumbfounded that Chris-san was still the same as always, when she leaned in closer to me with a swift, spontaneous movement. What do you think? I thought I'd be able to meet Mama-sama today, so I've put on a bit of makeup, which I don't usually do. Does it make me look more feminine? Why yes. I think you're very beautiful. Thank you. Please, feel free to touch my face. If Mama-sama wishes, we can make time for some alone time to get to know each other. Look, there's a bed over there, we can talk over there. Like I said before, can you not nonchalantly use your seductive techniques every time we meet? She's the type of person who would frequently send these love letters to me that looks like they would eat me out alive. She's someone who could really drag me down to hell if I just let my guard down for a bit. I would have to refuse. I got rejected again. What a shame. Hearing what I said, Chris-san quickly let go of me and chuckled. I'm really not good at dealing with her. Rather than her being difficult to deal with, it's more like she knows what the inexperienced me is weak at and she's attacking me in that direction, and that's why I think she's dangerous. Moreover, her behavior is exquisite, and her letters were all handwritten by her, so it's kind of hard for me to ignore them, and even when we just met, she just nonchalantly made it just the two of us in here. If I'm really not careful with her, I may wake up having done something irreversible. Now then, Mama-sama. Changing the subject, I observed what happened earlier in the audience room. Yes. Symphonia's king is quite the troublesome one, isn't he? It's unforgivable for a king to put his personal feelings before looking at his position, and even cause trouble for Mama-sama. Harassing Mama-sama just because he didn't like you. If you ask me, that's rudeness that mustn't be forgiven. I wonder what that is. I'm still feeling there's something strangely out of place, but I'm not sure why. Mama-sama must have been quite troubled living in the land ruled by such a king. If you would like, you could come to our country. Is that really the case though? Is His Majesty, the king, really harassing me? Just for the reason that he doesn't like me? My sympathy magic is probably the greater reason as to why I'm not clear on this right now. The apology just now. That was truly an apology that came from his heart. The emotions I feel from His Majesty, the king, are a deep and sincere apology. And regret. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that it wasn't a superficial apology. It's just my hunch, but I think His Majesty, the king, was eventually going to apologize to me. even if this incident didn't really happen. Well, the previous matter may have just been something that happened after he lost his presence of mind. The position of the otherworlders are quite difficult to measure. The previous matter probably could have been an act of impulse, and he had seriously regretted it. Of course, there is the difference between doing it publicly and privately, but I think His Majesty, the King, was originally planning to apologize to me. In fact, it may have been just as Chris-san said, and he had regretted it, as after that evening party, he hasn't harassed me in any particular way. And it was different from the image I had of how Luna Maria-san talked about him. My guess is that he probably sent you an immediate apology in a personal letter rather than a letter addressed as a king. That letter may have been thrown in the warehouse without even checking who the letter is addressed to. Oh my. Chris-san tells me that he may have sent me a letter right after that incident, but I don't remember seeing such a letter. Thereupon, I thought of the more than 20 letters that are sent to Lilia-san every month. It may have been mixed in with those letters as they're addressed with His Majesty, the King's personal name. I mean, even Lilia-san didn't know where she was putting them away, and it felt like she hadn't checked the contents of the letter, so it may have really been mixed in among those. Somehow, I'm starting to feel a bit sorry for His Majesty, the King. Thinking about it, other than the letters signed by the country itself, I've never seen a letter from His Majesty, the King, even reach Lilia-san's hand. Thinking about it like this, I'm starting to feel a little pity for His Majesty, the King, and Chris-san smiled at me. I guess I should say that it's to be expected from Mama-sama. You have good eyes that can see through the true nature of a person. Eh? What does that mean? If you were to ask me, that man is a snake. Even with the fair amount of time I've known him, I can say that he's cunning. Even though he looks like he has lots of openings, carelessly step in his range and he will inject his poison on you. He's a difficult person to deal with. Well, I don't like that man. And it seems like the same goes for him. We're in a relationship where we call each other Vixen and Snake. However, only to his sister would he be a fool. No, I dare say that he's also aware that it's a foolish move, but still acted like one in front of her. It's like he's ready to ostracize himself and hand over the throne to his children if it's necessary. Saying that, with a small smile on her face, Chris-san sits down in a chair and offers me to also sit down. When she confirmed that I'm seated, she looked straight at me before she spoke. I'm sure that Mama-sama will arrive at this answer in no time. But let me give you a hint. That man is Princess Lilian. Excuse me, she calls herself Duchess Lilia now, doesn't she? That man had started eliminating all the men who started approaching Duchess Lilia around 8 years ago. 8 years ago? Yes, well, he wasn't as forceful before compared to how he is now. At best, he would just make them restrain themselves from approaching her, but after the incident 4 years ago, it seems that he was eliminating any men or the people working for them who approached Duchess Lilia using any means necessary. 8 years ago, that was when Lilia-san was 14 years old. Wait, I think I heard about that incident before. Remember? If I recall, it was mentioned when I first came to this world. Luna Maria-san said something about shattering the spirit of her prospective betrothed, and the talks regarding her engagement. Her prospective betrothed. I see, so the strange uneasiness I'm feeling is this, a prospective betrothed for Lilia-san at that time. That means, a man she might marry in the future. However, I never heard of His Majesty, the King, eliminating her partner. I don't think His Majesty, the King, would have changed to how he acts now due to his age, and at least before, he wasn't eliminating all the men that had approached Lilia-san. And then, according to Chris-san, it was only 4 years ago before he became forceful with his elimination. I don't have to think that hard about what happened 4 years ago for me to know what happened. It was that time when the second division was ensnared with a trap, and when Lilia-san changed her name and received her peerage. Finished talking with Chris-san, I gave her my thanks and promised to hang out with her again next time. I walked out of the room. Sorry for the wait. No, are you done talking with Her Majesty, Chris? Yes. The room was prepared for Chris-san, the Emperor, so the soundproofing seemed to be perfect, and Lilia-san, who was just outside the room, couldn't hear what Chris-san and I were talking about. I don't think our conversation would be something troubling for Lilia-san to hear. But since the topic is Lilia-san herself, it may somehow be embarrassing just standing guard at the door like that. And once again, Together with Lilia-san, we began walking until we arrived in front of a door that is so big that it could be said to be the most distinctive door in the royal palace. On the other side of this door awaits the former king and his wife, Lilia-san's parents. I don't know why, and it's not like I've done anything wrong, but I'm somehow nervous. However, Lilia-san doesn't seem particularly nervous, and after knocking on the door, she opens it. "Excuse me, we'll be intruding in." When I followed Lilia-san inside, there were 4 people waiting for us. "Welcome back, Lilian." No, it was Lilia now. Wasn't it? "I haven't seen you since the New Year's evening party." "It's been a while, mother." A tremendous beauty with the same light blonde hair as Lilia-san, spoke with a gentle smile on her face. She looked like what Lilia-san would look like if she'd grown up a bit more. A beauty filled with adult sex appeal. "Eh? She's Lilia-san's mother?" "She looks young though." Wait, hold it right there. Lilia-san is 22 years old, right? And it took a long time for the former queen to be blessed with a child. At least, by the time Rise was born, she would have been the queen already. So, doesn't that mean she's about 50 years old? No way. She looks like she's in her 30s. No, I would even believe it if she said she's in her 20s. "It's been a while, Lilia." "I'm glad to see you here." "I'm relieved to see that father is doing well." The man who just spoke was a white-haired man with an elegant beard. An austere, elderly dandy man with eyes that shows his deep experience. I could easily imagine that he would be quite the handsome man in his younger days. Lilia-san's family is full of people with really high specs. Should I say that it's to be expected from them who carry the royal blood? After greeting Lilia-san, the former king then turns to me and slowly bows his head. "Thank you for coming, Mama Dono. It's an honor to meet you here." "My name is Lotus Lia Symphonia. If it's fine with you, I would be pleased to be your acquaintance even in the future." "My name is Dahlia Lia Symphonia. I have long heard of you, Mama-sama." "It's my pleasure to see you." Yes. I'm Mama Kaito." "It's nice to meet you." When the former king and queen greeted me very politely, I nervously replied to them as I straightened my back, as if they were waiting for the time we finished our greetings. The remaining 2 people took a step towards me. "Elder sister Lilia, welcome back." "Also, Mama-sama, it's nice to see you for the first time." "I'm Lilia Symphonia, Symphonia Kingdom's first princess and the first heir to the throne." "I am elder sister Lilia's niece." Plucking the hem of her beautiful dress, a beautiful girl with long, dark brown hair in loose curls gracefully greeted me. Her bright red eyes remind me of His Majesty, the King. This person, Princess Emily, is the first in line to the throne. It may be a little uncomfortable for others to hear this, but I had this narrow prejudice about how I assumed the prince would be first in line for the throne. But in this world where there are many women, it doesn't seem to be unusual for women to hold the authority. Like how Chris-san is the Empress of the Archlesia Empire. Last but not the least, elder sister Lilia, welcome back. Mama Dono, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the first prince, Orchid Lia Symphonia, having the same dark brown hair as Princess Emily. A very handsome young man politely bowed his head and introduced himself to me. No matter how I look at them, Lilia-san's family is really filled with beautiful people. I feel really out of place here. It's like the feeling of being an ordinary person suddenly being thrown in the middle of an idol group. Nice to meet you, Princess Emily, Prince Orchid. Mama-sama, you don't have to call me princess. Please just call me Emily. Same for me. Yes. Well then, Emily-san and Orchid-san. You can just call me by my name Kaito too. For some reason, I can't calm down. Even though the people I was dealing with were royalty, the most distinguished people in this country, it was very unbearable that they were speaking to me politely, as if I were higher than them. I mean, the reason why I'm being placed on a higher pedestal is because I'm an amazing person, but because Guro and Isis-san are great people, and I'm kind of feeling sorry because I'm just a mere fox with a tiger behind my back. The former king and queen also wanted me to call them by their names as well, just like Emily-san and Orchid-san, so even though I felt uneasy, I decided to call them Lotus-san and Dahlia-san. Mama-sama, Lilia has always been in your care. As her mother, please let me say my gratitude. No, I'm the one who's in her care instead. This child is a genius in academics and military prowess, but she's always been a bit of a tomboy. She hasn't even married yet, and as her mother, I was worried for her. Wait, please stop right there, mother. What in the world are you saying? When I thought the greetings were all over, With her gentle smile still on her face, Dahlia-san said that with a gentle tone of voice, while Lilia-san somehow looked flustered. Please love Lilia as your wife. Huh? Mother? What are you talking about? It's alright, Lilia. Mother perfectly understands. Even just by talking to him like this, I can feel Mama-sama's personality. With him by your side, you will achieve happiness. You don't seem to understand anything at all though. Hearing Dahlia-san calmly talking about her shocking statement, Lilia-san turned red and exclaimed, as a father, no matter how old I am, it's a sad thing to see my daughter go off to marry. But if it's for Lilia's happiness, Father will put up with it. Lilia, come home and see us once in a while. Father? Mama Dono, please take care of Lilia. Yes. Kaito-san too. Could you please not let yourself get swept along with them? Reflexively nodding to Lotus-san, whose face completely turned to that of a father as he deeply bowed to me. I got scolded by Lilia-san. What the heck is with this situation? I feel like there's a big misunderstanding going on. Elder sister Lilia, how enviable to win over such a dreamy gentleman like Kaito-sama. Emily, listen here, you're just making a big misunderstanding. Kaito-sama. Of course, if Kaito-sama wishes, I'm willing to dedicate myself to you. What the heck are you talking about? I feel like I'm somehow being really left out here, as I'm dumbfounded watching Lilia-san desperately scream as she tries to clear up the misunderstandings of her family, who started talking about stuff that has leapt away from the present. Orchid-san calls out to me. Kaito Dono, please take a seat over here. Since they've already started doing that, it would probably take a while. Thank you very much, Orchid-san. I won't mind it if you just call me Orchid though. You don't look that much older than me, so you can just speak in a way you're comfortable with. I'll call you Orchid then. In exchange, I'd also like you to call me that too. I understand. I'll call you Kaito from now on. With a picture-perfect Ikemen smile on his face, Orchid moves to a smaller table and sits down facing me. Lilia-san and the others still seem to be arguing with each other, and I can hear their loud voices quite clearly. Are they always like that? Yes, well, Lotus-sama and Dahlia-sama are always worried about elder sister Lilia not being married while. As for elder sister Emily, well, she's just the kind of person who likes to get into people's love affairs. I see. For the time being, as we're both people who were outcasts from their conversation, I exchanged some idle talks with Orchid while waiting for the four of them to settle down. Orchid was just like a prince straight out of anime, an Ikemen with a refreshing and good personality. What the heck is with his popularity factor that doesn't show any opening? Is he a Ryuju? He's a Ryuju, right? Alright, then you can go explore. No, I guess I'm also one of the Ryuju's now since I got the affection of a certain ridiculously beautiful girl with the name of Isis-san. After chatting with Orchid-san for a while, Lilia-san seems to have finally persuaded the three of them, as Dahlia-san turns towards me and bows her head. I beg your pardon. I'm not familiar with the common sense of the world Mama-sama was in, and I thought it was the same as ours. No, even if it's as your mistress, please love Lilia. You still don't understand anything, Mother. I almost slipped out of my chair when I heard the words she said with the gentle smile still on her face. In other words, it seems that the reason Dahlia-san made that comment about being my second wife earlier was because she thought that my world was similar to this one, and with my age, she thought I would have been married already. Let alone being married to anyone though. I didn't even have any girlfriends. Let's stop right there. Just thinking about it makes me sad. At that moment, Lotus-san, who hadn't said much compared to Dahlia-san and Emily-san, slowly strokes her beard and speaks. Mama Dono, it may be rude of me to ask, but may I ask you one thing? Yes. It's fine with me. Well then, if you'll excuse me, does Mama Dono not have any guards with you today? A guard, is it? He asked in a slow voice but certainly filled with power, to which I nodded my head. I certainly didn't bring my guards with me now. Anima, Ito and Theta said they wanted to follow me, but I didn't bring them because I didn't want the situation to be that exaggerated. Yes, for example, this isn't really possible, but for argument's sake, let's say that Orchid suddenly draws his sword and attacks Mama Dono. Me? In that case, Lilia would obviously stop Orchid, but, me fighting elder sister Lilia? That sounds like a future where I'm going to die. To the words Lotus-san spoke, Orchid replies with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He doesn't even want to imagine fighting Lilia-san. Well, I understand that feeling very well. But what would happen if I had a number of troops lurking in the area, an amount of troops that Lilia couldn't handle? Momodono, your value is much higher than you think. I know it's none of my business, but wouldn't it be better to have a few guards around you at all times? I see. I didn't feel that way at all, but when a former king says that, I feel a different sense of importance from it. As for me, I don't really like walking around surrounded by lots of guards. But if I get caught up with anything because of that, it will cause trouble for Lilia-san, so I guess I should probably think about it. Just as I was about to nod in response, a high-pitched voice sounded in the room. There's no need for that though. I'm here for Kaito-san after all. No matter if it's hundreds or thousands, I would just make them regret that they are born. Alice, hearing the voice suddenly coming out of nowhere, Lotus-san looked pretty surprised. This peculiar way of using honorifics is definitely Alice. But why is her voice so different and high-pitched compared to usual? As if to answer these questions, the view in the center of the room distorted and Alice appears, with her face hidden behind the black robe littered with chains. Taking the form of the Phantasmal King. Phantasmal King Sama? Yes, hello there, with me guarding Kaito-san myself. He won't be needing any other people beside him. Alice, when did you? I've been here right from the start though. Besides, it would be really troubling if anything happens to Kaito-san. I didn't notice at all. I guess it's to be expected as she's still one of the 6 kings, the pinnacle beings of the demon realm, and as everyone's surprised by her appearance. But for some reason, Lilia-san's eyes look like that of a dead fish. What the heck is with her expression? It kind of looks like she's already given up on all sorts of things. Phantasmal King Sama is Mimi Mama Sama's guard. That's right. Kaito-san is my lord to whom I offered my sword. That also means pointing your sword at Kaito-san is the same as challenging me and my troops to battle. Oh dear. Please excuse me. It really was unnecessary of me. I didn't expect for Phantasmal King Sama herself to be his guard. No, that's the first time I've heard of it either. Alice replied to Lotus-san, who bowed deeply with an astonished expression on his face, with a light tone of voice. But it's also the first time I've heard that Alice is my guard. What are you talking about, Kaito-san? I'm always guarding you, so much that I even know the number of moles on Kaito-san's body. Do you know what privacy means? I know that. It's that thing that disappeared from Kaito-san as soon as Shallow Vernal-sama took a liking to you, right? I'm feeling a little dizzy. Indeed, now that she mentioned it, it's not just Alice. Shiro-san is also watching me at this moment. Doesn't that mean I never had any privacy? Should I also show myself over there? Please don't, you'll cause a lot of ruckus. Well then, I'll be going back. If you need me, call me whenever you need me. Even if you don't need me, you're welcome to call me for lunch or dinner. You probably just want to eat. I want an extravagant lunch. Ouch. Seriously, Alice never changes, as she disappears while rubbing the part of her head that I hit with my fist. I'm somehow not feeling it that much since she's always acting like that. But having one of the 6 kings as my guard, isn't that frightening? I've heard from the rumors, but Kaito-sama is quite the terrific person, isn't he? Listen here. Kaito-san is a monster. Common sense doesn't apply to Kaito-san. If it's Kaito-san who did something, it can't be helped. Mark those words and keep them in your mind. Wait, Lilia-san? Elder sister Lilia, you don't look so good. No, I'm fine. I just have to take some of my stomach medicine. Lilia-san tells Omni-san with an expression on her face as if she was enlightened after feeling some pain. Her expression seems to exude the hardships she has gone through until now, and somehow, I felt very sorry for her. Kaito, you're also going through a lot. Thank you, Orchid. It's nice to hear you say that. If you need some advice or someone to complain to, I'll always be here. That would be helpful. Patting me on my shoulder and giving me a sympathetic look. I felt grateful for Orchid's words, but because of my privacy that had just disappeared. No, about my privacy that had disappeared before I noticed it, my shoulders slumped down. After we exchanged some relatively calmer chit-chat and ate a sumptuous dinner together, we moved to our assigned rooms. I really did feel like I was being treated like a guest of honor, as the room I was assigned was surprisingly large and the bed was a huge king-sized one. I felt uncomfortable because I still felt I'm undeserving of such treatment. Even the room I had in Lilia-san's mansion feels too large, but when I'm given a room even bigger than that, I can't calm down at all. And while I was a little busy being bored in the room, restlessly scurrying around the room, I heard a knock on the door. Who could it be? Is that Lilia-san? Yes, it's open. Excuse me. Please forgive my rudeness for coming for a visit this late at night. His Majesty, the King. The one who came into the room was unexpectedly His Majesty, the King, Rise. Seeing His Majesty, the King who suddenly appeared alone, without leading a single knight from his royal guards, I was dumbfounded and stunned in place. I was hoping to have some one-on-one conversations with Momodono. Do you mind if I take a few moments of your time? Yes, it's fine. I nervously nodded to His Majesty, the King, who spoke to me in a polite tone. Thereupon, he turned his eyes filled with sharpness and calmness to me, and slowly opened his mouth. Momodono, it may be rude of me, but do you mind if I loosen up my words? Yes, rather, calling me with Dono is unnecessary. I see, thanks. Well then, I will be calling you Mama-kun. You can also call me not by my name, Rise, and not with His Majesty, the King. Yes, His Majesty, the King. Rise-san then returns to what probably is his usual original way of speaking, and stares at me with a serious expression. Well then, let's move on to the main topic of my sudden visit. Yes. After the preface conversation, Rise-san moved in front of me and deeply bowed with both of his knees on the ground. Once again, I want to apologize to you. I'm truly sorry. Please raise your head. If it's about apologies, I've already received one a while ago, right? No, that was only my apology as Symphonia's king. An apology from someone burdened by his country cannot be truly sincere. It would have made sense if I threw away my authority as the king as an apology. Alright already. Rise-san has fully conveyed how you felt to me. Please raise your head. Rise-san is apologizing now, not as a king who was burdened by his country, but as a human being. He wants to apologize from the bottom of his heart, not for the national interest. I was very happy about what he felt, but the fact that someone more than 10 years older than me was being brought down on his knees is making me feel rather apologetic instead. Anyway, when I told her that I accepted his apology, Rise-san bowed his head for a few seconds before he slowly stood up. Thanks. Being summoned to a different world by the hero summoning magic, it would have given you anxiety for being forced to spend time in an unfamiliar world, away from the world you've always been familiar with, even though it's only for a limited period of time. If I had considered that, I should never have acted that way. Keeping that in mind, after you had gained great acquaintances, I suddenly pulled my hand away and apologized. I may have looked quite ridiculous. I don't mind even if I'm laughed at for being a foolish king. There was a reason for that, wasn't there? The words spoken by Rise-san definitely show sincerity, and the emotions I read with my sympathy magic also shows deep regret. I really couldn't believe that he would do something like that just for the reason that he doesn't like a person. It's not because Lilia-san is adorable, is it? Lilian is adorable. She's my precious little sister. However, that isn't the main reason for that incident, right? I've heard some things about you from that vixen, but it seems that you really have a discerning eye. After saying that and letting out a small sigh, Rise-san looked at the sofa provided in the room and asked me if I wouldn't mind sitting down. When I nodded in response, Rise-san sat down on the sofa, and while looking straight at me, he opened his mouth. I may have been afraid of you. Afraid? Yeah, you're not the only other worlder of whom I can't find out what you've done in the past. I think their names are Aoi-kun and Kusunoki-kun. I'll have to apologize to the girls again. I would have to say sorry for causing them unnecessary anxiety. Unnecessary anxiety? I was the one who instructed Count Dukas to ogle at them. Count Dukas? Who's that? Is he talking about Count Toady who we met back at the temple? Wait. He was instructed by Rise-san? What does that mean? After they became frightened, the position of their guardian, Lilian will also rise. Compared to the lustful count, the former princess who protects her guests from another world, the people around her will remember her better. In that case, Lilian's position will also. Your anger is understandable. When we're done talking, if you want to hit me, I will accept it. Hearing Rise-san's words about using Kusunoki-san and Yuzuki-san to improve Lilia-san's position, I seem to have unknowingly held anger in my eyes. However, I could still feel deep regret from Rise-san, and I couldn't just yell at him without thinking at all. I really may have been inflexible at that time. You three are no different from my own children. Even now, I still regret that I did something stupid because of my uneasiness. I know that it sounds like I'm just making excuses. No, I can see why you really think like that. Thank you. Saying that, Rise-san bows his head once more, and his eyes become somewhat distant as he stares into the distance. I originally did not have the caliber of being a king. A king thinks of the national interest. A person who throws away other things for the sake of the country. In that sense, people like that vixen. Chris has the caliber of being a king. However, I'm no good. I would put Lilian before the national interest. Saying that, Rise-san returns his gaze to me, and after staying silent for a while, he continues. Did you know that I'm the child of a concubine? Yes. Lilia-san told me about it. I see. I used to loathe Lilian. I was surprised at what Rise-san told me. Rise-san, who was famous for being a siscon according to Lunamaria-san, and in fact, the person himself just said that Lilia-san was more important for him than the country, is saying that he loathed Lilia-san. I've only had mediocre or perhaps slightly above average talent. For years and years, since I was very young, I studied hard to become a future king, suppressing my desire to play. And just when my hard work began to bear fruit, the queen's child, Lilian, was born, and there were voices exclaiming for her to be the king. I really resented Lilian's existence at that time. I have worked so hard all my life, and after all that, there's a chance that I may not become a king. What I had built up over the years might come to nothing. That made me angry. I think that has become a really difficult problem. Lilia-san said that she and Rise-san had a bit of a dispute over which of them would be the king, but in reality, the one he's at odds here may be the queen's faction instead. In the end, because Lilian was too young and my father was becoming a bit frailer and wanted to hand over the throne early, it was decided that I would be the king. But my fears still didn't go away. Lilian was a rare genius. All the knowledge I spent years learning and the skills I cultivated, that girl acquired them in a blink of an eye. I was scared. Objectively speaking, I am far inferior to Lilian. I'm afraid that I'll eventually be dragged down from the throne. Even though he said that he was afraid of Lilia-san, Rise-san's expression looked kind, as if he was being nostalgic of the past. After a brief moment of silence came again, a gentle smile appeared in Rise-san's lips before he spoke. However, Lilian adored me. She would embrace me, calling me out elder brother tilde, and always cared for me. When the unfamiliar duties of a king made me tired and I wasn't feeling well, she was there to take care of me. I cried at my own stupidity. I wondered why I had even loathed such a kind little sister. Since then, that girl has been irreplaceable to me. I see. After that, I couldn't help but think about how cute Lilian is. I tried harder than ever to be a king she would be proud of. More than anything else, I desire for that girl to acquire happiness. Even when it was suggested that Lilian should have a fiancé at her age, I may have been sad, but I was happy if I thought Lilian would be happy. Yes, that's what I thought. I knew that Lilia-san had a prospective betrothed, but looking at Rise-san's expression now, I felt that there was something slightly different from what I heard from Lunamaria-san. I heard that the engagement was rejected by the frightened other party when Lilian became the runner-up in a martial arts tournament. Don't you think that sounds strange? No matter how strong Lilian is, she's a sweet girl. Why would he be scared of her? Moreover, the Lilian of that time was still the princess. Anyone would normally want to be engaged with her, right? Speaking of which, indeed, now that he mentions it, no matter how strong Lilia-san is, I don't think she would turn her fists on her fiancé, and as part of the royal family, Lilia-san is supposed to be the best marriage partner for a noble. I was also bothered by that, so I investigated. But it seems that hidden behind the goodness of his outer appearance, he had been doing despicable acts behind the scenes. The fact that he was frightened was just an excuse. And it seems that he originally planned to refuse the engagement because he didn't think he could handle a girl like her who holds a strong sense of justice. Well, I politely asked that man to leave the scene. It's just that Lilian was quite shocked about it. For a gentle girl like her, it seems like someone telling her that she's scary was painful. She silently cried alone in her room. Even when we were just hearing about it from Luna Maria-san, Lilia-san didn't want us to be afraid of her. To the gentle Lilia-san, it must be more painful than anything else for others to be scared of her own power. That's why Rise-san had. After that incident, I decided to look into the background of any man who approaches Lilian. As her brother, I have to say, that child seems to have really bad luck with men. Every man who comes up to Lilian has some hidden ulterior motive. And that's why I kept them in check. Well, at that time, I was just keeping them in check. Are you aware about that incident 4 years ago? Yes. As Rise-san's eyes turned sharp when he asked me so, I nodded with a serious expression on my face. 4 years ago, the Knights of which Lilia-san was the divisional commander had their information switched out. And as a result, the incident that resulted in a large number of monsters attacking and Siag-san getting seriously injured. I still can't forget Lilian's face at that time. The sad and painful expression on that girl's face as she apologized to Sieglind, who had lost her voice, as tears streamed down her face. And even more than that, I blame myself for my worthlessness. Why didn't I protect Lilian? Why couldn't I protect her? Why didn't I take action before this happened? Even when I knew that the factions were opposing each other for the throne. Rise-san's expression is really dyed with strong regret as he tightly clenched his fist and bit his lip while telling me that because Lilia-san is really important for him, he can't forgive himself for not being able to protect her. At that moment, I swore that I would never let anyone do that again. I vowed then that I would never let Lilian look at me in such a heartbreaking way again. And I didn't care if I was disqualified from being a king. I don't care how much anyone hates me, I will protect Lilian. After that, I used every means possible to thoroughly eliminate anyone that might hurt Lilian. I would investigate the other person's background, and if I even find a single black spot among them, I would crush them without any compassion. For whatever reasons, all those people who approach her are all men. And before I knew it, I was rumored to be someone who would smash apart any man who comes near Lilian, though I guess the facts are certainly like that. From Rise-san's wry smile, I could see a definite resolve in his expression, and I could understand that his feelings were different from what I had imagined based on what I heard from Luna Maria-san. And then, scratching his head with a somewhat troubled look on his face, Rise-san continues to speak. That's why I was afraid of Kaito-kun and the other Otherworlders. There was no way for me to check the background of an Otherworlder. I couldn't tell if you people were good people or not. However, maybe it's because it has only been men that have been my target of elimination in the past. That's why I've had particular prejudice towards you. Rise-san, can I ask something? What is it? Why are you telling me this? Rise-san is unreservedly talking about his story. Thanks to that, my impression of him has changed a lot, but I didn't know why he was talking to me about it. Hearing my question, Rise-san was silent for a moment, before he let out a gentle smile. I have something else to say to you other than my apology. Eh? What? Immediately after saying that, Rise-san puts his hand on the ground again and deeply bows his head. Thank you very much. I know from the letters sent to father that you have restored Lilia and Sieglind's friendship, and that you have given Sieglind's voice back. I don't know how much I could ever thank you for that. It's not like it's something I did. Thank you so much for saving Lilian's heart. Rise-san. From the drops that fell on the sofa and from his trembling voice, I could see that Rise-san was crying. He really cares about Lilia-san, and he must love her with all his heart. Thanking me over and over again. After Rise-san stopped his tears from flowing, he stood up. I really should have told you sooner, but I'm sorry it took so long. No, I'm glad to hear what Rise-san really thinks. Thank you. Mama-kun, there's one thing I need to ask of you. You want to ask something? Saying that, Rise-san looks straight into my eyes and tells me the words he probably wanted to convey the most. I don't care what choice you make in the end. However, whether you stay in this world or go back to your own world, I hope that you earnestly face Lilian's feelings. That is all I wish for. Yes, I understand. Thank you. If you ever need any help in the future, You can always tell me and I will be happy to help you. Seeing Rai-san smiling with a calm expression on his face, I firmly etched the weight of his words into my heart. The impression you get when you meet someone in person is often different, and Rai-san is a much different person than I had imagined. And, most of all, he really is like an older brother who thinks of his little sister. As Rai-san leaves the room, I exhaled after looking at his departing back. Tsk. He didn't even bring a present while visiting someone, and you call himself a king? What a stingy man. He should have at least brought some cookies. Aoki. How about you start learning how to read the mood? Jini Yawak. You tiwaway my chweeks. I'm sorry. You are wuk suwayas you. So I few twike joking a wound about it. You fee me? Fudge Yawak. That's even worse. I knocked the head of this idiot who just shattered the solemn atmosphere in one hit. It's decided then. I'll scold this fellow a bit. In the room after Rai-san left, Alice, after being scolded by me, soon revived and slouched on the sofa. Anyway, for him to speak that much about things hidden in his heart, as expected from Kaito-san. Alice, do you know Rai-san? Wait, you're also one of the 6 kings, so that should be obvious, huh? Well, you're right. However, I know that guy pretty well because he's a regular customer. A regular customer? Well, it seems that he's changing the person he was sending to me to make his request. There's some hidden meaning in what Alice is saying. That means he's a client for her underworld job, huh? He's an interesting human in his own way. Just as he said, his talent is average. Her Majesty, the Emperor would be far superior to him in terms of excellence. However, he had a good nose. And he knows very well that he's an ordinary person. He understands where a person's openings are going to be, and he's making use of it by laying down his traps, waiting for the other person to be ensnared. Just when you thought you've successfully outsmarted him, he will gobble you up instead. If Her Majesty, the Emperor is worth 1 copper coin as a human and 1 white gold coin as a king, the Symphonia King would be worth 1 silver coin as a king and 5 gold coins as a human. Well, as far as assessing a human goes, it's perfectly right up my alley. I feel close to the people who play the role of the fool like him. I don't really understand. Ahaha, Kaito-san is just fine the way you are. I like you when you're open and not acting like another person. Thank you. Seeing the joyful smile on her lips as Alice told me she likes me, I can't help but feel embarrassed. Even though she's just Alice, this feels kind of vexing. It was a bit embarrassing to continue with this topic at this point, so I decided to change the subject. Speaking of which, Alice, what happened to that matter I asked you to do last time? The evidence from that incident 4 years ago. We've gathered them. Saying this, Alice pulled out various items out of nowhere and placed them on the desk. This is the real information report that was switched out. This is the ink on the pen that was used to create it. This is the paper that was discarded because it was miswritten. This is the report of the actions of the person involved in the swap over the next few days, and I've also secured the person who had given the instructions to do it. Secured? Yes, with some illusion magic. I shook his head a little, and he has become quite cooperative. What the heck did you just say? I thought I heard some very frightening words just now, but I thought it was just my imagination. No, I'd like to think that it was just my imagination. However, I guess that should be expected from the Phantasmal King. I wonder how they managed to get all this evidence together in just a few days, even though the incident happened 4 years ago. Anyway, in that case, it's easy to expose their crimes. But let's not do it now. Why? No, there are actually 2 nobles involved in that incident, but they were driven out to the frontier about 2 years ago. Why? Incidentally, the one who drove them out was Symphonia's king. Rai-san did? Yes, as I said before, that guy has a good nose. It seems that he has already found out who the culprit is. But he can't find any evidence. That's why they were dealt with a little high-handedly because of some other matter, and kept them away from Duchess Albert. If Rai-san told that to Lilia-san, it's just that he didn't have access to any evidence regarding the incident 4 years ago. The other party was a noble with a certain amount of influence, so I'm sure he didn't tell her so that Duchess Albert wouldn't get ahead of herself. Apparently, Rai-san already had his eyes on the culprits, but he couldn't get a hold of their tales that would definitely name them as the culprits. That's why they were forcibly forced away from the capital because of another incident. Well, That's why they were in the frontier right now. So, even if you expose their crimes at this time, we can't immediately detain him. It would be quite a hassle dragging him out if he secludes himself there, so we need to find the right time. Well, I could easily catch him, but that's not the way you want the situation to go, right, Kaito-san? When you mentioned the right time, those two are in the first princess faction, and they will definitely be at the first princess birthday party on the 21st day of the Earth month. We will strike at that time. It seems that Alice has already decided what to do with them, but in the end, I still want Lilia-san to be the one deciding this matter. As if she could see through my thoughts, Alice calmly smiles at me. It's fine. I understand what you want, Kaito-san. I'm not just going to expose their crimes and bring them down. I'll make it that Duchess Albert is the one defeating them. I'll be preparing the stage for that time. Thanks. I'm counting on you. As my lord wishes. When I thank Alice for reading my intentions so well, as if she's playing the role of a knight in some kind of theater, she lowers her head as she tells her thanks. I chuckled in response, but I'm really filled with gratitude with her. I'm getting the goosebumps. Serious mode relouch. However, Alice is still the same as she usually is. She immediately started messing around again. While I'm wondering if her seriousness can't last a little longer, I suddenly remembered something and asked. Speaking of which, I'm changing the subject, but I told you before that you have to leave some money for living expenses, right? Now I've got to start getting things ready. Wait a minute there, oi. As soon as she heard what I said, Alice instantly turned around and tried escaping, but I caught her by the scruff of her neck. She did tell me that she was giving her subordinates half of her wages, but the other half of it was wasted on gambling. So I scolded her and told her about making sure to leave some of it, but this f***ing bastard. I knew she would use it when I wasn't looking at her. I told you before already, didn't I? You should keep some money behind, and using it all up is unforgivable. There's no problem. I've properly kept some behind. How much? Hilda, well, that is. How much do you have left? 10 I feel like I'm about to faint. When I was scolding her before, Alice should have more than 10 white gold coins in hand, excluding her subordinates' salaries. She spent all of them in just a few days. Even after I told her not to use it up, it seems like she only has 10 left. Somehow, it's making me even angrier than if she had used it all up. However, what the heck is going on? At this rate, it's unlikely she would improve even if I scolded her again, and no matter how much I hit her, I can't expect to deal any clear damage to someone like her, who is one of the 6 kings. No, wait. Speaking of which, if you're going to be like that, I may have an idea how to deal with you. An idea? Wait, Kaito-san, your face kinda looks scary. Hi. Reaching out my hand while muttering that with a low voice, thinking of punishing her for a bit, Alice cowered as if she thought I'm going to hit her again. However, my hand went past Alice's head and grabbing the strap of the opera mask Alice was wearing on her face, I pulled it off. That's my mask. Exclamation mark. Her beautiful blue eyes that are usually hidden by the mask are exposed, and, surprised, Alice's eye grew wide. Thereupon, when she saw the opera mask in my hand, her face turned bright red and screamed as if she was going to explode. Wow, Kaito-san, GG, give it back. If I don't have that. What should I do? I was just trying to teach her a lesson. But she started crying. It's easy to forget because of the impact of normally seeing her with a mask, but the Alice who took off her mask is a beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl, with loose, wavy hair, and seeing her crying like that makes me feel like I'm doing something very bad. I'm sorry, that was too much of me. I hurriedly returned the mask to Alice, who was clinging to me while crying. Alice immediately took the mask from me and put it on. And slowly, she hugged her knees. I've been defiled. I've been completely assaulted. I can't become a bride anymore. No, I'm sorry. I didn't think it would affect you that bad. I'm really sorry. A fancy dinner. I understand. I'll pay for everything. Go on a date with me with a fancy dinner. I understand. Then, I'll forgive you. Isn't that too fast? I tried my best to apologize to Alice, who looked extremely depressed, but She quickly became very lively again. Could it be that she was just acting before? For some reason, it's not like I don't think that Alice has set me up, but since I'm the one in the wrong, let's just say I'm glad that Alice's mood has been restored. After that ruckus, which is in a way, can be described as the usual, as if she suddenly remembered something, Alice spoke. Speaking of which, Kaito-san, that thing you asked for is ready. Eh? Already? Yeah, perfectly ready. Thank you. That really helps. How much is it? When I went out for barbecue with Alice before, I asked her to make some items for me before I left. To be honest, I thought it would take her a long time to make it, and I don't know if I should say that it's to be expected from her or not, but it seems like it's already done. I'm now Kaito-san's subordinate, so I don't really mind even if it's free. No, I will properly pay you for that. Even if you're close with someone, you should still have basic manners. Besides, if Alice is my subordinate and I'm your boss, I have to pay you, don't I? Kaito-san, I understand. How about 2 white gold coins then? Eh? Just that much? I thought it would be more expensive, but I didn't add any more materials this time, so that's about it. Giving Alice, who for some reason, kind of sounds happy, 2 white gold coins and received the time I had requested. Whoa, this is heavy. I'd better hurry up and put it in my magic box. Well then, just call me if you need me again, Tilda. Yeah, Alice, thank you very much. I can always count on you. Saying those Ikemen phrases is foul play. It's making me embarrassed. With that, Alice disappeared while a faint blush on her cheeks could be seen peeking out of her mask. I didn't have much more to do either, so I decided to move to my bed and sleep. After spending the night at the royal palace, we were treated to a sumptuous breakfast that would surely give me heartburns for eating this in the morning, and I continued to get to know Lilia-san's family until noon. Then, before noon, I left the royal palace with Lilia-san, promising to come back again. Lilia-san's family were really nice people. Yes, Kaito-san, it seems like you and Orchid were getting along quite well. Yeah. He was quite fun to chat with. The 20-year-old Orchid is 1 year younger than me, and for me, he's the first friend of the same generation and gender I had made when I first came to this world. So, we had a great conversation. Orchid was also very calm and easy to talk to, so we hit it off very well, and I also promised him that I would definitely come back to visit him. Orchid is a very good and loving husband, and he's my nephew that I'm proud of. Loving husband? Eh? Please wait a minute. Is Orchid already married? Yes, he's already married to 3 wives. I'm surprised to hear what Lilia-san casually told me. Eh? He's younger than me, but he already has 3 wives? The heck is that? That's scary. I mean, he's an Ikemen with a great personality, he's royalty and has 3 wives. Is he a real-life winner? I'm starting to feel terribly miserable about myself, you know? Kaito-san, are you okay? Lilia-san, as expected, compared to Orchid, I don't really have any charm as a man, huh? No, I think Kaito-san looks fantastic. Eh? Did you say something? I didn't say anything. In response to my slightly depressing words, Lilia answered in a very quiet voice, but I couldn't hear her well, so I asked her back, but for some reason, her face is red while shaking her head sideways. She looked very cute while looking like that, but I wonder why. I felt like it was quite a shame that I didn't hear what she said. After coming back to the mansion and parting ways with Lilia-san at the entrance, I didn't go back to my room but went looking for some people. At this time of the day, they should be cleaning the mansion. But where are they? After walking through the mansion for about 5 minutes, I was able to spot the 2 people I wanted to find in the direction I was going. Ita, Theta, Master, you've returned. Welcome home. Welcome back. Desu. Both of them have red hair, Ita with her long hair in a ponytail and Theta with her short hair held in a cute hairpin. Both of them look good in their maid outfits. The 2, who have come to live in the mansion as servants after that incident with Mejido-san, seem to be completely at home with the others already, finishing with the cleaning that they've accustomed to doing, bowing their heads to me at exactly the same time. Master, how can I be of service? If you need some tea, I'll immediately. No, I was just looking for you 2 since I want to give both of you something. For us too? Theta's suggestion of preparing tea was very tempting, but I decided to refrain from it since I have other things to do right now. And as I watched Ita mutter and tilting her head in wonder at the words I told her, I spoke. Both of your weapons were broken in the previous fight. Did you find a replacement yet? Ah, no, we still haven't. Desu, when it comes to weapons that can withstand our power, there aren't many good ones out there. Ito and Theta had their weapons destroyed by Sieg and Anima respectively, when they attacked me before, and apparently, they were both using pretty good weapons, and I remember overhearing them lamenting about how they couldn't find a replacement. Although they were the ones who attacked me first, since they said they were going to serve me now, they were helping out with the tasks in the mansion without looking displeased at all, and I'm grateful for that. While they have a slightly troubled look on their faces, I take out the item I received from Alice yesterday from my magic box. A brand new large spear and large shield, made from the Dragon King. Magnoel Sans Scale. Master T. This is W. What an amazing magic power. Desu, I thought I had to do something as your master for the two of you who are always working hard for me. And since I happened to get some of Dragon King's scales, I asked someone to make weapons out of them. The Dragon King Sama? As I thought, Magnoel Sans scales seemed to be really amazing material, as both of their eyes widened and looked astonished. And after being stunned for a while, Ita looked somewhat flustered before she spoke. We couldn't receive those. We are just your mere servants. We couldn't accept such a valuable item. It would be discourteous of us. Desu. Seeing the two of them shook their heads in obvious dread, I chuckled at their somewhat cute appearance before I calmly told them. Even if I had it, I couldn't use them since they're this heavy. So you two have always worked so hard for me, and I'm sure I'll always be in your care even in the future, so I want you to take it. Master. After hearing my words, Ita looked dumbfounded as she muttered, and with trembling hands, she received the large spear. Immediately afterwards, she gets down on one knee and deeply bows her head. Theta also receives her large shield, and just like Ita, she gets down on one knee. Thank you very much, Master, for bestowing upon us such a wonderful gift. It will be our greatest pleasure to serve such a kind master. Desu. Why, you're over-exaggerating. As if they were shaking with emotions, the two of their eyes glitter as they said that. When I wryly smiled at their over-the-top reaction, they started speaking with even more vigor. This weapon I received is like the embodiment of Master's expectations towards me. I hereby pledge to serve you so that I wouldn't feel ashamed for wielding such a spear. Good luck. Our body, our heart. For eternity, we pledge that they belong only to Master. Desu. Thanks, I guess. The tension between the two of them really seemed to have reached its upper limit, as they looked far too happy. And then, asking for permission if they could wield their weapons immediately from the other servants, after bowing deeply to me again, they hurriedly went to the garden. How should I say this? They look really cute, just like children who had received a new toy. Smiling as I thought about how they looked happy as they ran, I suddenly felt a look and turned around. Anima, since when are you there? No, I just happened to pass by. It's not like I'm peeping or anything like that. The expression on Anima's face as she told me this was somewhat sad, as she was enviously staring in the direction that Ita and Theta had left. Perhaps, or rather, I'm sure, she was envious of the fact that I gave them weapons, but felt that it was too rude to ask for something for herself as well, so she couldn't say anything. And the lonely look on her face is probably because she thinks she's not going to get any because she doesn't use any weapons. Even though that's not the case. Smiling at Anima, who had started to like an abandoned puppy, I approached her and gently patted her black hair. You don't have to look that lonely, Anima. I've also prepared something for you. No, for me? Anima has always helped me out, sort of, so, this is. As I say this, I put a beautiful hair ornament made of the Dragon King's scale in Anima's hair. Since Anima doesn't use weapons, I thought I'd give her an ornament instead. A hairpiece in the shape of a red flower, and this red flower hairpiece, I gently put it on Anima's hair. And so, here, Master. However, an ornament like this is unsuited for me. That's not the case. Anima is cute after all, so it looks great on you. See cute? It's my honor to receive your praise. Hearing my words as I smiled and told her that, tears appeared on Anima's eyes while her cheeks were dyed red. I wonder why? Anima is supposed to be a black bear. one of those strong and fierce bears, but I think I saw an illusion of a puppy wagging its tail so fast that they're making after images. That reaction was very cute, so I slowly moved my hand on her head and stroked her silky and pleasant to touch black hair. Awoo, Master Anima, thank you so much for everything. Phew, I'm unworthy of your praise. Serving Master is truly my happiness. Letting out a smile filled with happiness, Anima's beast ears happily twitched. As she looked as cute as a spoiled puppy, I continued stroking Anima's head for a while. At first, I was confused with all that stuff being a master and having subordinates. But even after all those stuff, Anima, Ito and Theta, before I knew it, I think all of them, have really become someone important to me. In my room, which I've grown accustomed to staying in, I close the book I've been reading and exhales. What I had in hand was the eating tour in its entirety guide, Symphonia Kingdom. As for my impressions after reading it, I want to eat dragon meat. I remember the taste of the dragon meat that was served at the barbecue hosted by Kuro, and it was really delicious. I'm sure it's partly due to Ain-san's skill as a cook, but it was soft, rich and satisfying, with no aftertaste. It was a first-rate meat incomparable to other ingredients. It was the best. However, dragon meat is very expensive and rare, and I haven't eaten it since then. The wyvern meat was good, but as expected, the dragon meat is just on a different level. I've always wanted to eat dragon meat again, but I couldn't find it in any stores, so I haven't tried eating one again. However, when I saw Kuro's eating tour guide, I found out that there was a restaurant specializing in dragon meat in Symphonia's royal capital. Since then, my mind had been filled with dragon meat. Fortunately, I have a lot of money. Even if dragon meat is super expensive, it's not too much of a problem. However, I'm not sure where this is. The address of the restaurant is written on the eating tour guide, but I'm not familiar with the geography of Symphonia's royal capital. I could ask Kuro, the author of the book, but she visits at night. No, I'm sure Kuro will come if I called her, but I don't want to bother her, who's most probably busy with other things during the day. Lilia-san, Siak-san, Luna Maria-san and Illness-san were also busy with their work. I wonder if there's anyone else I can ask. Someone who was familiar with the geography of Symphonia's royal capital, was clearly bored, and was willing to go along with me on a sudden invitation. Someone who wouldn't hurt my conscience even if I were to ask the impossible. And thus, Alice. You up for dragon meat tomorrow? I'm totally up for it, but the way you chose to invite me isn't something I can accept. Aren't you completely treating me like some convenient woman? You do know Alice-chan here is one of the 6 kings, right? I'm a big shot, you know. I see, guess we're not going, huh? Let's go. It's a very vigorous response holding no hesitation. In fact, there's no one better to ask than Alice regarding this matter. She's the most knowledgeable person in the world, so she would know a lot about geography. It also feels like she would be bored in that unpopular shop of hers. Even if I were to suddenly invite her, she'd be gung-ho when she hears I'll treat her. And most of all, she really brought me a lot of trouble, so my conscience won't be hurt even if I ask her the unreasonable. I've been thinking about this for a while now. But aren't you treating me too poorly? I think you should be nicer to me, Kaito-san. I mean, it's Alice after all. Those words sure give you a lot of leeway, don't you think? Well, besides, even though I say all that, being with Alice is fun. Wait. The heck are you smiling about, idiot? It can't be helped. Well, it seems like Kaito-san really wanna go on a date with this transcendently beautiful Alice-chan. What is this pinnacle of annoyingness? For her to make such an infuriatingly smug look on her face, how easy to read can my face be? She's probably reading too much in my mind. Not being able to just honestly invite me you one big tsnd, fudge. I wonder why? I feel like I'm making a mistake for inviting her. Well, though I say that, I feel like I lost if I cancel out here. Letting out a sigh as I looked at Alice, whose annoyingness is increasing along with her excitement, I decided to head towards that dragon meat restaurant with Alice. As I walked alongside Alice through the streets of the capital, I told her the name of the store we were going to. That restaurant is on the eastern side of the central area, so it's not that far away from here. Central area, let's see. Since we're on the tropic, would you like me to teach you a bit about the geography of Symphonia's royal capital while we walk? please. I've thought of this when she was guiding me around Archlesia Empire, but the well-informed Alice is extremely reliable in situations like this. This is a good opportunity for me to learn more about the royal capital, where I'll be living for more than half a year. Saying this, Alice drew some lines on a notepad, dividing it into 4 parts, before finally drawing a small circle in the center. First of all, the central area near the royal castle is called the central area. There are a lot of upper-class nobles and the merchants living here, and many of the stores were aimed towards the high class as well. Duchess Lilia's mansion is also located in the southern part of this area. Phew. Then, that means we're also within the central area. No, Duchess Lilia's mansion is in the southernmost part of the central area, so the place we're walking in is actually within the southern area. To the south of the royal capital is the country's largest trading city, so business is thriving in the southern area. Incidentally, my store and that magic tool stall that Kaito-san visited with Kuro-san are also in this area. So, this area is probably the one Kaito-san is most familiar with. I see, I've learned well. In other words, most of my activities up until now have been in the southern area. The main street around this area certainly is very lively, and I also see newly built shops in this area, so it's no wonder that business is thriving here. Let's go with the explanation in a counterclockwise. The next area would be the eastern area, which could be described as the residential area of the city, so it doesn't really have any special features. However, the Temple of the God of Health is in the eastern area, so it seems like there are a few churches and such there. I guess I've been there at least once before. Right. Well then, next would be the northern area. There's a famous plaza called the Art Plaza where a lot of artists gather, and because of that, there's a lot of theater, music, and stuff related to that in that area. It's also where most events are held, so if you have the chance, it might be a good idea to hang out around that area. Also, there's a casino over there. I'm going to say this again because it's very important. There's a casino over there. For the time being, start explaining about the western area. Why the heck is this fellow trying to make a punchline every single time? I thought she was explaining seriously, but all of a sudden, she started pushing that casino onto me. Why do I feel like you're suddenly making fun of me? Well, let's get back on track and finally move on to the western area. If I were to describe it in a way that's easier for Kaito-san to imagine, the western area is more like an industrial area. There are relatively a lot of stores here related to smithing and things like that. They haven't settled on a clear agreement on this matter though. Basically, the closer their shop is to the central area, the more expensive the store is. The stores closer to the central area also handle horse-drawn carriages and stuff like that. Hey, speaking of smithing, Alice, doesn't it seem like the weapons in your general store have reduced lately? It kinda feels like a surge of men's clothing has appeared instead. I mean, Kaito-san doesn't buy my weapons, and you often buy my clothes instead. Like I said, can you not make me your target market? I feel like that general store is becoming more and more like a store exclusively for me. No, the clothes Alice makes actually are right up my alley, and I can't help but buy them, so, in a way, this is probably a good marketing strategy. Well, putting that aside, I think that should do for a quick explanation about the royal capital. I've learned a lot. Thanks, Alice. No, you're welcome. Speaking of which, I'm changing the subject, but there's this girl who wants to greet you, Kaito-san. But what do you think? What do you mean? Hearing her suddenly changing the conversation, I tilted my head and asked her back. No, you see, I've sworn my allegiance to Kaito-san. That's why, my current position is that of being the transcendently beautiful best friend / Kaito-san's partner, transcendently capable character. The heck are you doing, brazenly putting yourself in that position? That's the first thing I'd like to throw at Tsukumi about. And so, by getting this Alice-chan as your subordinate, you also get the Phantasmal King's subordinates as a set, and that girl who's in charge of them wants to greet you. What should I do? She's evading all my Tsukumis. Why the heck is she making it sound like I'm getting awesome freebies? I'm pretty sure I heard that there are over 1 billion people under the Phantasmal King's command, but does that mean all of them are following me? Heck, in the first place, I don't even remember agreeing to be Alice's boss. No, well, let's calm down for a moment here. I have a lot of things I'd like to complain about, but for the time being, let's face the problem at hand first. The one in charge of the Phantasmal King's subordinates, in other words, the number 2 in her group, wants to greet me. Well, if it's just greeting me, seriously? No, well, I wouldn't recommend doing it. But if that's what Kaito-san says, wait a moment there. The heck is with that unsettling reaction of yours? Well then, Pandora, you can come out. Oi, listen to me. Ignoring my words, Alice called out, and a woman appeared in front of us. She is a little shorter than 160 centimeters tall, and her semi-short hair covers her right eye. Her visible eye is grey-colored, long ears that are slightly different from those of elves, and an outfit that looks like a slightly more subdued version of Alice's outfit. Her face is definitely well-groomed, making her look like a fragile beauty, but there's an unusually dark circle under her visible left eye, and that, combined with her pale skin, makes her look extremely unhealthy. It's my greatest pleasure to meet you, Mama-sama. I uphold the honor of being Shiltire-sama's second-in-command, bearing the name Pandora. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Yes, I'm Mama Kaito. Pandora-san, are you feeling sick or something? My appearance? Yes, I was curious about her unhealthy appearance, so I asked her about it after introducing myself, to which she pointed to the dark circle under her eye before explaining to me. I'm a demon from the species called Hell Nightmare, and I was born with these eye circles and skin color, so please don't worry about it. So that's how it is. I'm sorry. No, it's a great honor to have Mama-sama be concerned for me. I wonder what this is. Even though her voice sounded calm and gentle, I wonder if it's Pandora-san's habit to speak in a sensual tone, seemingly glazed in charm. No, that aside. I wonder why I feel like this. I feel like I've met Pandora-san somewhere. I don't think I'd ever forget seeing someone with features like her. No, wait, speaking of which, Pandora-san. Yes, is something the matter? Perhaps, the one playing the fake Phantasmal King. Was it Pandora-san? I didn't have any basis for my thoughts, but I had a feeling like this was the case, so I asked her, to which her eyes opened wide, looking rather surprised. I'm surprised. Although I'm not nearly as good as Shiltire-sama, I'm also confident in my disguising ability and mastery in recognition inhibition magic. No. It's not that I saw through your identity. I just had this vague hunch. I feel really turned on. Yeah? Somehow, doesn't it seem like Pandora-san mumbled something strange? Also, why is she blushing? Why did she just lick her lips? For you to have seen through my fabrications, I admire your instincts. As I thought, just like Shiltire-sama, Mama-sama is born to rule over me. The heck is this person talking about now? Why the heck is she looking at me with her finger on her drooling mouth? Isn't her reaction just now strange? Pandora-san? Mama-sama, you need no honorifics for this lowly me. Please, just call me Pandora, or perhaps, if it's possible, please call me Filthy. So there's no way in heck I'll call you that. Why, you're right. My apologies. It was a shameless and foolish thing for me to express my opinion to Mama-sama. By all means, please punish me. Of course, I also have the tools prepared. For some reason, taking out a large amount of SM goods, she started looking at me with expectant gaze. The heck is with this pervert? My mind can't catch up with her at all. Pandora. House. I told you not to go out of control. Didn't I? Come now, put those joke goods aside and come over here. Shiltire-sama, am I to be punished? Am I going to be punished? Go sit in the corner. I see, neglect play it is. As expected of Shiltire-sama. Amazing. This is the first time I've ever seen Alice become at a loss for words. Looking astounded. Pandora's character is just too thick. Following Alice's instructions, Pandora-san went to the corner. Took off her shoes and bare feet, she sat on the ground. Hey, Alice. Pandora-san's reaction towards me is slightly, or rather, considerably strange, isn't it? I'm really sorry. So you're the cause, huh? The heck did you do now? Say it. No, that's not it. I didn't do anything wrong. I informed my subordinates to recognize Kaito-san as my boss and to listen to you properly. Her loyalty is slightly buggy, so she must have applied her loyalty to me to you, Kaito-san. That's why she was like that. I don't want to believe it. but the way you say it makes it sound like this is just the usual. As I was feeling astounded upon hearing Alice say something unbelievable, or rather, something that I don't want to believe, Alice continued speaking with a mysterious look on her face. Yes, well, while I was disposing of a SHT demon who had a perverted fetish of killing the relatives and everyone related to the person that caught their attention, other than the person themselves, I picked her up and raised her. However, I don't know where or how things went wrong, but she grew up with the peculiar habit of searching for demons just like that SHT demon, torturing them until they begged to be killed, before they were thoroughly erased. That just went into a disturbing direction. I thought that Pandora-san had a painful past that she became warped, but such thoughts were erased in the second half. In addition, because of that loyalty of hers, even though she's basically an S, she becomes an M towards specific people. She had completely awakened to a flawless pervert. She's capable enough to be called the strongest Count rank, and she's obedient to my orders, so I've entrusted the responsibilities of being my second-in-command to her. But I can only throw in the towel in regards to her fetishes. I don't want to hear those information. I mean, that means, I just happen to be within those specific people. Well, when I told her to obey Kaito-san, she totally looked like a horny woman. I'm at a total loss for words. Pandora-san's dangerous. She's the most outrageous person I've ever met in my life. In front of the astounded me, Alice lets out a sigh, before turning towards Pandora-san and giving her instructions. Hey, Pandora, introduce yourself properly this time. As you command. After listening to Alice's words, Pandora-san stood up like a dog whose wait command got cancelled, and instantly moving in front of me, she deeply bowed. Once again, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mama-sama. Starting with me, us Phantasmal King's subordinates, the Phantasmal King Corps as we call ourselves, offer our absolute obedience to you, Schlitter-sama's king. Of course, if it's your order, even if I were to sacrifice myself, I will see to it that your will shall be carried out. If you need our services, please give us your instructions. Why yes. Incidentally, I specialize in torture and assassinations. I won't order anything like that, okay? Even if you say that you're good at torture and assassination with such confidence, I have no plans to assassinate anyone, and I never will. If you're going to appeal your strong points, please show me your other specialties instead. I can also destroy a target's spirit by showing them eternal nightmares. Please say something a little less disturbing. They're average in size, but I have beautiful breasts. The heck is with that appeal? The mole in the side of my chest gives them additional charm points. It's too strong. Her character is just too strong. Pandora. House. Schlitter-sama? No. I still haven't shown off my skills to help out his nightly needs. You don't have to show them off. Noticing that I finally reached the end of my limits, Alice grabbed the scruff of Pandora-san's neck and pulled her away. That situation finally came to an end when she told her to go home. Well, and thus, there's my subordinate's greeting. Hang out with her if you have the spare time. Praise her, scold her, she'll be happy either way. So you're free to choose how to treat her. I can't guarantee your chastity around her though. Are all of your subordinates just like that? Some of them are decent. Let's just go eat that meat. Let's do that. Somehow, feeling a bit tired, Alice and I just went on towards our original goal, heading towards the Dragon Meat restaurant. The 15th day of the tree month. I was riding on Belle's back as we dashed through the streets of the royal capital. Belle, slow down a bit. Gao. The reason why I'm traveling while riding behind Belle is simple. Belle is much faster than a carriage. The place I'm currently heading to is quite a distance from Lilia-san's mansion, and it would normally take quite a bit of time to arrive there even with a carriage, but I guess it's as expected from Belle, as the place I'm heading to is already in sight. A vast garden that could already be called a ranch, and a rather large building standing in it. In the entrance, there's a signboard that says Flying Dragon Services. The reason I came here today is to see the baby dragon that was quite attached to me before. It's already quite late to visit her because I was quite busy with Medto-san's incident, Alice's incident, and the other things I've been busy with. As I stepped off Belle at the entrance, I was greeted by someone familiar. It's the driver that I met when I went to the Sacred Tree Festival. Welcome, Mama-san. That's quite the terrific entrance you have there. Ahaha. I'm sorry, she's rather big. However, She's a docile girl. To have a behemoth as a means for transportation, I guess that's to be expected from Mama-san, huh? Shouldn't Mama-san be a flying dragon pilot after all? You can aim for the world's best pilot, you know. I will consider it. While looking at Belle with a startled expression on her face, Driver-san, who was usually around monsters, stood in the entrance. She doesn't seem shaken at all, and just lightly tosses a few words of scouting to me. As I was chatting with Driver-san about other trivial matters, I heard the sound of flapping wings. Kayuke tilde. The baby dragon that was attached to me before was flying towards our direction, and I smiled for a moment when I saw its cute little flap of wings, but when the baby dragon saw me, it increased its speed and rushed towards me with frightening speed. Ugh, it's the baby. Wait, stop right there. You're too fast. Slow down, Will. Bfui. I tried to hurriedly stop her, but the baby dragon didn't slow down at all. She flew straight at me and stuck to my face, and the impact sent me flying back. Kayakue. I thought my neck was about to snap there. The baby dragon seemed to be in high spirits and was happily clinging to my face, but after a few moments, she noticed Belle and turned her gaze towards him. Kayuke. It doesn't seem like she's scared of Belle, but it feels like she has a shocked expression on her face, as the baby dragon looks at me and Belle in turn. Ouch. Hey, it hurts. And for some reason, she somehow looked angry this time, as she began smacking my face with her wings. What the heck is with this situation? My sympathy magic can't clearly read someone and make me understand what they're saying as words, but it can help me somehow understand the baby dragon's emotions. If I had to describe it in words, it's like she's angry at me while saying cheetah tilde. Why? She's probably feeling jealous because of the behemoth. This child likes you as the opposite gender after all. As if she could guess my doubts, Driver-san muttered, and I asked her back while trying to escape the baby dragon's wing attacks. Ouch. Is that so? Yes. You remember when this child play-bitten Mama-san's neck twice before we parted ways? Speaking of which, I also don't know why she did that. That's the act of courtship of the dragonkin, you know? Wow. I remembered being play-bitten twice on the neck by the baby dragon when we were parting ways before. But, that's how they court others? The reverse scales on the neck of the dragonkin are the part that they least want others to touch. Play biting that reverse scale once. If a dragonkin accepts their second play bite without avoiding the one courting, then the courtship is established. Seriously? You're asking if I'm being serious? Yes, I'm serious. I was also quite surprised too. I've been told that the act of play biting the neck twice is the courtship action of the dragonkin. Apparently, it's like the baby dragon confessed to me, and I unknowingly responded by telling her I like her too. That's quite a great surprise out of nowhere. And while I was receiving an explanation from Driver-san, the baby dragon had turned towards Belle and was squealing with excitement. Kayakue, Gao, Garua, Kayuke, Gao, Garua, It feels like they're talking about something. And to be honest, I'd like to think that the conversation I just read with my sympathy magic and felt from their movements was just my imagination. It's all just in my head, right? I mean, what they're talking about was, it's unfair. Why is it just you that can go together with that human? That's because I'm a pet. Pet? That's unfair. That is unfair. Then, why don't you just also become a pet? That's right. Or something like that. No, that's right. Your face. How come you're ignoring me and we're already talking about having more pets? However, it seems like I was right with my bad premonition, as when the baby dragon finished its conversation with Belle, it snuggled towards me and she was looking at me with an expression that seems to tell me that there's no way she's letting go. Hey, you're causing trouble to Mama-san. Driver-san seems to have also figured it out and tried persuading her, but the baby dragon is adamant that she won't leave. If she tried forcing her away, my clothes would be in trouble. How troubling. This is very troubling. The baby dragon is desperately clinging to my clothes, and is turning her lonely eyes to me as if it is about to cry. Stop, please stop. I'm weak to those eyes. I know it's unreasonable for me to ask, but this baby dragon. Can you give her to me? Since it's Mama-san who was asking, and this baby dragon also seems to be quite attached to you, it's fine. is what I'd like to say, but we don't have that many dragon children these days, so parting with a white dragon is kind of in a way. Receiving that response can be said to be inevitable. It is said that white dragons are the #1 earners of the flying dragon services, and since they're so rare that they're hard to come by, and the white dragon in this branch is only this baby dragon and her parents. Incidentally, the baby dragon's parents have been looking our way since a while ago, but they haven't said, well, or anything in particular. I guess they're going to respect what the baby dragon wants, huh? What should I do? I can't ignore the baby dragon that has become completely depressed, and even though it's something I didn't know about, it's not like there's no problem for me who accepted her courtship action. It's just, for example, if I were able to prepare another or perhaps an even faster dragon than a white dragon. Is it possible to trade with her? Yes, if that were the case, we wouldn't have any problems with it. But talking about dragons faster than the white dragons, wouldn't you need to find one from the demon realm? I was quite reluctant, but I guess it can't be helped since it's already like this. I would need to consult with that person about this. After convincing the baby dragon that was looking at me expectantly, telling her that I'll be back soon, I started moving to bring Belle back to the mansion first. How should I say this? Kaito-san, you're really soft-hearted, aren't you, Tilda? Well, it can't be helped since things were already like this. But I thought I could talk to Magnoel-san about it. After returning Belle to the mansion, I passed through the gate to the demon realm with Alice, who I asked to guide me. We're not going to the north this time, but towards the south, towards the Dragon's Mountain range where the Dragon King, Magnoel-san, lives. I thought the best thing to do would be to consult with the Dragon King, Magnoel-san, about matters regarding dragons, but it seems that the Dragon's Mountain range is quite far from the gate, and there are many monsters on the way. I'm sorry, but I'll be relying on you, Alice. I don't think I'll be able to get there on my own. Yes, Roger that, Tilda. Well then, let's go through it with a bang. Upsy daisy. Wait a second. Oi, why are you carrying me? I was asking Alice for directions, but just when I thought it was time for us to go, she easily lifted me and held me aloft. Wait right there, Alice. What the heck are you doing? It's alright. I've properly enclosed you in a barrier after all. I don't see anything alright with what you just said, you know. The angle is okay, the distance, well, should be adequate enough. Adequate? Did you just hecking say it's adequate? Stop right at this, Enzuo. I may be repeating myself, but it seems that I was right with my bad premonition, as after Alice greatly brandished my body, she just threw me up to the skies. All at once, the scenery blows away and my body soars high into the sky. Amazing. I'm flying. Is not I should be saying here. That freaking idiot. There must have been some other way to get around, right? Why the heck does she have to choose to throw me? I can't feel the wind pressure thanks to this barrier she placed on me, but I know I'm moving at a tremendous speed. However, no matter how I think about it, all I'm feeling about is how I'm going to fall while being sent flying. As if to affirm such fears, I feel my altitude gradually decrease and my body begins to fall towards the ground. But in a way, that expectation was betrayed in the worst way possible. As my body was on the way down in the air, my body was caught by Alice, who appeared before I knew it, and as my body was held in her grip, my vision rotated again. And once more Tilda, Alice, who caught me in the air, as if she's making an incredible feat for a certain book, threw my body up in the air one more time. Please just tell me if you want to kill me. It's really like I'm feeling the experience of riding a roller coaster with my own flesh, and my body soars high into the sky again. At that moment, there's only one thing I had in mind. I asked the wrong person. I've come to the Dragon's Mountain range in the southern area of the Demon Realm to consult about the baby dragon. Rocky surfaces peek out all over the area, and large rocky mountains lined up in rows. In a way, this might fit the image of the Demon Realm that I imagined at the very beginning. Alice, I want to ask you something. What is it? Is using teleportation magic impossible to do in this area? No, not really. We can use teleportation magic. Flight magic is also possible. But to be honest, I thought it was much faster to throw you rather than running while carrying you. But when I remembered about it, throwing you looked more interesting, so I just went with the flow. Ouch. I'm grateful to you for bringing me here. But there really was another way as I thought. I began hitting Alice, who was unashamedly telling me that she enjoyed throwing me while I screamed. You really are. Well, Kaito-san's screams were also quite dreamy. I feel I'm about to awaken to something new. Why am I somehow feeling shivers? The moment Alice muttered that, a huge icicle appeared in the direction of where my body is being thrown. And as the huge icicle shattered and turned into pieces of ice shards beautifully dancing like flower petals, Isis-san appeared with completely glazed eyes. If it isn't Isis-san, you're not even going to let me explain? Wait. Isis-san, you're bullying Kaito. You trash. I will kill you. Wait a mo. Using absolute zero here is dangerous. Alice is blown high into the sky while being half frozen by Isis-san, while Isis-san jumps in pursuit of her. And then, the Rocky Mountains in my field of vision turned into icebergs one after another. What's happening here? You're all being noisy! Magnoel-san. A scene beyond human understanding was unfolding before my eyes. No, it would be better to say that even if I had seen earlier that Alice is being chased by Isis-san, I can't see their figures with my naked eyes. Anyway, while I was dumbfounded looking at them, a huge face appeared from the mountains along with the rumbling of the earth. Even though I understand how big Magnoel-san's size is, I'm still astonished when he came out. If it isn't Mama Kaito. I'm glad you've come. Yes. Wait. Well, when Magnoel-san found me, he took a step forward, sounding a little happy. However, the important thing now is that unlike when we met before, Lilywood-san isn't with me right now. That also means that the barrier magic she used at that time wasn't applied to me. Magnoel-san's single step caused an earthquake, and although it was somewhat weakened by the Rocky Mountains, the wind pressure is enough to make me fall on my butt. I'm sorry. Don't bully Kaito. Wait right there, Isis. What are you suddenly new? The moment I fell on my butt, Isis-san, who was supposed to be chasing Alice just now, appeared, and the next moment, Magnoel-san's huge body that's beyond common sense flew through the air. Apparently, she thought that I had fallen on my butt because Magnoel-san was bullying me. And she's not being lenient at all. Or rather, Isis-san, you can just blow away someone as big as Magnoel-san, as expected of one of the 6 kings. Thereupon, Magnoel-san dropped down, and as if a missile had fallen down on that area, a cloud of dust rose up. Naturally, the tremendous earthquake and wind pressure should have hit me, but before I knew it, I was enclosed in a thin blue membrane, muffling the impact I should have received. From that barrier that Isis-san must have put up, I could sense that she was truly concerned about me and trying to protect me, and even though it might be inappropriate for me to feel this in a situation like this, it made me a little happy. Isis, you bastard. If you're trying to stir up a fight, then I will fight you. Shut up, lizard. Don't bully Kaito. Geez. If I didn't speak up earlier, you would have just thrown maximum magic at me. The only person I allow to have some SM play with me is Kaito-san, you know. With an obviously grim atmosphere, Magnoel-san gets up and soon after, one of the icebergs shatters and Alice floats into the air. Doesn't this look really bad? It kinda looks like a great Kaiō war is about to begin. The air trembles as their tremendous magic power clashes with each other. I thought the entire area around us was going to be wiped out if this continued, so I spoke, somehow stopping the 3 of them. Wait. Everyone, calm down. Doesn't this look quite fun? I will be joining too. Where the heck did this battle freak come out? As if to sneer at my attempt to stop everyone, a pillar of fire rises out of nowhere and Mejo-san appears. This is no good. Things are going out of control. I won't let any one of you bully Kaito. I don't know what you've been talking about, but if you want to fight, I will gladly comply. My patience also had its limits. The cause of this situation may be me, but I won't care about that anymore. I don't know what the heck's going on, but isn't this quite a great situation? With all of you gathered here, I will get to fight all of you. 4 of the 6 kings had gathered together, and now, the battle that could be called a natural calamity was about to begin. I'm starting to feel like escaping reality. I can't stop them anymore, especially Mejo-san, who is unlikely to stop at all. I'm pretty sure there was some tea in my magic box. I guess I'll go drink some. And thus, the battle of the scale of the Great Kaiō War between the members of the 6 kings quickly came to an end a few seconds after it commenced. Currently, In front of me were the worn-out Isis-san, Megito-san, Alice and Magnoel-san, and Kuro was standing in front of them with her arms crossed in front of her. Geez, can't you feel the frightening amount of magic power you're releasing everywhere? Isis, Shintia, Megito and Magnoel, what in the world did you all think you're doing? If I hadn't come, this whole area would have been wiped out. I'm sorry. My apologies. My bad. Sorry. Yes. The battle between the four beings who shook the heavens and the earth ended in the blink of an eye with the sudden appearance of Kuro's intervention. More accurately, Kuro beat them all up. Thanks to her, the area wasn't wiped out, and in the first place, when Isis-san showed up, all the living beings in the area, other than me, had fled, so there was no beings that had gone extinct today. However, just as Kuro looked angry and was about to start lecturing them, I interrupted her. Wait. Kuro, Isis-san was just worried about me, and she's being angry for my sake. So, I hope you don't reproach her too much. Kaito. Even though she was also the cause of why this battle happened, in the first place, Isis-san was angry because she was thinking I was being bullied by Alice. Magnoel-san was also just caught up with the battle, so I asked her not to reproach him too much as well. Kaito-san. What about me? As for Alice and Megito-san, please scold them as much as you want. I understand. I will go scold and discipline them. Wait, Kaito-san. Wait right there, Kaito. I admit I'm at fault. I did something wrong. Anything but this. Alice was the one who started this in the first place, and when it came to Megito-san, he just showed up because he wanted to fight, so I'm not going to defend him. Nodding at my words, Kuro grabbed Alice and Megito-san by the scruff of their neck and dragged them away. Kuro Muina? What about the cracked ground and the frozen mountains? Sorry, please fix it. Yes. Lilywood-san, who appeared at the same time as Kuro and had been silent until now, looked downcast as she began to fix the mountains that Isis-san and the others had broken. Alice's antics nearly led to a fight between the 6 kings. Well, that was put to rest thanks to Kuro's arrival. However, seeing them not afraid of fighting against each other nor are they being reserved with each other at all, in one way or another I think the 6 kings are close friends. After Alice and Megito-san were taken away by Kuro, I am currently talking to Magnoel-san about the main issue. Incidentally, Isis-san really is a kind person, and after she said that she would help Lilywood-san, she went towards Lilywood-san to repair the mountains and the ground. For some reason though, Lilywood-san said just the thought is enough. So, please don't approach here, but I don't know the reason why. No, I'd like to pretend that I don't know. She broke another mountain again. Fumo, I see. What do you think? I returned my gaze to the voice I heard beneath my feet. Currently, I'm on top of Magnoel-san's face as we talked. The reason for this is because compared to Magnoel's size, I would be like a grain of rice to him, and he won't be able to talk without lower his head quite a bit, and considering that if he were to step carelessly, he might make me fall on my butt again, so he let me ride above his head while talking with him. Well, Magnoel-san's face alone is as big as a mountain, so talking like this is making me feel like I'm talking with the voices resounding from the vast grounds. If you had let her play bite your neck twice, even though you yourself don't know about it, then the white dragon must have recognized you as her mate. If you try to pull her away, she'll probably act violently, and as a child, she probably doesn't know yet how to judge things properly. I see. What do you think I should do? I think it's best if you take responsibility and become her master, but wouldn't it be better if you determine what to do hereafter? Yeah, about that. I've already made up my mind. Fumo, then that's good. I don't need to hear your answers. If you think your decision is something you shouldn't be ashamed of, raise your head. While threading through the path you've chosen, what Magnoel-san was asking was the question of whether I will return to my former world or stay in this world after I finish spending 1 year. I was quite confused when I received Isis-san's confession, but I've already sorted that out in my mind. Currently, the only person who knows about it is Shiro-san, who I discussed that matter with, to which Shiro-san has promised to cooperate. Since you've talked about this white dragon child about me, that must mean you have some purpose for coming to visit me. Yes, I heard in the Archlesia Empire that Magnoel-san is giving them monsters every year, Am I mistaken? I see now. You're going to ask me to give you one of my dragons. Yes. Of course I will pay you. If that's not possible, if you could tell me where I could acquire some, I will try to negotiate with them there. The reason I came to visit Magnoel-san was simply to ask for advice, but I also remembered what Alice had told me at the monster racetrack before. I thought about simply going to the monster racetrack and buying it, but I don't know much about dragon breeds, so I don't think I'd know which one to buy, and there may also be a chance that other people who would want to buy it. However, it seems to be common in this world to keep monsters as pets, so there might be other places to purchase them besides the monster racetrack. With all those questions I had in mind, I thought I should consult Magnoel-san, the Dragon King. I don't mind, is what I'd like to say, but I have to say that it's difficult at the moment. What do you mean? I don't just thoughtlessly bestow monsters to humanity. Monsters possess individual strength much greater than animals. If there are too many of them, the ecosystem can be disrupted, so I am making adjustments. I'm not interested in killing the weak without mercy, but to these beings that I don't have any choice since they held little intelligence, I have casted subordination magic to them and bestowed to the humans the monsters that they were able to keep. What that means is that it matters not to me whether I bestow it to you or to someone else. I see, that means there are no such monsters at the moment. No, there are some, but none of them surpasses the white dragon. A white dragon is a fairly high-ranking monster. That Flying Dragon Services has a good supply of great monsters. Apparently, Magnoel-san seems to be the one managing the ecosystem of the demon realm, and has been giving away the monsters that have increased too much. And the white dragon is a really high-ranking monster, and it seems to be quite scarce. Certainly, Driver-san also said that the white dragon is rare, and it's not easy to find. I am aware that this is a difficult request to make to begin with, so I'll go talk to the manager of the monster racetrack next and see what I can find. However, there also exists another way. Since things are so peaceful these days, there are many of my men who have lots of spare time on their hands. I will send some of them to that Flying Dragon Services. Of course, it wouldn't be for free. They will have to pay a contract fee. However, I'll keep it at a reasonable price, on the condition that they turn over the white dragon to me. Is that alright? It's just as well that I'm having trouble keeping my subordinates together. Thank you very much. It seems that Magnoel-san will sign a contract to dispatch his subordinates to that Flying Dragon Services. The details will likely have to be discussed with the people of the Flying Dragon Services before things can be confirmed, but I think I could see some hope in the situation. That would be a great help. No, it's alright. Being courted by a dragonkin makes you an increasingly interesting human. All dragonkin are my family. You should take good care of her. Yes. I firmly nodded at Magnoel-san's words. He calmly said. Thereupon, just at that moment, the rocky mountain that had been reflected in my field of vision collapsed again. However, immediately afterwards, the rocky mountains that were supposed to have disappeared appears. Good grief. These fellows. Are they going to fix it or break it? Well, I guess it's Isis that's breaking them. I think I can hear Lilywood-san screaming. Well, I don't think Isis-san is intentionally doing it, but she's first-rate at breaking things, but she's not very good at fixing things. However, I'm afraid Lilywood-san will be too pitiful if this keeps up. Mama Kaito, we need to give her some help. Yes. I very much agreed that Lilywood-san was quite pitiful, but not understanding the meaning of the words that followed, I tilted my head. Then, Magnoel-san slowly raises his head and speaks in the direction where Isis-san and Lilywood-san are probably located. Isis. Mama Kaito said he wants to talk to you. Okay. Where did you? The moment Magnoel-san said those words, Isis-san appeared in front of me. She's really fast. Anyway, now I know what Magnoel-san's intentions are. In other words, he wants me to talk with Isis-san until Lilywood-san finishes her repairs. That's right. Isis-san, it's about the book you gave me the other day. Have you finished reading it? I'm glad. Yes, so I'd like to hear what you think about that book, Isis-san. Seeing Isis-san smiling happily at my words, I smile too. When I see the glowing words "thank you for the help" floating in the position of the rocky mountain that was broken earlier, I can feel how troubled Lilywood-san is. Well, I enjoy talking to Isis-san, and if it can help Lilywood-san, I think it's safe to say that I'm killing two birds with one stone. You enjoy talking with Isis. Huh, you really are different. I thought I heard such a gentle whisper from somewhere. I see. That means that this is what's going to happen? In exchange for handing over the baby dragon to Mama-san, Dragon King Sama will make a contract with us and send his subordinates to us? Yes. I'm sorry, it's just that my head refuses to understand. When I returned from the demon realm and explained the situation, Driver-san looked bewildered as she muttered, Mama-san, you're acquainted with Dragon King Sama? Why yes, well, it's not just Magnoel-san, but I think I would know what would happen to Driver-san if I told her the truth. Trust me, I have experienced it from Lilia-san's reaction in the past. Seeing me nod, Driver-san remained stunned for a while before she spoke. That would certainly make us grateful, or rather, making us extremely grateful. I'm quite grateful that Dragon King Sama is sending his subordinates to us, but having a direct connection with Dragon King Sama isn't something you could be measured with money. Is that so? Yes, the Dragon King Sama is like a god to the peddlers and to us who belong in the flying dragons industry, including me. Many merchants carry around decorations symbolizing a dragon as good luck charms. Apparently, after Magnoel-san gifted multiple monsters to humanity and created the foundation of the Flying Dragon Services, he has received immense faith. As a god of commerce, it seems that having a direct connection with Magnoel-san is a promise of success for businessmen, and that's why there are many people who seek to have connections with him. If it's all right with you then. He said he would send an envoy in the near future. Yes, I understand. Well then, once that contract is signed, I promise to hand over the baby dragon to Mama-san. Thank you very much. Kai-ue. Incidentally, it seems that Driver-san is also the person in charge of this Flying Dragon Services, so she also has the right to make decisions. Therefore, if Driver-san agrees to it, it can be said that the decision to acquire the baby dragon is made once the contract with Magnoel-san is completed. And, as if the baby dragon could also understand, it happily looked up towards me. With this, I can take you with me the next time I visit. Kai-ue. Kai-a-aki-u tilde. Ahaha. That tickles. As if she's really happy, the baby dragon rubs her face against my cheek, fawning towards me. Being soothed by her very cute appearance, and after using my teleportation magic tool one time to tell Magnoel-san the result of our conversation, I decided to play with the baby dragon for the remaining time. And so, that's how it is. Just when I thought you'd already encountered all the 6 kings along with the most powerful gods, you started reaching out your hands to monsters this time. In front of me, who was explaining to her what happened, Lilia-san let out a sigh with a dumbfounded expression on her face. I was prepared if she gets angry, so I just sincerely requested her, but she doesn't seem to be as angry as I thought she would be. Putting aside if it's as big as Belle, but if it's only a baby dragon, it's not like we would need a new shed for her. Besides, Kaito-san seems to be taking good care of Belle, so there shouldn't be any problem. You can keep her. Eh? No. But if you're saying it like that, Sayaka-san is the one taking care of Belle more. No, I was just only around Belle-chan to play with him though. It's mostly Kaito-san who does most of the feeding and brushing. I was grateful to Lilia-san for easily agreeing to keep the baby dragon. But since Sayaka-san is largely responsible for taking care of Belle, I was somewhat apologetic as I replied, but Sayaka-san interposed there. No, Sayaka-san taught me lots of things, and it's like I'm only helping her while Sayaka-san is the one taking the lead. No, I'm just there to make suggestions and help a bit. It's Kaito-san who's also walking him and, I guess I understand now what people meant when they said how 2 different people resemble each other. As I'm having that conversation with Sayaka-san, that seems like we won't be agreeing on something any sooner. Lilia-san looks dumbfounded again while she mutters. With those words, the conversation is interrupted once, but soon, Sayaka-san turns to me with sparkling eyes. However, for a baby dragon to be next just after Belle-chan, this is quite the happiness. The white dragon's scales are as beautiful as pearls, and I think its baby doll eyes are very cute. Speaking of which, what's the name of the baby dragon? I heard her name is Lindworm, so we'll call her Lin. Lin-chan. What a lovely name. Being able to keep a child like her. Kaito-san, that's fantastic. The animal-loving Sayaka-san's excitement seems to be very high already, and she's somewhat excitedly looking forward to the arrival of the baby dragon. Lin, I'm sure she must have seen her when we went to the Sacred Tree Festival before, but at that time, she was more concerned about us riding flying dragons for the first time, and was desperately holding herself back. Siag, I'm just saying this now, but it don't bring her into your room. Even though I was holding back when it comes to Belle-chan. That's no good, or rather, you're probably still sleeping in Belle's cabin just with a pillow every now and then. But Belle-chan is so fluffy and cute, you know. That's not the point here. It seems that Siag-san's love for animals is that staunch, and although I didn't know it, she had slept in Belle's cabin a few times. It's true that Belle's fur is fluffy, and since I'm not skimping on brushing him, his fur really feels great to touch. But, Siag-san, you even tried to lead him into your room? Belle is almost 5 meters wide, so how is she planning to? My lady, is that really something you can tell others of? What are you talking about? Luna, you just agreed to keeping her this time, but I wonder why you agreed so quickly. That is because unlike Belle, the baby dragon is small. That's kind of a clunky answer she has there. It's quite clear on her face, but I wonder if she's trying to deceive us. Lilia-san isn't the kind of person who can lie after all. Well, however, it certainly is as Luna Maria-san says. She just quickly agreed, and I feel there's something out of place about it. In fact, until I started talking to her, I was prepared that she would be complaining or start scolding me, but, come to think of it, Lili, Siag, is there something up? For some reason, Siag-san also seemed to have clapped her hands, as if she understood something, while I, the only one who didn't understand what's happening, just tilted my head. Thereupon, Luna Maria-san turned to me and gave me the answer why. My lady likes dragons. Luna, is that so? Yes, even the family crest of the Albert Duchy is of the symbol of a dragon. And even though it's too late to say this, even when we were about to go to the Sacred Tree Festival, my lady could have asked the court mage to arrange for teleportation magic to bring us there. The reason why we went there with flying dragons is because she just wanted to ride one. I was wondering if Luna Maria-san's words were spot on, but when I turned to Lilia-san, she seemed to have averted her gaze, looking out towards who knows where. Back when we were about to go to the Sacred Tree Festival, I still didn't know much about teleportation magic, but if we could use teleportation magic, it's certainly faster to use it. And so, the reason why she easily agreed to keeping Lin this time is because she's a dragon. Or rather, the reason why she warned Siag-san not to bring her into her room is probably because she wants to bring her into her room herself. I mean, aren't dragons really cool? Still with her gaze turned away, Lilia-san muttered with a slight blush on her cheeks, making her look so cute. Maybe it's because she's usually so calm, but seeing this gap feels calming. No, that isn't the case. Kaito-san? No, I'm not saying anything. As if she could see through my thoughts, she glances at me while my body flustredly straightened. Luna Maria-san doesn't seem to care about that at all though, as she turns to Lilia-san and speaks. One of the things my lady won't concede with is that Dragon King Sama is the one with the best appearance among the 6 kings. However, that's something I don't agree with. Isn't it obvious that the majestic appearance of Dragon King Sama makes him the best of them all? No, Underworld King Sama's loveliness is unrivaled. Why did you suddenly start quarreling? For some reason, a debate broke out between Lilia-san and Luna Maria-san about who looks best among the 6 kings, and they both begin passionately talking about how great their endorsed king is. Lilia-san seems to really like dragons, and talks about how majestic Magnoel-san is. From my point of view though, Magnoel-san is, well, today, before I went home, he gave me a scale again, saying that it's my allowance, and he loves to talk. Magnoel-san had the image of a grandfather for me. Though if I had to pick on which side I am, I would go with Luna Maria-san's side. I think Kuro is the best. Well, that would only add fuel to the fire, so let's just shut up here. Kaito-san. What is it, Siag-san? I'll take good care of them, so please bring more monsters. I'd also like to have a funny rabbit. And just as they were arguing, Siag-san was still the same as ever. Her sparkling eyes were so pretty that I almost reflexively said yes, but I somehow managed to keep myself from speaking. The 20th day of the tree month, under the clear sky, I stood in the garden of Lilia-san's mansion, my eyes scurrying about. There's actually a visitor scheduled to come to Lilia-san's mansion today, and I'm the one to greet him. The reason as to why I, who isn't a servant of Lilia-san's mansion, is coming to greet him is because this visitor is an acquaintance of mine. It's about time he arrived. Shortly after thinking that, I heard a loud voice that resounded well in the garden. Oi, Kaito. A large man with blue skin and two horns, standing nearly 2 meters tall. This is a blue ogre who I met and became friends with when I was invited to eat barbecue by Kuro. It seems that he came in human form just as I asked him to do before, greatly waving his hand as he walked towards me with a refreshing smile on his face. Well, my bad. We took the wrong turn earlier and arrived a bit late. No, it's fine. Welcome, that's right. Let me introduce you. This is my partner. I'm Evil, a special individual of the Black Wolf race, the Silver Wolf. It's a pleasure to meet you. With Act's words, a beautiful silver-haired woman appears from behind, with long, bushy hair resembling that of a lion's mane, large triangular beast ears, and even a long silver tail peeking out from her waist. She's a beautiful woman that definitely looks like a beastman. The word fluffy somehow popped into my head. I'm Mama Kaito. It's my pleasure to meet you too. Evil-san. You can just call me Eva if you want. I'm just like this idiot. People who didn't have a good upbringing. Calling me that uprightly is just making my back itchy. I'm also going to call you Kaito, too. I understand. Ah, no. Got it. I feel that Eva has a personality much like Act. Hearing what I said, Eva lets out a refreshing smile, showing what being a cool beauty is. I wasn't able to attend the barbecue last time. Did my idiot husband do anything strange? Husband? I'm talking about Act. Act is already married? Oh, Kaito. Why are you that surprised? Or rather, what were you thinking about me? What is this? He looks like he would be completely clueless regarding love affairs, but this damned Act. For him to be able to marry such a beautiful woman. Ryuju, go explode. Ah, no, that's no good. I also have Isis-san by my side already, so I guess I'm also one of them. Ryuju's no, I'm sorry. I heard that you were his partner, but I didn't think you were his wife. I really didn't mention it. We've been married for 800 years now. Well, I'm still wondering why I ended up with this idiot. Oi, you've been calling me idiot since before. Aren't you being mean? Who is it that was completely enjoying drinking with me again? I'm sorry. Yep. I've already figured out the power relationship between them in that short conversation. Act is being completely led by the nose. Well, that shows how close they are to each other. I wasn't able to ask him because I had to say hello to Eva first, but I guess I'll ask him now. Is Nun-san not able to come? Nun. Until when are you going to hide there? In addition to Act and Eva, Nun-san was also supposed to come today, but I can't see her right from the start. When I asked Act about it, Act looked backwards and called Nun-san's name. Thereupon, a familiar helmet appeared from quite a distance away, or rather, from the shadow of the gate of Lilia-san's mansion. I can't. My heart isn't ready yet. Aren't we just supposed to meet before our marriage ceremony? What the heck are you talking about? You've been talking about strange stuff since before. Hey, just come already. Please let go of me, Eva-sama. Premarital relationships here is no good. I have to stay chaste until I'm married. However, if Kaito-san wishes for it, I'm not sure I can say no to him. No, you're making too big of a leap there. Eva-san drags Nun-san, who has been hiding behind the gate and hasn't come towards us at all, while letting out a sigh. Even while she was being dragged, Nun-san was still saying incomprehensible things. Hey, Act, could it be that Nun-san isn't feeling well? Are you for real? Kaito, knowing your worth is important, you know. For some reason, Act looked dumbfounded and patted me on my shoulder. What is this? Also, what does Nun-san mean earlier? She wouldn't be able to say no if I asked him something? Could it be she's talking about letting me drink some of her miso soup? No, I was just talking about if she could really make some, so it's not like I would force her to make some if it's impossible. Thinking of the reason why Nun-san was flustered, I approached Nun-san whom Eva-san had dragged along, and spoke to her. Nan-san. Hi, you don't have to push yourself too hard. I will really be patiently waiting, so it's alright for me to wait until Nan-san's heart is finally ready. Why yes. I'm sorry that I'm such a cowardly woman. No, don't worry about it. Your modestness is also one of the lovely things about you, Nan-san. Wow. Nan-san is really like a woman from Cho era, a very reserved person. Even if it's just serving a single home-cooked meal, she needs to get to know that person well, or something like that. Is this what they call a Yamato Nadeshiko? She's like one of those women who would be 3 steps behind a man, following him, which I think is quite adorable. When I honestly told her how I felt, Nan-san's armor rattled along as her face looked down. I originally couldn't see her face because of her armor, but I feel like she's somewhat depressed. Since she has a strong sense of responsibility, she may be feeling sorry while thinking about what I think. Hey, is he always like that? Probably, or rather, definitely. He certainly is like that back when we first met. But for him to be this bad, I'm starting to feel some pity to Nan now. Alright, I'll go cooperate with her for a bit. You shouldn't intrude on their matters too much. After I heard Ukt and Eva talking about something, Eva then approached me and Nan-san. Hey, Kaito. You think that Nan is a good woman, right? She got a solid hold of herself, good at cooking. Don't you think she'd make a good wife? Wow, Eva-sama, what are you suddenly saying? Yes. I think Nan-san is a very wonderful person. I'm sure that the person who will have her as his bride would be a very happy person. KK Kaito-san. VV very happy. TT that is. TT that's no good. It's still too early. In response to Eva's question, Nan-san began to tremble more, and the sound of her arm rattled louder. Nan-san, are you okay? You look kind of. KK Kaito-san. Your face is too close. Could it be that you're feeling sick? I can't see your face though. Could you take your arm off for a moment? TT take it off? TT that is. I would like to respond to your request, but I'd like my first night to at least be in a BB bed. First night? I don't think we're talking about that right now. Anyway, please take your armor off. TT that's no good. It's still in the middle of the day. Why you want me to? Nan-san really isn't feeling well. She has been saying lots of incomprehensible things since a while ago, so it might be possible that she really isn't feeling well, so I should probably push her a little harder. Thinking that, I took a step closer to Nan-san and reached for her helmet. KK Kaito-san. Excuse me, I might be a bit forceful, but I'm going to take your helmet off. I need to see whether you're feeling unwell or not. Please be gentle with me. Yeah? Nan-san muttered in a voice I couldn't hear. I just tilted my head again. Looking at these two looks interesting, but it doesn't look like they would be able to move forward with the real topic at this point. Like I said, don't unnecessarily intrude on their matters too much. It took quite some time, but Nan-san finally settled down, and once again, I brought the 3 of them to the reception room where Lilia-san was waiting. Welcome to our humble abode. I'm the family head of the Albert Duchy, Lilia Albert. Well, what should I say here? Like hell would I know. I'm sorry, me and this fellow aren't really raised with that upbringing. We don't mean to be rude, but please cut us some slack regarding that. No. Please make yourself comfortable. Although Act and the others are Kuro's family, they don't seem to be peerage-level high-ranking demons. So apparently, Lilia-san, who is a duchess, is in a higher position than them. Nan-san quickly stepped forward from beside Act and Eva, who were somewhat nervous while speaking, and deeply bowed to Lilia-san. Her Excellency Duchess Albert, please forgive me for the rudeness of greeting you while dressed in armor. I believe it's the first time we've met. I'm Kurumu Aina-sama's retainer, by the name of Nun. I can't express my gratitude to Her Excellency Duchess Albert for your kindness in accepting us today despite our unexpected visit. I see, so that's how you greet people, huh? I guess bringing along Nun is right. Unlike Act and Eva, Nan-san firmly greets Lilia-san while kneeling on one knee that could be described as a knight's courtesy. She looks like a different person from what she looked like earlier. Lilia-san calmly replies to Nan-san's greeting and tells her to be at ease. And after giving her thanks, Nan-san stood up. Then, prompted by Lilia-san, after Act and the others took their seats, sounding moved, Luna Maria-san spoke. It's been a long time since my lady has been in a higher position than her guests. She's still a duchess after all, so she should be pretty high up. Yes, seriously. Kaito-san has finally brought someone normal here. That's right. After all, he has already finished talking with everyone. He won't bring anyone outrageous, making me pass out anymore, right? This is no good. Why am I getting nervous? Seeing Lilia-san, who looks relieved from the bottom of her heart and has a bright smile on her face, a tremendous amount of sweat began running down behind my back. What should I do? Should I tell her about Nun-san or not? Oi, Kaito. What the heck did you do to her? That duchess looks like she's been released from hell. No, Kaito-san. Should I tell her my real identity? You don't mind? Yes, it's fine with me. As I listened to the words Akt said, Nun-san whispered next to my ears, making me feel an ever colder sensation running down my spine. By the way, I may be digressing, but Nun-san seems to know that I know she's the first hero. Or rather, Nun-san seemed to think that I became aware of it when she first showed her face. What should I do here though? Lilia-san is scary. Super scary. However, if I keep my mouth shut here, and if she finds out later, she will probably become more terrifying. In that case, the right option to do here would really be to be honest right now. Nun-san also doesn't seem to mind anyway. Nun-san, I'm sorry. Please. Understood. Seeing Lilia-san's face that looked too relieved, I relished the feeling of my face turning pale, and after moistening my thirsty throat with tea, I spoke. Lilia-san. Yes. Please, keep calm and listen to what we will say. What is this? I have a very bad feeling about this. I also ask you the same. Please don't unnecessarily reveal this to anyone else. Nun-sama? What in the world are you? Hearing the seriousness from Nun-san and my tone, Lilia-san's expression turns dim and a drop of sweat runs down her forehead. In front of Lilia-san and the others, when Nun-san touched her helmet, it turned into a black mist and disappeared, and a Japanese woman with beautiful black hair appeared. If Aoi-chan is as glossy as the wet feathers of a crow, then Nun-san's is a deep, powerful black like obsidian, and combined with her well-defined face, the words Yamato Nadeshiko perfectly fits her. And then, looking at Nun-san's uncovered face, Lilia-san fell over her chair. Then, slowly crawling away from her, she tightly grips Luna Maria-san's skirt. Luna, I've seen that person before. She has the same face as the statue in the Friendship City before. Please calm down, my lady, she might be just someone resembling her. That's right, isn't it? I'm sorry that I lost my composure just now. Lilia-san seemed to have calmed down a bit after hearing Luna Maria-san's words, and she gracefully stands up. But Nun-san mercilessly spoke. Introducing myself once again, I may have changed my name to Nun now, but my real name was Kazuo Hikari. Hearing the words she forcefully said, all of the expressions disappeared from Lilia-san's face. Kazuo Hikari, the first hero? The real one? Yes. I am sorry for my impoliteness. My lady? Lilia-san's expression turned paler and paler, her eyes then rolled upturned, collapsing like a puppet that lost its strings. Luna Maria-san hurriedly rushed to Lilia-san's side and slowly shifted her shivering gaze to me. Mama-sama, for you to still have cards beneath your sleeves. What a frightening person you are. I certainly felt it, your passionate conviction to destroy my lady's stomach at all costs. No, I don't have such convictions at all. After a while, Lilia-san, who had regained her consciousness, sat on a chair and held her head in her hands. The first hero Sama had become a demon? Isn't that something really big? Why is the fact always this shocking? No Kaito-san is scary. What's next? Is he going to tell me that the Demon King is actually alive and brought her home? Kaito-san is scary. I wanna go. Calm down, my lady, you're already in our home. As Lilia-san mutters while her face looks pale, Luna Maria-san desperately comforts her. As I'm stunned by such a scene, Akt and the others came to talk to me. Kaito, seriously, what did you do? It's like she turned into an afraid small animal. No, well, lots of things happened. Kaito, you're surprisingly an No, I'm not. I also didn't expect that she would be this surprised. Or rather, her reaction was as if she had met all the 6 kings. No, her reaction far exceeds that. I'm sorry, not only did she meet all the 6 kings, she has also met all the supreme gods. And then, after Lilia-san just mutters like that, she gets up from her chair and gives us a beautiful smile. A smile so beautiful that it looks frightening. Ect-sama, Evil-sama, Kajuhika. No, Nun-sama. I'm sorry, but please wait for a moment. Kaito-san. Why yes? Let's go to another room for a moment. There's something important we need to talk about. Something very important. Yes. Staring at me with her completely glazed eyes, Lilia-san looks very frightening. Not being able to object at all, I was brought to another room and was made to sit in a seiza. What the heck does this mean? Why the heck did that happen to First Hero-sama? You really are, or rather, by the way you speak earlier, you knew about it long before, right? I am sorry. No, I've had enough. I will not forgive you anymore. You've just asked for my forgiveness a few days before. And not even a few days passed. You're doing this now? I'm not asking you to not be acquainted with them. But can't you properly report at all? To begin with, you have always been. I'm sorry. And thus, I had received a very long sermon from Lilia-san, who had turned into Ashura, and I only returned back to where Ect and the others were. 2 hours later, receiving the sermon from the teary-eyed Lilia-san. No matter how I think about it, this was my fault. I've known about Nun-san's identity for months already, and we've even been exchanging letters with each other for a long time. So there were plenty of opportunities for me to confirm whether it's okay or not to tell Lilia-san who she really was. When I think about it now, I feel ashamed of myself, wondering why I didn't think of that. Incidentally, during the long sermon by Lilia-san, Luna Maria-san was showing Ect and the others around the mansion and serving them tea. I think that this kind of attention to detail makes me think that it's to be expected from her. But if only she didn't have a bad habit of making fun of people, she'd be a good maid. Anyway, Lilia-san also regained herself, and after exchanging words with Ect and the others, the 3 of them wanted to move to my room to chat with me. As expected, I'm quite tired after sitting on seiza for 2 hours, so I can't help but let out a sigh as I enter my room. Kaito, you okay? Well, I've roughly heard about why before. I knew she looked tough, but she's only around her 20s. You should be more concerned about her. I don't have any words to refute that. Ect, who spoke to me with a wry smile on his face, is really like an older brother. And surprisingly, he seemed to care about women very well. Perhaps that's what it means to be a popular man. I also need to pay more attention to things in the future. Speaking of which, Nun-san, after all this time hiding it, was it okay for you to reveal your identity to Lilia-san? Yes, it's not like I'm really trying hard to hide it. Then, why are you usually wearing armor? Nun-san is usually in full body armor, and I've only seen her true face twice, including just now. Anyhow, she's still in that armor, and I don't know how she does it, but she's eating even with her helmet on. In a way, it felt like she was hiding her identity more than Alice does. But the person in question doesn't seem to think like that at all. When I voiced out my doubts, fidgeting for a bit, Nun-san shyly shifted her body. Her face, which is usually hidden by the armor and not visible, is slightly blushing red, and her gestures are very cute. It's because I'm embarrassed. I mean, there are all these weird exaggerated stories about me all over the world, including my portraits and stuff. Even the Friendship City is named after my name, and there's even a statue of me, you know. I see. Indeed, now that she said it. For the people of this world, the first hero was a tremendously big name, and her name still resounds around the world as the hero. How should I say this? I guess it's like how someone would feel if your portrait is all over the place. Perhaps the founder of that certain famous fried chicken chain restaurant would have felt that way if he were alive today. Moreover, putting aside if it's just a statue, they've even found my old diaries and the letters I've discarded. You know, there's no way I can show my face in public anymore. I don't think that's something you should be particularly concerned about. Eva-sama. But speaking of which, in the Friendship City, don't they have that Hikari Manju pastry over there? You really had to add unnecessary details. Sorry. Nun-san crouched down, covering her face with her hands. I know it's rude to think like this in this situation, but she looks really cute. Looking at the scene where Ukt and Eva are comforting the flustered Nun-san, a small smile appeared on my face. When I see them getting along like this, I can strongly feel that these people really are family, and even if it's just for a bit. I feel a little jealous. Feeling somewhat calm, I watch the three of them for a while. Just as Nun-san has finally calmed down, I suddenly remember the date with Kuro at the end of this month. Honestly, I'm still struggling with the whole date course thing, and I wasn't sure what to do about it, but if I ask Ukt and the others, they might be able to tell me the places where Kuro would be happy to go. I'm going to change the subject, but can I consult you for something for a bit? Yes. When I called out to them, the three of them immediately turned to me and tilted their heads. Feeling a little embarrassed to start talking, I slowly opened up the topic. I actually invited Kuro to go out, but I was hoping to ask what place. When is that? Hey Alice, why are you here? Just put it aside for now. So when is that date? Right after I opened my mouth to consult Ukt and the others, Alice appeared in front of me. Moreover, Alice looks much sharper and tenser than I would normally expect. Not only that, but it was really unusual for Alice, who should know everything, to be genuinely surprised about this. Hey Alice, I thought you would definitely have known about it already. Every time Kuro-san meets Kaito-san in your room, you would always have a strong barrier around your room. The conversations you and Kuro-san had in this room, I wouldn't know about it. Anyway, please give me the date. On the 30th of the tree month. The 30th of the tree month. It's much earlier than I expected. Kaito-san, please do me a favor. What? While being pressured by Alice's words, she rapidly spoke. I tilted my head in response to her words. I don't know. Why is Alice that flustered? On the 29th day of the tree month, the day before you go out with Kuro-san, please come to my shop. Give me a day's time. Please. This is important. I understand. I didn't know what Alice meant by her words, but she didn't feel like she was joking around, and she really had something important to say. Hearing my words, Alice let out a sigh of relief. Then flipping her chained robe around her body, she shouted, "Emergency call! All count ranks, assemble!" Wow! The moment Alice announced it, 10 black-robed beings appeared in my room. If it's just as Alice said earlier, these 10 beings are all count-level high-ranking demons, all of whom are beings that you would definitely be counted among the top, even within the demon realm. In front of the 4 of us who are surprised by their sudden appearance, Alice opens her mouth in a serious tone. I will now leave on an urgent business. Until I return, please guard Kaito-san. If you get even one graze on Kaito-san, you can expect that all of your heads will fall off. And also, it goes without saying, but respond to Kaito-san's orders as if his orders receive priority over everything else. Yes. With a single, uniformed movement, the 10 high-ranking demons got down on one knee and afterwards immediately disappeared. If Alice's words are correct, then all of them are my hidden guards. What the heck is that? It's making me uncomfortable. Where did my privacy go? Kaito-san, I'm sorry. I'll be gone for a few days. In the meantime, if you have any orders, one of my subordinates will deal with it, so feel free to let them know what you need. Why yeah. Now then, by your leave. Telling that to the still confused me, Alice disappears too. I wonder what this is. This feeling. It was as if there was an abnormal situation. But why is this happening? No, I mean, all I said was that I will be going out with Kuro, right? She was so tense that it feels like a great war is about to start. Alice looked different than usual, acting really serious. It was as if something big was about to happen. In the center of the god realm where beautiful flowers bloom, in the land known as the Sanctuary, the god of the world muttered to herself. The hands of the clock finally moved forward. I suppose there's no turning back now. The doorway to the depths will appear before you whether you want it or not. Now then, what kind of choice will you make, Kaito-san? Her golden eye that see not only the world, but also the past and the future. Look at the big situation that will unfold in the future. The god's intonationless voice reverberated quietly in the sanctuary, where no one but her was present. Good grief, you've been calling me hard-headed, but I don't think you're any worse, Kuro. Speaking to them who aren't here, the god thought of he who challenges and she who is about to be challenged. It feels a little complicated for me, but now, There's no point in asking who is the beginning, right? As a result, the hands of the clock moved forward, and the singularity named Mama Kaito appeared in this world. There was a trace of sadness on her face, but there's no one in this place to have seen this. The true meaning of the words of the god Shallow Vernal is still shrouded in mystery. Complaints. I see now. So this is what it feels to be frustrated, huh? And yes, this should be that. This is the feeling of jealousy. It's troublesome and unbearable. I'm the one who created this world, and yet the world doesn't work the way I want it to. Perhaps, if anyone had heard those words, they would have immediately noticed the anomaly. They would have been astonished at the change that came to the being known as Shallow Vernal. But fortunately or unfortunately, no one has heard her words. Thus, Shallow Vernal covered her emotions under a lid and decided that she didn't need them right now. I suppose it can't be helped. If this is what you wish, if only for a little bit, I'll help you. Thinking of a person in mind, the absolute god smiled slightly. Even when she speaks out complaints, talking about how this isn't the way she wanted things to go, Shallow Vernal reached out her hands to him. You who I had been waiting for, my beloved Mama Kaito, my singularity. Please show me more. Show me the true value of your existence. Sparkle like the brightest stars. As her silvery white hair swayed in the slight breeze, the god who created the world declared, I pray that you will be able to grasp the happy ending of your story. Her voice was too affectionate, but at the same time, terribly sad. Volume 5 End. For picking up the 5th volume of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, but that world is at peace. Thank you very much. Now then, I can't think of what to write here anymore. I wonder how the other authors think about all that stuff they write in the afterword. I'm curious. Now that that's out of the way, I'd like to talk about the contents of this volume. Alice is the main focus in this volume, and her true identity has finally been revealed. I'm sure there are many people who have expected, especially those who have read the web novel, but she's the phantasmal King No Face. Alice is a comical and fun character, and as the author, I think she's an easy-to-handle character. She's a versatile character who can handle both comedic and serious situations, so she can be easily deployed in any situation, making her very useful. She's very much a heroine to Kaito, a good friend he could trust, a bad friend he can joke around with. You could say she has a unique position in the world. What I'm about to say here was more of an inside story, but the fact is that Alice was created before Kuro, the protagonist's main heroine. In fact, Alice would actually be the protagonist of the story I'm thinking of writing after I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, but that world is at peace. If you've read the web novel, you may have read about this in the afterwords, but due to such a circumstance, Alice has the aspect of being a protagonist in another novel. She's like a hero who defeated the Demon Lord, or perhaps, you could say she's a character who has already finished her own adventure. I'm not sure when I'll be able to write about this, but this series has turned out to be longer than I had originally anticipated. But I'd certainly like to write about Alice's adventures before she met Kaito in my next novel. I've already talked a little about Magnoel, so I'd like to talk about the new characters, Pandora and Life. Well, as for Pandora, even though I'm the author of this novel, I don't know how the heck I managed to make her so perverted, and I think her momentum at that scene was quite terrifying. In fact, she was supposed to be a more decent character, although she may have an overwhelmingly high loyalty. As for Life, she's the last supreme god who appeared later than the other two. She's the god who governs life, having the power to even resurrect the dead and the authority to govern those with life. Her breast size is the largest in the series, comparable with Lilywood. She appears to be a gentle, elder sister type beauty, but she's also rather black-hearted. Regarding Pandora and Life, this volume is almost like an introduction to them, and I won't be able to write more about them until later, so I hope you'll look forward to it. Thank you very much for reading this far, and I hope to see you again in Volume 6's afterward. Tao Dai. In the waiting room exclusively to those unneeded in the main story, or rather, in the room exclusively for the embodiment of the concept of seriousness, Sirius Senpai reads the 5th volume of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, but that world is at peace, just like usual. However, the expression on her face gave the impression that she wasn't fully concentrating on the contents, as she was glancing at the stuffed cat sitting across the table from her. Doya. Shut up. I can't see your face because of that damned costume. but I can clearly tell you're smug as hell. Just because you're the main focus in Volume 5, you're getting carried away. Oh my? I wonder what you're talking about. I'm just a mysterious being, one of Alice Chan's fans who hasn't appeared in the story. Well Tilda, I'm just happy that my star Alice Chan is doing so well. Hearing? Feigning ignorance, Sirius Senpai had a sour look on her face. With her excitement on the rise, is even more annoying than usual, making it harder for Sirius Senpai to deal with her. Alice Chan is one of the most popular characters after all. There are many fans who have been waiting for this moment, especially when she appears on the front cover. Moreover, unlike the previous 4 volumes, the front cover is just made up of her and Kaito-san. Well Tilda, with a situation like this, couldn't the author just name Alice Chan the main heroine instead? I heard that Alice lost by a wide margin to Isis in a popularity poll for the web novel though. Please don't mention that, us fans were still bothered about it. I'll say this now, but Alice Chan got her second place with a wide margin over the third place. It was just that Isis-san was too strong of an opponent. Well, I'm in first place though. Yes, in the afterward section where you didn't have any opponent? Shut up. The two of them were talking about the popularity poll that had been held on the web novel in the past, but then, suddenly looked around them, and confirming that no one was around, she spoke. Well, let's not talk about this anymore. If we keep talking about this, the third place main heroine, lol, is going to hit us. That's death you're walking into. No, I'm indebted to her, and I personally like her. So what I'm saying here can't really be said as me speaking ill of her. In fact, I'm rooting for her to become more popular. But well, reality is just cruel. Alice Chan just so happens to be more popular than her. Said while letting out a sigh, but soon after, she noticed something as she saw Sirius Senpai's face turning pale. Feeling chills running down her spine, she slowly looked behind her. That's quite an interesting conversation you have there. I hope you don't mind if I join. It was unknown if she had been hiding until now or not, but a girl wearing a nameplate under King written on it on her chest, gave an angelic smile towards thereupon began shaking, visible even through her costume. Now this is QQ quite the surprise. If it isn't the main heroine, lol. Well Tilda, no matter how I look at you, your aura sure is different. Third place, what is it again? No, that's not it. I was just talking about how the readers of this series should just pluck their eyes out if their votes made it so that the main heroine is in third place. Right? Sirius Senpai, exposed to the overwhelming sense of intimidation, asked Sirius Senpai to go along with her words. But Sirius Senpai quickly got up from her seat and swiftly retreated from the scene. I'll prepare you some chalky milk. Oi, the heck is with that mat-like escape of yours? Stop, don't leave me here. Behind the shouting, Ashura silently manifested itself. Please wait. Calm down, let's talk this out. If you keep looking like that, even when you're the most beautiful girl in the series, you'll spoil that beauty of yours. I'm sore. HMPH. Let's not touch on the topic of the third place in the past web novel popularity poll again, else, a half-crying Shura will immediately come to visit you.